Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Aaron O Show. Thank you for your patience. I had to make sure I drink water today. Ran out of water my last show, and y'all was not happy with me. So we're gonna make sure we don't have that problem today. So I'm gonna stay hydrated. We won't have any reoccurring situations like on my last show. My guy is says, "What kind of night was that?" Listen, that is the dark night. Now, I play many different nights. Sometimes you might have to be, well, I'm not going to tell you which other. That is soon to come. What up, Is? What's going on, bro? Shout out to my guy, Peter the Investor. What's going on? What's going on? Well, I can't wait to announce. When I finally do announce what I'm going to announce, I can't wait to do it. But for now, we just gonna ease into the show. Big Bad Bull, what's going on, brother? Shout out to Big Bad Bull. And shout out to the sophisticated jerk. I see you, bro. Is that PJ? My guy, PJ Austin. What up, bro? What up? Oh, it's about to be one of them shows. Calm, cool, collective. Now, let's talk about how we got here. So, well, better yet, I'll show you how we got to this conversation, which will lead us into it, right? I'll show us exactly how we got to this conversation. Let me see. Let me pull it up here. This conversation stems from a conversation we had over on my guy, the Team Fatty Show. Okay. Now, on this show, then this was prior to the Lady Chan Angry Man discussion. Okay. So just know this was prior to the Angry Man Lady Chan discussion. Me, the panel, Lou, Diesel, Fatty, Lil King, we was all having a conversation. And Fatty, don't start, bro. You wildin'. And I thought it was an interesting conversation because I try to think about both sides and take multiple perspectives. And my guy Lou presented quite a perspective. And I don't remember his exact words. I couldn't find the exact timestamp. I don't have Fatty files. I also don't have the J Prince for President executive files. So, we work with what we work with. But let me see if I can kind of dove into where this conversation generated from, and then we'll dive into that. Let me see if I can find it. One sec.
I love Fatty. I love him.
Loss.
There has
No,
been
don't say pause.
there has been a track record of things that he has done for me more than my family that has caused me to feel this way in real life. So now, if my wife allows Fatty to enter her or girlfriend or whoever, he has more track record than she does. He has been in my life more than the wife. Wives and girlfriends usually come later. Friends come first. I will give him more leeway than I will give her. That was my initial argument before. And it seems like we are giving women that we marry or that we are in relationships with for a short or long period of time, even if it's less than our friends, more leeway than our friends. And I cannot understand that for the life of me. Because on the same side, people are saying men put too much emphasis on vagina. Well, of course, you're putting more emphasis on the vagina you're with than your friend, even if, yes, your friend did violate you, but she had to allow him to do that.
But Lou,
Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it.
are you under the assumption, Lou, that we are staying with the wife and letting the friend go? Because that's not the thing.
No, no,
I'm
no.
letting them both go.
So, in short, that conversation where Lou is describing loyalty towards his brother and loyalty towards his wife, right? It's really, I actually understand why his perspective is that way. Whether or not I can agree with the outcome and how we get to that point, I understand his perspective, right? That started this thought process, right? Um, oh gosh, shout out to Fatty, this guy, man. Don't you dare start. Fatty says, "This is sorry for stealing your content. I will keep stealing though. So sorry." Actually, Fatty, you overpaid me. I wanted €5, and I told you that 3 times. That's €15. I mean, the euro ain't that much stronger than the US dollar. I know you keep telling people that the euro is stronger than the US dollar. It's a little bit. It's a little bit stronger. Okay. I have a little bit of a background in international currencies. It's a little bit stronger. Okay. A few years ago, before the whole Brexit, all that good stuff, before all that happened, it was a lot stronger, but not so much anymore. All these currencies is dropping down. All these currencies is dropping down, right? But that conversation stems this conversation today, right? So I just want to kind of give you a background where my mind. So technically, I'm stealing from Fatty, even though that kind of looked like my show because Fatty centered me in the. Fatty don't center me there no more. Pause. But that conversation said, let me think about that perspective and connect it some way, somehow, right? That's just what I try to do, right? So just know that is the beginning of this conversation. Now, let's start here. You know what? I already know where this will potentially go. So I'm just going yeah, I'm just gonna save myself the pressure, man. I'm gonna save myself the pressure. There we go. I'm going to definitely open the panel for this conversation, but I want to give you the baseline, right? So let's start here. Let us start here. I want to take y'all back. Let's say, for the sake of the conversation, let's take y'all back all the way back to high school, right? All the way back to high school. Okay. Now, y'all remember in high school. That's right. Hey, Miss Doris, how you doing? Miss Doris says the onus is on the wife. Well, it's a lot into that conversation. But what's going on, Miss Doris? It's a lot into that conversation. But let's take you back to high school, right? Y'all remember in high school, that's where you kind of some of y'all meet y'all lifelong friends in high school, right? If you're lucky. Some get middle school. Very rarely do you get elementary, but middle school towards high school, right? But high school is kind of like where this all starts, right? And so I want to take y'all to a place in high school where these conversations happen, right? And these conversations stem like this. Let's just say I'm going to use people that you guys already know, okay? I'm going to use people that you already know. So I'm going to say me, Fatty, Lou, Diesel. Let's just say we all went to high school together, right? Let's just say we all went to high school together, right? Now, there's a little bit of competition. There's competitiveness, right? Who can get the most girls? Who can pull this girl? Who can pull that girl? Who's the best dressed? It's what we consider friendly competition, right? Friendly competition. Now, let's just say, for the sake of the conversation, I have to pick somebody in the chat that we can highlight here. Let me see here. Who is somebody in the chat that everybody seems to love so much? Let me see here. Who do we have in the chat? I'm going to have to randomize it. Yes, I will just say, for instance, Reese. Although this would never happen in real life because Reese is from New York, but let's just use Reese for the example, right? Me, Fatty, Diesel, Lou, all of us, we're bros, right? Sophomore year, whatever, right? We all say, yo, who can bag Reese? Who can get Reese, right? Reese is a popular girl, right? And we like, who can bag her? Shout out to my guy, Thanos. What up, bro? And we over there, you know, Fatty's like, I'm gonna do it. Like, Fatty's talking his trash. You guys not funny. I'm funny. You know, I'm funny. Have the accent, you know, I'm gonna get her. I'm gonna get her, right? And maybe that works on New Yorkers, right? And you know, Lou's laid back. He's like, yeah, you know, Lou's probably like, man, I'm just gonna, you know what I mean, throw a few dollars. But the competition is who can bag her first. That's the competition, right? Now, Lord beholds, somehow, some way, Diesel bags her first, right? I don't know how he does, whether it's one night or, you know, maybe she got standards on herself, right? So maybe he has to date her, right? But we already knew the goal was to, you know, bag her first, right? Now, you know, Diesel bag her first, whatever the case is, you know, they go out on a date, however you want to describe it. He's first, right? But guess what? Fatty don't let it go. Lou don't let it go. Right after, you know, D's go through, you know, whatever the case is. Fatty come right behind him. Bag Reese too, right after. It is what it is, right? Now, they both bag the same woman. They both bag the same woman, right? No issues there, whatever the case is, right? Or it could be some issues depending on how you look at it. Now, me and Lou on the outside looking in, it is what it is. Fatty's been streaming a lot, y'all, so forgive him. He's doing his best. He's doing his best. But you know, Lou, me and Lou, we got to take that L, right? But Diesel, Fatty, they bagged her. They won that competitive game, however y'all want to describe it, right? Now, in my mind, this is how I look at it. Ish, what do you mean that's not a good look? Good look for whom? This is a conversation about young people doing young people things. That's all. I don't know if it's a good look. Listen, I'm used to losing, so that's why I put myself on the losing team. It is what it is. Diesel and Fatty, they the winners. I have no quarrels with that. It's just a story anyway. And it might transition to real life, right? But as I think about this stuff, and this is actually a regularity that happens when you're younger, right? It's not abnormal. This is commonalities, right? And in my mind, I'm thinking, trying to tie everything together. I go, man, how possessive are men? How possessive are men truly, right? Because it's bros before the 304s. That's the claim. Bros before 304s, et cetera, et cetera. Bros above women, whatever they come, bros over everything, whatever, however you want to describe it, right? But my question to y'all is, do men think they own women? For example, I mean, D's smash first. Is it his call or whatnot? Fatty was second. Is it his call? Who do men think they own women? Is the question, right? So, and I asked y'all that because let's say also it's senior year, right? We get a little bit older, senior year, right? And Fatty is he messing with this one chick, right? And for the sake of the conversation, this one chick shall be known as, we'll just say Cece, right? So Cece, Fatty messing with each other, right? They mess with each other. It doesn't work out. It does not work out. Now, after a guy's done messing with a girl, does he still think he owns her? Right? Does Fatty get mad that she want to move on? He chose to move on. Do men still feel like they own women after they're done with them? They always say men are possessive, but what I often hear men say is, man, I ain't tripping off of her. I don't mess with her no more. She can do whatever she wants. So are men lying or are they really possessive, right? And it's many ideas that I'm thinking of right now, right? The main one I'm thinking is this. You know, some pretty crazy stuff. Like everybody know Fatty's a player, right? We all know it. Y'all know it. Fatty's a player. He play. He ain't a player. He just crush a lot. That's his claim. But Fatty's a player, right? Now everybody know I'm a little bit more serious because I can't get chicks anyway, right? So what you mean that's not an even A? Real Pookie, I swear, only you can prevent forest fires. But you know, Fatty is a player, right? But here's the thing. Fatty also, is that my bro Spence? Yeah, Spence, what up, Brody? But Fatty also is dating a good girl, right? Do we have a good girl in the chat? Who's a good girl in the chat? Somebody drop me a name. I want a really good girl in the chat. Not and listen, no New Yorkers. No, don't drop no New Yorkers in the chat. No New Yorkers. Don't drop no New Yorkers in the chat. Don't drop no. I want a good girl from the chat, but no New Yorkers. None. Settle. None of them. All right. For the sake of this conversation, I wanted to go well. We can't have no New Yorkers in the chat. I'm sorry. Don't take it personal. I want no trouble. Okay. Perfect. Right. Flora. Right. Flora's a good girl. Right. Fatty messing with her. Okay. Shout out to my girl Raw B. Right. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm the good guy, and I know Fatty is not gonna do right by her, right? I know he's not gonna do right by her. And I tell Fatty, I said, bro, why you doing that to her? Why you don't even do that, bro? Just leave her alone. She a good girl. You shouldn't even be messing with her. You know, Fatty, like, man, I'm gonna do my thing. Now, I'm gonna play the square in this conversation. Me, Diesel, Lou, Fatty, I'm the square, right? Now, Lou is kind of indifferent. He's like, yeah, you know, whatever. And you know, Diesel and Fatty, they on the same wavelength. I'm the square. I'm the good guy. Really, honestly, Flora should probably be messing with somebody else. The good guy in the crew, possibly, because Fatty is the player and he messing with a good girl. He kind of shouldn't do that. Do men tell them to stop doing that? Yes. Men tell their homies all the time, like, bro, you know you messing up. Don't even do that. She's a good one, right? So she's a good one, right? That's the thing. But men know when they shouldn't be messing with a girl, and they also know when she's better suited for somebody else. They also know when she's better suited for somebody else, right? Now, I'm gonna play this clip, and I want your honest opinion, your honest views. That's it. Just so we can bring it all full circle as far as what makes sense and what does not make sense, right? That's what we're gonna do. So let me pull it up the clip. But in the meantime, in between time, let me run through these super chats real quick. Robert Platinum said, "What up, y'all? Aaron, let me hold some money." I don't know. Look, Fatty did just pay me those euros that I asked for. I can't even lie. Fatty did just pay me those euros that I asked for. I really appreciate it. But I don't like being overpaid, Fatty. Okay, so we're gonna have a conversation about that. That means you get to steal even more content. Okay, you get to steal even more content. Okay, shout out to Robert Platinum. He says, y'all want some of those Reese Pieces. Well, I'll say this: if she wasn't from New York, well, who could say what they could say, right? Robert Platinum says, Flora, get with me. I got all the activator you need. You talk about for her hair? Have we seen Flora's hair? We have seen her hair. It's kind of like curly, right? It's kind of like curly. So let me play this clip for y'all just so y'all know where we at. Let me see. Here we go. Pull it up right here. Yes. Now, I want y'all to have open minds and think bigger than just yourself, right? Open minds, okay?
Why do men get so offended when women that they did not do right by and had no intentions of doing right by decides to go one of their homeboys?
Cause that's the bro. You trifling.
Now, it is a legitimate question. It is a fair question. She has every right to ask the question. If y'all did not hear what she said, I will replay it just so that way you guys can hear what she said, okay?
Why do men get so offended when women that they did not do right by and had no intentions of doing right by decides to go one of their homeboys?
Cause that's the bro. You trifling. You trifling.
And
It's a valid question.
It's not.
It's a valid question.
So if you do me wrong, I should be able to smash your homegirl, your sister.
I'm not about to
With that logic,
Let's look each other in the eyes right quick. Like look at me, brother.
I'm looking at you.
I can see the pain in your eyes.
I know, but all right.
But I also want to know.
That's just the first part of the question. Let her get her question out. Calm down. Let her get her question out, okay? Let her get it out, okay? Ask the question again because they ain't listening.
Why do men get so offended when women that they did not do right by and had no intentions of doing right by decides to go one of their homeboys?
cause that's the bro. You trifling. You trifling.
And
It's a valid question.
It's not.
It's a valid question.
So if you do me wrong, I should.
Look at you.
But
I also want to know. But I also.
Now what the? Hold on.
But I also want to know.
Nose ring, there you
How
go.
long should I wait to spring it on him that I want to
with the homie? Okay.
She gonna come.
wait to spring it on him that I want to
With the homie?
Now take a second. Take a second to think about that. Shout out to my guy, Jack. He says, just doing a drive-by super chat, just here to say, hashtag support your favorite content creators. Shout out to my guy, Jack. I appreciate you, bro. I think her question is worth exploring. One, how often this thought process exists. Why is it like a taboo or a complex conversation? Why do these things affect people, trigger people? Honestly, I really want to get down to the thick of things here, right? I genuinely want to know because I've often heard guys say things like, look, if you can take my chick, she ain't my chick. If I move on, I don't care who she messed with. But is that true or is it a bunch of lies? How consistent or inconsistent our people are? Is it more of a woman thing to think like this or more of a man thing to think like this? I don't know. I think it's genuinely a really good question, and I think we've explored all different avenues and areas, but this particular one is one where we're not willing to have the real conversation about. This particular one. Now, she was brave. She got up there. She was brave. She got up there, and she legitimately asked the question. And it's within reason. It's very much within reason, okay? Now, make sure everybody heard the question because they might not heard.
Hold on. Ring, there you go.
How long should I wait to spring it on him that I want to
With the homie? Okay.
She gonna come up missing.
All right.
She really won't come up
Yeah, I want to
missing.
know. How long do I have to wait?
Yeah, she just want to be a 304. It is what it is. It ain't got nothing to do with the man because they got so many men out here that you could be out there trying to get slayed and sprayed by, giving that Virginia to. You just want to hurt, buddy. That's
So I actually disagree with him. I genuinely disagree with him when he says there are so many guys out there that women would want. I disagree. They're not that many guys. There's not that many good guys, etc. I disagree with him. Now, he assumes that she only wants to get back and hurt him. I don't necessarily believe that. Can we have an honest conversation? Can we have an honest conversation? Don't we genuinely know when a woman is better suited for a different friend? Now, here's the truth. See, it's not really true, right? I think Time Out said she always wanted the homie. I don't necessarily believe that's true, right? But I do believe sometimes women pick the wrong friend. They're trying to, they see a group of guys, they assume they may be good guys, whatever the case is. And sometimes they pick the wrong friend. Sometimes they genuinely pick the wrong friend. And there is a better friend that they should have chose. We all got those. We all have those homies that are better people. Like, you have friends that are better than you as far as less of a cheater than you are, better fit for this type of woman, and you know it. It's just unfortunately you got to her first. It's just unfortunately you got to her first. But let's be honest, we know people like this. We do. Robbie says Flora is a pass around. She been throwing the trash. That box is dead. Trash box, dead box. What did Flora do already? I ain't even seen Flora today. Is she in the chat? I don't know. I think Flora, but I don't know. We'll have to see about that. Robert Platinum says sleeping with anyone that's family or close friends when your ex, whether you're a man or woman, is a violation. Why? 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 I don't necessarily agree with that. Why? Why does it matter who someone else messes with if you don't want them and you've moved on? Why does it matter? Is it ego? Is it possessiveness? Why does it matter? Why does it matter? And I want a legitimate, solid argument, okay? Don't just say just because. Shout out to Chris J. Says, put two wrongs, don't make it right. To the side real quick. The action has to match the offense. If he didn't sleep with your family or friend, you don't sleep with his or her family or friend. It's only fair. No. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. If someone has moved on, if you moved on, why do you care who someone else messes with if you no longer want them and they moved on? Now, in the conversation what Lou was talking about, I'm 1,000%, that's violation. She was your woman. That's a violation, no doubt. I wholeheartedly agree that's a violation. And y'all heard me on that show. If y'all haven't seen that show, go back and watch the show, Team Fatty Show. One of the best YouTubers in our space, in my opinion. But honestly, I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. And I don't understand the thought and process behind it. Is it in all cases? Is it variables? Is it, if this situation, is it circumstantial? Is it, that's just cold? I don't agree with that. If I moved on from somebody and they want to mess with somebody that I know, my brother, my cousin, my best friend, I don't care. I genuinely don't care. Now, has that circumstance happened? No. And it may be because they just don't look at each other that way or whatever the case is. But it, honest to God, I would not feel any type of way about it. But that's probably because the type of communicator that I am and the type of person that I am. I genuinely want people to be happy, successful with or without me. You get in a relationship with me and it doesn't work out. The things that you've learned, the process that we've been through. I'm as crazy as this sounds. This is what I genuinely think and genuinely believe. I'm helping somebody else for you. It is what it is. It is what it is. If you put a lot of time, effort, building with somebody, building on their mind, their perspectives, and you turn this woman or this man to a really dope person and it don't work out. Now, I guess most of y'all relationships probably are destructive and toxic, right? So when the relationship dissolves, it's usually because you guys have to hate each other guts in order for you to move on. You have to do something vile or just something that you would perceive as extremely wrong, disloyal, whatever the case is, to move on. And I don't necessarily think that's the case in most relationships. I think a lot of the times, well, at least in my case, when a relationship is done, I have no ill will. I don't have any disdain. I don't have any hatred, dislike for anybody that I've ever spent time with. I think that's a horrible way to live personally, unless they've done something to you that is, like, I would say abnormal, right? And in that conversation, I don't believe cheating is abnormal. I don't hate a woman because she cheated on me and the relationship don't work out. So now I have a disdain or hatred for her. I think cheating is human. I believe that the way I look at people to be human, it's a more realistic way of viewing people. So I expect people to be human. I don't expect me to live my whole life and not feel sorrow, not to feel relationships deteriorate over time. It's just me. And so I've never moved that way. So having this conversation in this perspective is real for me. But I know a lot of y'all are like, F that. I don't care what you own. Don't mess with my ex. Don't mess with nobody I ever touch. And even though I don't agree, I would love to understand why you're so strongly about that position, about somebody that you no longer want to be with or no longer see value in. I just don't know. I just don't know. Yeah, you could cheat on me and I could have love for Sim God, you could have love for somebody. That's facts. You can. It just depends on how perfect you want somebody to be. I just don't think conventionally the way everybody else does. Shout out to the real Pookie. He says it's ego and it's nasty. Ego and I don't know about the nasty part because I mean, y'all don't care how many people they slept with before you. You don't care about all this other stuff. So now it's nasty. You're going to have to explain to me how so. You're going to have to explain to me how it's like nasty. I really don't understand that. Genuinely. I don't understand how all of a sudden it's nasty. Grizz Tree says, when you hear shorty, you got a no compete clause. I like that one. But I still think that's wrong, Grizz. I think that's wrong. You have to tell me why. I understand that you're saying that. Tell me why. Tell me why. Why you feel so strongly that they can't mess with anybody you know. There is always a connection after relations. What do you mean by there's always a connection after relations? What does that mean? What do you mean? I'm trying to get a baseline for that. There's always a connection. Sure. Yeah. But to what degree? Shout out to Lamar Black. He says, when women feels the same way too. I'm just lucky enough to make deals with my exes not to hit people within our circle. Why? Why do you want to make deals like that, Mr. Lamar Black? Shout out to you, brother. Why? Why does that bother you? Genuinely, is it just because that's what society have said over time, all these times? Why does it bother you? Because so far, y'all telling me, but y'all not explaining like genuinely what's the issue besides it may be traditional or that's how it's always been. I'm not somebody that likes the answer, that's how it's always been. I genuinely don't like it. Robert Platten says it's gross to be with someone after anyone else. Let alone someone that you know. Also, I've never cheated on anyone in my life. Integrity. Well, shout out to you, brother. I respect your integrity. Genuinely do. I respect your integrity 100%. No problem at all. 100% respect your integrity, Mr. Platinum. But hey, Venus, I muted you so you didn't say nothing crazy before you knew you were on screen. So that's why you're muted. I got to protect my people, you know. But I guess that's your reason is it's gross. Okay, so you need a virgin, Robert Platinum. From that statement you just said, that means you need a virgin because it's gross sleeping with somebody else. That's screaming virgin tendencies. Okay. Shout out to Ashes. Why is Sherelle timing me out? I don't even talk to that girl. I know you see it, Aaron, shaking my head laughing. Actually, I don't. But Sherelle, can you please stop timing out Ish for me? Thank you. Okay. And I know that Sherelle times people out if you say her name. That's what she says. So please just stop timing people out so I can stay focused on the show. Because I actually can't see that because I'm not in the chat right now. I'm going through the super chats. So sorry about that. Let's see what you said. Robert Platinum says household, herpes, simplex, HIV, syphilis, etc. The way people are moving, genuinely in your heart, Robert, do you really believe the issue is people worried about herpes, syphilis? Is why they don't want you to date somebody that they mess with? I don't believe that's why people don't want you to date somebody.
No.
That is legitimately not the reason why people are feeling the way that they're feeling. It's just not. And let me run through that. Good Street says can't leave the company and use the benefits still. Okay, that part kind of makes sense if you consider your friend or brother or whatever the case benefits of the company. I don't know. What up, Venus? What you think? Because I'm truly trying to understand what is the real disposition here.
First of all, who in New York hurt you? I'm tired of the New York slander. I can't take it anymore. That's why. Second of all, is it a rule we have to cam up now? And then third of all, the answer is selfishness. That's simple. People are selfish. Because if somebody didn't want you, right? They didn't want you. That was her example, right? Why do you care about what I do after you when you had an opportunity with me and you didn't want me? It's just selfishness. There's no other real reason but your own selfishness. Like you don't want me, but you don't want anyone else to have me. That's really it.
So you think the irate that everybody in the chat is about is just because they believe they own people even after a relationship is over?
They do.
Now, you think that's more of a man thing or more of a woman thing?
I think both. I'm not gonna lie. I think women are just as crazy, and they will feel betrayed if you go behind them and mess with somebody that even spoke to them for a week on the phone and they didn't even want them. They will stop being your friend a lot of times because they'll feel like you betrayed them.
What about you? What's your position?
I'm human, right? So I think it would bother me, but I thought about this before and I try to come to the place where like taking my own selfishness out of it, I shouldn't have any place in that situation, right? Like if I didn't want him and my friend decides to talk to him, I would try to just put myself in check and be like, you know what? He might make her happy and she might make him happy. I mean, easier said than done, but that's how I would try to look at it because I wouldn't feel like that's betrayal if I didn't want him. Like, I don't really get it.
Yeah, that's where I'm struggling with because I've always heard, oh, you can't mess with nobody after me. I've always heard that. And no, it's not. I don't have a rule that you have to cam up. I would prefer you cam up in the back. If I don't know you, I'm way more stringent. I have some techniques that I use to verify people. But if I don't know you, I pretty much need to see you on camera because there are a lot of trolls that are trying to take down people's channels and stuff. But I don't force anybody to cam up. I would prefer it, but I'm not forcing them. Now, when we get on another show, they don't be playing about cam up.
Hi.
Oh my God, bro. That hoe be talking about me in every chat she see me in. So fuck that hoe. She gonna get blocked today. Come on, man. She gonna get blocked today. She getting blocked today.
Don't y'all come in here ruining my show. We have a
But he
show.
didn't get on live. I'm about
We
to
have a
take him
show,
off.
and we stick it
I'm
to
sorry.
the
Done.
It's all like ghetto New Orleans and Baton Rouge stuff. I don't know.
What are y'all doing?
They just being ghetto. So let's move on. We're gonna ignore them, right?
No, they're together.
I mean, we just gonna ignore them because
Okay.
that's just ghetto. They just being a little ghetto right now, okay? But I think that this is something that we're gonna have to actually grow up from. Honestly, as crazy as it sounds, right? And I may be on an island by myself, but
I kind of agree.
Yeah, but a lot. But once I said it, they all just looked at it like, no way, this is insane. Why can't someone move on to somebody else just because you know them and y'all friends? What is the real issue? Is it because you're afraid that they gonna tease you? Like I generally don't know, because I agree. What I hear people say is, you must have always wanted them from even when we was together.
Yeah.
That's the argument, right? But you can't prove that.
I'm not gonna lie, I might think that way though.
Yeah, but I think that's what we've been told to think. Like as a critical thinker, right? A woman's happy, right, for 3 years in a marriage, and in the 4th year, she's unhappy. Can I argue you wasn't unhappy in year 1?
Well, no, I think it's different. Because if you knew me for 3 years, you think you could just start to like me now?
So
you know what I mean?
And I hear you, but the point that I'm making is this. You have a guy in your friend zone, right?
Yeah.
And you ain't really paying him no attention for years. You're like, no, we just friends. And then all of a sudden, one time it hit you, and you're like, you know what? Maybe I should really pay attention. But you wasn't paying him no real attention for years.
That's fair.
So how is it so shocking to believe that somebody could find interest in somebody after y'all broken up? It's not, to me, it's not that shocking. I think it's ego.
No, it's not. It's just men. Men tend to have possession on women. Men tend to have possession on women because
you can hear me, nigga. Nah, nigga,
why Granville being so loud? God, Jesus Christ! I'm gonna go on mute because Granville acting a mess.
Yeah, he just a little ghetto. That's all it is. You get these ghetto people together, and let me ask you a question, Venus, right? I have not been hurt from nobody from New York, but New York women scare me, okay? I'm a simple man from the Bay Area. New York women are way too aggressive for me. Way too aggressive. I mean, just the way they talk, they slang, is too much for me. I can't do it. And so I just can't. You know what I'm talking about too.
I do.
That's like next level there. So I just for my own little tiny heart, just to survive in this world, I just gotta, way from all the way in the Bay Area. Hey, New York.
So let me finish what I was saying, because the man done left. So men are so possessive.
Aaron, don't let them.
Oh
Lord,
Lord,
hijack your life.
I'm not. Yo, can you please? I will drop her because she's being way too loud. I'm trying to finish what I'm gonna say. So.
Yo, why y'all dragging my forehead in this fucking? See why I don't cam up? Do you see it? They going in. It's all right though. But anyway.
Listen, they say much more meaner things to me, and you don't. I'm sure you don't.
Aaron,
I'm insecure about my forehead already.
I'm insecure too. I got teased a lot growing up, so they gonna make fun of me, and I don't get chicks, so it's okay. We gonna get teased together. It's all right.
Right, whatever.
It's a lot of ghetto-ness around
people.
here.
Men have so much possession over women, thinking that they could just tell people what to do, and it's just not. It's not fair, right? It is an ego thing, because it's almost as if men think that women.
Aaron, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him, Aaron. Don't listen to him.
Aaron, they're ruining your stream. Make them get off the panel.
I can't hear, but anyway.
Don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. They
To be
tripping.
honest, to be
Go,
honest,
y'all. Why y'all ruining his stream? Y'all play too much. Just watch the stream like normal people. Come on, you.
well, you have to excuse them. They get excited too much. Who knows what they got going on? But I don't know. Maybe I understand possession of something that is currently yours, but man, for the life of me, I just don't understand why people want so much pain to someone that you spent time. Like I don't want nobody that I've been around, spent time with, and cared about. I don't want bad things for them just because if my friend, my brother is the best people in the world, and I think they some of the best people in the world, and I think she's good, we just didn't work out because every relationship doesn't have to be destructive, right? Although
Right.
unfortunately for most people, that's the only way they like to end things. They love this toxic stuff, and I can't do the toxic stuff. That's just never been me. But I think if my best friend is somebody that aligns better, I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked that it is a good guy. I know him. So it never shocked me, but I always get pushback for thinking like that.
I'm sorry. I think it's rooted in childishness and selfishness and jealousy, possessiveness, like all of the wrong things. Because if you think about it just logically, right? Again, if you didn't want this person or you and this person clearly didn't work out, why? Maybe I can understand, like if it was somebody you were with for years and maybe it's a close friend or a brother and you don't, maybe this person hurt you and you don't need to be reminded, you don't need to be around them. So maybe you don't want the family or the friend bringing them around, because I'm like that. Once we break up, I don't really ever want to see you again. So maybe some people are like, I can understand that. I don't know.
All right. Here we go. Now that I can be left alone, here's what I was saying. It's the idea of it is men would the title of your show has loyalty in it. You would like to think that the person that you're with and your friends don't see your girlfriend as a potential option out of respect, right? But the problem is with that behavior, with that idea, it does give this possessive being to it. Like I own you, and nobody wants to be thought of in that way, right? No man or woman, right? So, for example, what's one of the first things men do when they talk about getting back at a girl? I smash your best friend, right? Because the idea is I'm breaking loyalty between y'all two, and it's the same thing with men. Girls do the same thing. I smash your best friend because she's thinking her actions will break loyalty between you two. You get what I'm saying? Like it is an ego thing, but it's also like it's a character thing too. The only difference between me and most people is I think for the most part I could separate the two and go, hey, you're a human being. So you could like my friends because that's why I like them. Not because I want to have sex with them or nothing, but like they're decent people. It's like of course, like why wouldn't I want you to be with one of my friends? Because they friends with me because I think they're good people, right? The only difference is I just don't want to be reminded of the times we had because those were meant for us. I don't want to see your face with somebody else, especially somebody I consider close to me, and be like, oh man, we had great times with each other. And you know how people can be, especially women and men. All it takes is a good night, you know what I'm saying? Some drinks, some of this, some of that, and then you start feeling stuff again.
See,
Like,
I agree with that part, but that's one of the reasons I'm never under the influence of anything. I've decided to take the highest level of responsibility that I absolutely can by never saying anything else is the reason for my actions, right? Outside of I don't even know if I should say that word, being forced.
Somebody date raped your dog. That's somebody lied to you. They laced it.
Outside of being coerced to a situation to do something I would never do, I have the control over my life to make my decisions, and I have to stand on them because I can't say I was under the influence of anything. So I get that part. Maybe you just don't want to see those emotions, those feelings that you spent with somebody else. But if they're a good person and if you genuinely want them to be happy, how could you even feel that way?
That's why I call this selfishness, because they don't genuinely want them to be happy, right? Because the person who genuinely wants you to be happy, they'll behave that way. But a person who's selfish, they're not even going to be able to even think about your happiness because they're thinking about themselves. It is selfishness.
I'm trying to see how crazy I am, but I need the perspective, because I might podcast. What up, bro? I'm trying to find the missing, because I think unconventionally. I know I do. And I know most people do not think the way I do. But I don't genuinely hear the problem. So Beans, Daryl, what are your thoughts?
First of all, I think you're wrong for doing this topic. Especially if you want people to be honest. Because if they do, it's going to be a lot of people who look bad up here today. So I facetiously say I think you're wrong for doing this show. But I can tell you're making me think, because I've slept with some people that I probably shouldn't have slept with. You know, if I say who they was or how I knew them, motherfuckers be like, damn, dog, for real? And that was just sex. And I know if people knew about it, it would be a problem, right? So imagine a whole relationship. Not we just screwed once or twice or 3 or 4 or 5 times. But I'm about to try to be in a relationship with this person that you once was with, and you're my homie, or you're my cousin or my brother, you know, or you're my ex. And now I'm about to be with your cousin or your sister. I think it's okay for humans to compartmentalize. I think it's okay to be able to say on one hand that you do genuinely want somebody to be happy, but you don't want them to be happy with this other person, right? I want you to succeed, but not with this other person, especially if it's a person I know, because whether we want to admit it or not, we do compare ourselves to the people we know. So if I'm with you and then you leave me and get with my homie, and I'm like, what the fuck do this dude got that I don't get, that somehow now you're doing all of these things that you couldn't quite muster up the discipline to do with me. So I think.
So is it insecurity?
No, it's not. I think it can be, but I don't think in general it is. I just think it's natural. Because we're talking about love, bro. We're not talking about somebody you messed around with. I've shared women with the homies, right? So it is what it is. But I'm saying somebody you actually loved, or you were actually planning your life around, and all of a sudden you can't do that. And then now they're planning their life with someone who is going to keep them around in your space. Yeah, that's uncomfortable, if anything. Just don't know.
So the question, I guess my question is, if it's love, then why won't you let them experience that love with someone that is good for them then? Right? Like if I don't know, for me, like maybe because it's just me, maybe because I'm weird, right? Or maybe because I'm just a little different. But if I was dating somebody and then wanted to date one of my friends, I would be okay with it, because my friends have already been like, it take a lot to be a friend to me, right? And you gotta qualify like as a good person. So if that's the case, right, I think maybe if you exclude the emotions or the selfishness with those experiences that you want to have, then I think you should allow that, right? But I understand there is a lot of ego, and there is self-consciousness behind it to a degree. Like you can't, if you say it's not, then I guess we're just not going to be honest.
But see, right now what you just said was date. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like words matter, bro. So that's what I'm saying. Like because she's the only woman here, me and Venus, we meet each other, we start kicking it.
Okay.
For 6 months, we hanging out, we screwing, we doing whatever. And then we decide, nah, right? But in that process, she met people I know, I met people she know, and one of those people that she met that I know, she decided to hang out with and it turned into something. That's different. But me
Okay.
planning my life, I've told her I loved you. You know what I'm saying? Damn, that gave her a ring.
Okay, I got you. So that
Yeah,
you mean like like we almost got married, and then you you ended up with my homie. All right, I may have to kill both of y'all.
right. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I got you though. I get what you're saying. Like, okay, that's a little. You're right. I
because
thought we was talking about just like dating, but if I think out of respect of the of this, like, why would you pick somebody so close to home, knowing that I almost gave you my everything?
That's an easy answer, right? And I'm gonna get to it. I'm sorry, podcast. Did you want to finish your thought before I go?
well, to respond to that, it's because, bro, it's you like you can compartmentalize, right? So most
Mm-hmm.
people are on a date within their own circle. It's like most people ain't. Well, nowadays it may be, changing because people are, what is it, traveling more. So, but in general, most people gonna date within their circle. So if you just so happen to know somebody, you might not even be thinking about it that way. You know what I'm saying? But you might just hang out or see a motherfucker kick. Like, I'm telling you one specific situation that I was in. We communicated. You know what I'm saying? We communicated consistently. It wasn't no, funny business. This was, shit. She was part of the family. So when it happened, it was like, damn, like we really doing this. You know what I'm saying? And I still to this day carry that guilt. You know what I'm saying? To the point
Oh
where
yeah.
a few years later, I wanted to be like, look, I want to confess. You know what I'm saying? And motherfucker, everybody that know, which is about 3 people, including her, was like, no, you cannot do that. You know what I'm saying? There's some shit that you got to take to the grave. It's some shit you just don't put on people. You did it, it's on you, it was your choice. You got to live with it. You see what I'm saying? So that's what, and I know because this other person knowing this shit, it would affect them. You know what I'm saying? And it's not about ego. It's not about any of that. It's just like love was there. Years was there. Plans of marriage and all this other stuff was there. When men really, in their mind, plot out their life around a woman, yeah, there is a sense of
Who's simulcasting?
if I can't have you, I don't want nobody else to have you. I'll
know.
be honest and admit that.
Is somebody simulcasting? I have no idea.
Is it Daryl, dog? Daryl? Oh, okay, got you.
I'm always simulcasting, but listen, this is
Okay.
the thing I want to say. I think it's all about just a certain amount of entitlement. You know what I mean? I do understand podcast feelings because they are human emotions, but nevertheless, it's just not saying what he is talking about. But in my experience, if a person don't want to see you happy because they used to date you and you're dating their friend now, it's really because they have a sense of entitlement. Now, Aaron, I will say this: if I want to talk to your ex-girlfriend and like me and you are friends, there's a way that I can go about it, right? Dirty macking is something that I would never suggest. I'm not gonna suggest, oh man, that nigga Aaron, he a hoe ass nigga. Look at his beard, look at my beard, my dick bigger, right? I shouldn't have to talk down on you to get the woman I want. To me, that's some sucker shit. Like, but if I just want to be with her, you don't want her no more, and you got a problem with it, I'm gonna come to you like, well, nigga, why didn't you keep her? You know what I'm saying? Like, why do you get a say so in her happiness after you have discarded her? That's how I feel about it.
That's a mischaracterization, though. It's not a say so. You get to feel a way about things.
Oh
right?
yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Simple. You get to feel a way. You know what I'm saying? So that it doesn't. Now I'm be honest with you. We ain't friends no more after this. I'm gonna just keep it above. I'm not gonna hate. I'm not gonna throw eggs at y'all crib, flatten y'all tires, post sugar in y'all tanks, or nothing like that. But we not friends no more because I can't see it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to be around it.
Well, that makes sense though. Well, let me say good night, man, because everybody's tripping, and so I just want to say, and I think it's a good topic. Podcast, I think you're right. Like, if you consider people's feelings, there's just certain things you're not gonna be able to do. Like, if my ex started dating somebody close to me, I probably wouldn't be friends with them just out off the fact that, bro, y'all too close. Like, and I don't know your motives. Like, I don't really trust women enough to really like that person or really try to get back. Like, it's just too hard. It's just, I'm not God, so I can't see your heart. But I am me, so I can load up whatever I need to load up and make things disappear. So good night.
All right, G.
All right, bro.
Kenny,
Stop drinking.
All right, Jiggy.
be honest.
You're at your limit.
Be honest. When a dude mess with a girl's girlfriend, what is the very first thing they always say about that type of situation?
You mean like if a dude mess with like his girlfriend?
Yeah, his girlfriend's friend. What do women always say?
You probably been messing with her, or you always
Community
want her.
dick.
No, he's talking about. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Like they maybe not that you've been messing with her, but it's always been in your mind. It's always been a thought. It was always a plan. Y'all was looking at each other and all this behind my back the whole time because it's you would think like, yo, it's very rare, right? That a person you with somebody and then all of a sudden you get with one of their friends, but the attraction, yeah, that's probably there. But like plotting and planning, it don't necessarily have to be there. So that's what I'm saying. I would lend my grace to these people and say, man, I'm not finna bash y'all, hate on y'all, try to tear y'all down or nothing like that. But I can't never fuck with you no more because I'm not gonna be able to get past that thought. Now 5 years down the line, I might be able to. You know, it's a lot of stuff that I've forgiven. I've shaken hands with the nigga that shot me. So, you know what I mean? But in that moment, even if I got a woman and everything is going great, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna still be like, you know?
Yeah, I think some circumstances, if you messed up with the girl and you know she a good one and you messed it up and you see her with your mans and he a good guy and you know you ain't gonna get her back because he too good, he better than you, because I know y'all don't like to admit this type of stuff. That is crushing for a lot of men. But yeah, she couldn't
That's
get
murder.
That's
murder.
Yeah. So for a lot of people, it is that way, and that's why I think a lot of people don't genuinely care about other people. They care more about their own outcomes, their own feelings before anybody else, right? And that's what tends to be proven with a lot of people, right? I understand I should care about myself, but to what degree? To what degree do I say this person is somebody I care about, that I respect, and that how can I not understand their thought process of who they attract to when I'm no longer want to be with somebody, have the desire to be with somebody? Now, if you tell me, bro, I really want to be with her, but she won't be with me, and then you get with her, that makes sense. I can understand because you really want this woman, but she don't want you no more. And so it's going to be hard. But if you have moved on and you don't want to be with her no more, I don't understand. Does that make sense?
Me either.
I'm saying I understand the logic behind it, but I have to, I always have to give my grace to emotions because I'm an emotional guy, so I tend to be empathetic towards them and understand them. But I mean, think about it like this: what if you ever seen people that was in relationships and everybody was telling them, man, y'all need to break up, bro. This ain't good. This ain't healthy. This ain't that. This ain't whatever, right? So imagine you're in a relationship and it ain't going well, and your homie come and say, man, look, this ain't the one for you, bro, but she is the one for me. So I'm gonna need you to step to the side, you know what I'm saying? Tell her you done and let me step in and do what I need to do. This is what I'm saying. So now you looking at this nigga like, what? Right? So even if, that's what I'm saying, even if it's after the relationship is over with, it's been 2 months, and then he come like, man, I just want to let you know so you didn't find out no kind of funny way. You know, me and Shaniqua, we dating, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, hold on, nigga.
Why you always pick a ghetto name? Every time. People like me and Bonquisha.
Right, you know I love.
I think the real problem is with it, to be honest with you, is a person like me, I have too many jokes.
if you take my ex-girlfriend, you better not say anything even remotely close to disrespectful. You better not talk about my hairline. You better not say I need that. You better not say I need to grow my beard back. You better not say anything. You better walk on eggshells because I'm letting off fire.
Right.
I used to slap your girl out to her. Do you put her ankles on your shoulder? I'm shooting off.
Okay, so let me ask you this, right? Because that's what I said. That'd be my only stipulation is that I gotta still be able to make the same type of jokes I would normally make, right? That'd be my one stipulation. But I need to elevate deeper thinking than that, right? So let me ask you this. That statement is fine. I used to smack on the man. What's any different on what you saying? Hey, man, if I was with your wife, I smack on the behind. How is that any different statement? Because you could make the same argument. You could do the same thing to his current wife that you never slept with.
Because the difference is when they get in the car, he's gonna be like, is it game better than mine? Who's better?
So basically,
that's like a mental game.
That's an insecure thing.
Head and like.
So now it gives women validity to the statement. You got a little peen because that bothers y'all, right? Because apparently like.
Eric, if I start
that's an insecure thing.
If I start firing off my jokes, right, at this man's woman that is my ex-girl, and she starts laughing at any of my jokes, he's gonna start to feel a certain way.
That's a fact.
If I hug her a certain way at the end of the night, and I look her in the eyes a certain way, he's gonna feel a certain way.
Yep.
I don't know. She could have left you because your dick was weak too.
That you and your friend never had a problem with before, because he's gonna look at every interaction that y'all have inside that house party a certain way.
Yep.
Even times like for me, for example, I went to my baby mother's wedding. I went to her wedding because I don't got no goddamn problems with nobody. I don't want that. I don't want that whole back shit. We good. We did our thing. You know what I'm saying? But anytime I went close to her, guess what? He had his eyes over me like.
Sharon, why is she a hoe now? True.
I'm sorry.
You went to the
She's
wedding.
not here, so I can call her right she ain't gonna see the stream, so I can say it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But
one second. Let me just run through Robert Platinum super chats because Robert Platinum be going off. He says, I'm talking about my reason. Okay, he compared when he was talking about Cheeky, gave the similar reason, and that's what he's basically overall saying. Cheeky said exactly what I was typing, and I had a cousin who had a closed casket because messing with his friend's ex. Whoa. See, man, that's some next level stuff, man. Like, is it ever really worth it?
It's not, bro.
Can't get to it. Men generally don't want to think about their close friend or family member hitting the woman that they now love at any time. Okay, I mean, I get that part, but you got that.
But if you balls deep in some new pussy, why do you care?
Friends can be your girlfriend's orbiters.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't, Daryl.
No, they be caring.
Y'all don't
They
get
care.
the fuck out of here. Y'all better get gone somewhere, bro. See, this is what I'm saying. We can't be honest on these platforms, man.
So be honest and say that you're selfish and you would care because even though you don't have her anymore, you don't want your friend to have her. That's the truth.
Because of old memories.
But wait.
I'm gonna hit this from a different angle, right?
This is why I don't think you can apply selfish though, because anybody else, and I'm not even thinking about it. So that's why I don't think you can apply selfish. You can apply uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? Disturbed. You know, all these other words that are more accurate to the emotion that you're feeling. Selfish.
Let me ask you this, and I'm gonna go to Paolo. Are you okay with your friend being happier than you?
Nope.
In general, or with the woman?
I would say you could answer where it makes the most sense to how your mind.
Well, in general, yeah, because everybody I know is happier than me. You know what I'm saying? Because I suffer from depression, so everybody I know is happier than me. So I'm cool with that. But yeah, like dog. Okay, in the beginning, when my mama got with her guy now, I didn't like it, nigga. I still want to beat his ass. I wanted to beat his ass, right?
You're just violent.
Just because, you know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, don't think, you know what I'm saying, you took her from me. But I had to realize I was being fucking immature. That's what I'm saying. But the difference in this situation is that, I mean, in that situation is I didn't know that nigga, right? So that's why I was immature. If it's Aaron O, I just pop on the podcast and Aaron O said, man, I just want to introduce the world to my woman, and it's my baby mama. It's smoke, nigga. Like, it's up. I don't know
you
what
want to punch on him anyway.
Why? You not
what it
even with
is.
her. You don't want her. That's
So what? Even if it's just temporary, I'm saying it's okay to feel the emotion. Y'all making it seem like we supposed to be fucking robots, bro. Like, we not AI. You know what I'm saying? We are human beings.
Podcasts just like to sock on people.
you're taking it past emotion because you can feel how you feel, but your Aaron O doesn't ever need to know about it.
No, he has to know.
So then you're taking it past the feeling. Now you're taking it to.
But that's not fair, though.
Here's the thing with humans, for real. To be honest with you, like, you cannot come to the barbecues. You can't come to the barbecues.
Hold on, real quick, Sharon Venus. He letting me know. So why can't I let him know?
Well, you said he let most people when they get together, eventually they tell everybody, right? So you said in the example, he's letting the world know, hey, this is my woman.
Right.
And then you said it's smoke.
Yeah, for me.
Even though this is a person you're not with, you don't want.
Yeah, but we have a relationship, right? We have a relationship, and then instead of him saying podcast, I just want to let you know that I met your baby mama. When I first met her, I ain't know she was your baby mama, but I ain't gonna lie, even after I found out she was your baby mama, I just didn't care, right? No, you just gonna come on the podcast. What up, y'all? It's the Aaron O Show, and by the way, I'm screwing podcast baby mama. Like, no, that's a problem. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. I don't want to get caught up in here. I want to get Paolo in here because Paolo is not going to yell with you.
I'd be out to Paolo.
Go ahead, Paolo.
Yeah, there's two sides of where I sort of see this whole dynamic, and I'm on the other side of a vast majority of what's been said tonight. I talk about principle because that's who I am as a man, right? So my principle is if I associate with you as a man on a level of quote unquote homie, my level of respect for you extend to the decision you make in a woman. What that means to me is that if I decide to go with that woman after you've broken up, I am reminding you of a decision you made that you didn't adhere to. I'm not going to do that. That's the level of respect that I have for people that I associate with, right? The second thing is, before I jump to the second, I don't associate with men who don't reciprocate that type of principle. The second thing is, good luck. I mean that. If I'm associating with a woman on a romantic level, I am destroying every notion of what love is to you, what intimacy is to you, what sexual dynamic is to you. So if you are the homie and you want to go down that route, good fucking luck. That's all I've got to say.
But wait, so are you saying under no circumstances would you ever deal with one of your homies' exes?
Hell no.
Thank you.
My level of respect to you as a man, say Beans, if I was on that level of quote unquote homie with you, the respect that I have for you extends to the woman you choose to be with. If you decide not to be with her, I am blind to that woman to the rest of my days.
Yeah, see, and trust me, we all probably have these similar thoughts, right? But these often go unchallenged, right? Because that's just the way it's been. That's just the way it's been. And so society just keeps moving. We rarely tend to, KGY, what up? We rarely tend to challenge why we thinking, either emotionally, principle, why it's that way. If you care about somebody, love, whatever you want to call, and that relationship don't work out, either you should continue to love them and want the absolute best for them, or you're not that person that will want the absolute best for them, unless you're so selfish that you think you're that person, or you understand that, hey, that person that can be the absolutely best for this person could actually be your best friend. And if no matter how much your feelings get involved, you can't take it away from the fact that he might actually be the best person for her. How do you grapple with that, knowing that that level of selfishness is you don't want somebody to have the best that could be for them. You just want to make sure your feelings are not necessarily hurt. Because I don't think it's a principle thing only, although I understand the principle aspect. I think it's a feelings things of knowing that, dang, it's hard for me to want the absolute best for somebody else when I don't have the absolute best. That's what I tend to think tends to happen with people.
I agree. Yep. But yeah, I think it's still rooted in fear and selfishness. right? I'm afraid I'll be uncomfortable. I'm afraid, God forbid, you actually might be successful with this person and I wasn't. And then that's going to reflect poorly on me because I'm going to start comparing myself and feel like somehow I failed and you won. I think that's
That's a
how
weak
people,
position, though.
but I think
But
that's
Nah,
the
but
mentality.
the real thing
Let me
is that
speak
so
next, doctor.
once I break up with her, and you my best friend, my big homie, whatever, and you start dating her, me and you are not best friends anymore. It's simple as
Right.
that.
But you
Right.
That's
have
just
to give your
why? She just an
you have to
ex
give your
though.
reason. Like genuine, like if we've been friends for 10, 15 years,
mhm.
you have genuinely, right? If you genuinely want what's best for me, and you know that woman is a
Mhm.
good woman,
Mhm.
how do you grapple with knowing that I can't have that
It's
good
a
woman
Aaron. It's an
because
ego
I
thing.
Ego.
That's
Yeah,
actually know
I
that
just said
woman.
ego. Thank you.
Sharon, that's
It's not an
ego.
ego.
It ain't
It's
got nothing to do with
actually I
ego.
know that woman, right? I know her
Let me speak
inside and
next.
out. I know what
You
her
thought
vagina
you
smell
knew.
like. I know what her ticks are. I know if she walks into that room and she moves her shoulders a certain way, I know
What
that
they got to
she's
do with her
horny.
finding love in the
It got
future, though?
everything to do with it because I still know her telltale signs. I know everything about
That's
that woman.
ego.
So therefore, if I know everything about that woman, me
You're
and
not
you
him.
cannot be
You wasn't
me
him.
and you me and you cannot be best friends anymore because I might act on one of those telltales. I might hug her a certain
Get
way.
out your feelings.
It's so many emotions that can happen in between me and all three of us being friends again. We cannot be friends anymore. If I truly want you to be happy with that woman that used to be my ex, me and you and her cannot exist
It
as
sounds
friends
like
anymore.
y'all still got a lot of feelings for these people. I'm be honest with y'all. It sounds like y'all are
You
not.
could call it what
Even
you
let me
want, but
speak.
if I truly want the best for you and her, I had to remove myself from that relationship.
And this
Daryl,
would be a
it's that.
situation, even
It's
if you got a
that.
new female, like you got a new female, you in the bed with, you focus on that relationship, and you focus on what your ex bitch doing too.
I've seen it.
Hold on, let me speak right quick.
A new woman
So
don't
the
mean
thing is,
That
nothing.
the
shit
thing is that
A
y'all
new
different.
missing.
woman,
Hold
No,
on,
the
man.
thing
new
that
woman
y'all
don't mean
missing.
nothing. I've seen
No, the thing
men
that y'all
have a new
the
woman
part.
and still be stressed out over the old woman. They will use
See,
the new woman to try to forget about you.
and that's the problem,
Hey,
Daly,
Hold on, let me
because you're
right quick.
The
speaking from
part
the
that,
point
all
of
right,
view
I
of
just
a
want to say
man
one
being
thing
in
because
that
y'all
situation.
missing one part. I'm not worried about my ex. You are bringing my ex back into our world because I was your homie first.
Facts.
Me and you had 10, 15 years in, and then me and this woman broke up after a year, whatever. You
You
started
can't
dating her.
control
You
him
brought
and
her.
her.
Okay, cool. But you brought her
Y'all
back
so
into
fucking
the
slow.
circle. You brought her back into the circle.
I swear to
I
God.
kicked her out the circle. I said, we not dating no more. I kicked her out the circle. You brought her back in the circle. So that's not
So
me
if I don't
worrying
go
about her.
along with you,
That
we
is
not
you.
friends no more.
Yep.
That is
That's how
you
that
bringing
works.
her
Not
back
my
into
friend
the
no more.
circle.
That's
So therefore,
ego.
certain things, that's not ego. That's you bringing her back into the circle. So certain things is going to happen when you bring her back. So if I really have love for both of y'all and I want y'all to succeed, I will remove myself from that circle.
I would be happy
okay,
for
all
both
right,
of
let
you.
me, hold on, wait, stop. Let me go to Lamar because Lamar need to get. Go ahead, Lamar, get it, bro.
Okay, I got 3 things. Okay, the first thing, I know 2 couples that took each other. I know 2 couples that have been married over 20 years, and they got married to each other friend. That's the reality. They're not my couples. What the hell? Okay. And secondly, if I break up with somebody, I have no right over the person at all. If I dump them, I mean, I tried to destroy them. If I tried to destroy them, I have no right over them at all, and I shouldn't care. And lastly, I was lucky enough to, when I broke up with somebody and we mutually broke up, we understood that those people in our circle that want to F us. And we said, hey, you know, everybody going to do us, right? Let's try to make a agreement not to mess with people in the circle. It worked because I communicated. Now, if it didn't happen, it's still okay. I have no right to the person. Y'all forgetting about the human thing. Y'all think y'all
We're
super
not
God.
forgetting about it, right? We just challenge it. Listen. There
No,
are
Aaron, you are, because you saying that you saying you challenging it, but the question that you asking, it's already been answered, bro. And they're labeling Daryl Long, Nightish, they were labeling it as ego. Even
insecure.
Venus was labeling it as ego,
I
right?
didn't
And he
say
said
that, though.
insecurity. No, I'm saying I'm naming the people who said it. Daryl Long, Nightish, and Venus said ego. Somebody just said insecurity, but it's not, bro. What's the number one rule of life? Self-preservation. And you cannot tell people that we're not AI, bro. You're not finna sit here and pretend like we don't have human experiences. Like I said, I'm a person who likes to be transparent. Nigga, I was jealous when a person who was on my panel all the time went to somebody else's panel while I was live. So and I'm a whole gangbanging ass criminal, and I experienced that kind of emotion, right? Being new to podcasting. So you cannot tell me that a human being, again, you didn't set any parameters on how long they've been dating, this and that, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, if it's just we was messing around for 6 months, Netflixing and chilling, I get it. But if you're telling me somebody was planning a life around this woman or this man, you know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, now they're planning their life around somebody that you've been friends with, you know what I'm saying, for a long time, that if I feel away, if I feel uncomfortable about that's insecurity. It got shit to do with me. It's just the fact that I don't want to see that.
Can I say something, please, to you podcast? I think what Aaron is trying to get to is there is another level, right? All we know is the human emotion. Oh, I'm angry, I'm bothered. But what about where you get to the point? Can you get to a point where you can govern your emotions instead of letting them govern you? Right? Like
Venus,
I can acknowledge.
Right.
Wait, hold on.
I want to add on to that. I want to add on to that.
Okay. I can acknowledge that my feelings are hurt. This might make me feel a little threatened, a little insecure, but then I can override my own self and say, hey, are you being logical right now? You didn't want him. Why are you mad? Right? There's another step that you can take. You don't have to get stuck in the emotion. I think is what Aaron is saying. Like, okay, let's really understand why. Like, why are we reacting that way? When if we just look at it from a logical standpoint, because his example wasn't really planning your life around and all of that. His example was it was somebody you didn't want or you used to talk to for like a small amount of time. And then why are you mad about that? Because that was the example in the video. So that's what we're discussing. And so
okay,
again,
so
I think
now you've clarified that. So now we know for a fact that it's more than likely rooted in what you all are saying, which is ego and
insecurity.
And insecurity. So okay, I'll ride with you on that.
I won't say insecurity.
Yeah, I want to challenge that though, because Venus brings up a good point about emotions, right? The extension of my want for you as a woman ends with the decision that I make to no longer be with you. I am not sitting up here wanting you to be happy. I'm not sitting here wanting you to have the best man for your life. The extension of my want finishes when I make the decision to no longer be with you.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the principal thing is for me and whoever the type of men that I keep around my circle is that, look, I made a decision to no longer be with this woman. Okay, if you want to choose that, that's on you. But it's no longer we stand in a line on the same principle. So I've got no love lost for you. I'm just not going to associate with you no longer.
I get that part.
That's crazy.
Do we naturally want what's best for everybody or just people that we like?
I will speak for myself. I don't.
Yeah,
Once it's over, it's over. You gotta let it go.
But that explains more in depth.
Sounds selfish to me.
Because I don't care about nobody else but the people I know, and that's it. Like, and that's kind of how this. I understand what you meant, and I'm just expounding on it because we live in this individualistic world now where we keep breaking down the caring
fantasy world
that we don't genuinely know. There used to be a natural care just for people. That's dumbed down to the lowest levels year after year after year because now people value dogs even more. And that's one of the reasons why, listen, a single woman got a dog. I can't even stand her just because I personally, it's just we've got so low of a level that we put dogs above humans, and I just hate that we've gotten that far. So ultimately, I think that the way Paulo describes it, if the relationship dissipates, something must have happened either negatively to why we are no longer together. And ultimately, if it is a negative outcome, I understand the process. That's why I said it's a negative, right? But that just means no relationship can just end because it just didn't work out. She did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. We just grown apart, things like that. Y'all don't believe that true. Y'all believe those are lies and people use those excuses then.
That's
we have no control over other humans. I think a podcast send different.
I've had relationships where I've ended it where we didn't align, no love lost.
I understand. I think podcast is talking different. He's saying that he's an emotional person, not emotional in a weak way. I mean, like,
exactly.
I know some artists that they will burn the forest down because they're over emotional. They might take too much drugs. They might get too angry. He's talking about his feelings, so I understand what he's talking about. But as controlling other people. Y'all not gods. Y'all can't control other people.
Now,
exactly.
Wait, hold on,
I
Aaron.
think the
Check
real
this out.
problem, the real
'Cause someone-
problem is,
I want you to look at it this way, right? If we're supposed to be, if we go by what Venus is saying, right? Which I do think is a level of maturity that we all kind of want to ascend to, but I also think that it's naive to assume that in situations, that were far by extended to what we're obviously discussing now, which is short-term relationships. But you get with my ex, right? And I'm supposed to be this mature person who like, oh man, y'all found love together. That is what's up, man. Salute to you, AO. Salute to you, baby mama Venus. That my baby mama's name really is Venus, right? Salute to you, baby mama Venus. Salute to you, Aaron. I'm so happy for y'all. And then for whatever reason, she come around and I end up banging her. Am I wrong?
Yes.
Why am I wrong? I mean, because she needed to be happy. Why aren't you just, put your selfishness to the side?
But you said banging her. We talking about like having a whole
Wait a minute.
relationship
Hold
and
on,
being with her.
Hold on, Daryl. Don't do that, though. Don't do that. Listen, why aren't you being mature and putting your selfishness and your need for exclusivity to the side to say, in this moment, this is what was making this woman happy, was to get back with me, if it was even for just one moment.
Okay, so I have no
We're
problem.
not going to answer the question?
I'm about to answer the question.
Okay, go ahead. My bad.
I have no problem with what you just said, the way you described it, right? Because the way you align it, hey, if you want to just about the happiness, fair is fair. Perfectly fine. I actually don't necessarily disagree with the way you stated it. The issue comes in the line is only if you would be fine with him doing that to your girl. That's it. See that.
But
now,
my girl ain't his ex.
No. It's not about. See, that's what I'm saying. It's not
No,
about.
no. See, you ain't slick, Aaron. No.
I'm not being,
Look at Sean's face. Sean know exactly
because,
the corner that
listen,
I'm in.
let me tell you why, right? Because listen, I'm going to try to explain something. At some point, right, a lot of you guys been ran through so many women, y'all become heartless, and then it's actually harder for y'all to actually think down on a lower level because y'all have been experienced so many things, mushed off so many girls, got with a girl, tried to work that out, that didn't work. Like, it's so many variables to the different type of men and the way they think. So the way you presented that, I get it. Oh yeah, that's my baby mama. I can hit it. She let me hit it. She wanted to be happy. I'm saying still, you at that point, the way I see it is you only kind of want to do it just because she messed with your friend because you didn't want her. You didn't want her. You were done with her. And now the scenario has changed to now, but I might just slip in that for her to be happy. It's like
this is the slick thing that you're doing. See,
I am
right
slick.
now,
Yeah, I'm
the
very
slick thing that you're doing. Yeah, the slick thing that you're doing is let's just use me in the scenario. You're addressing me. You shouldn't be addressing me. Remember, the point is, on one hand, you're telling me that I need to just be cool with her happiness and his happiness and not be so controlling or selfish, which means each person in that scenario should have the same mentality and to stand on the same principle.
Wrong.
So even in that situation, when that woman decides that her happiness, what's going to make her happy in that moment is to come back and screw me, that man should also be, let me put my selfishness to the side and focus on her happiness. She needed your pipe for this moment. I'm gonna be happy with that. I'm not.
Can I tell y'all why Beans is right?
He's
wrong. No, he's wrong.
First of all, he's wrong. First of all, he's wrong. But go ahead and tell him why you think it's okay.
Let's hear what Sean got to
say.
say.
Right. So think about it. Right. So you got two people who have some type of loyalty to you. Right. I would say. Right. So as an ex, I would say, as an ex, if I have integrity. If me and Venus had a relationship for 4 years, if I have integrity, if I care about her as a human being, then I'm not going to go behind that and have sex with one of her friends because I care about her as a human being. I really don't care how it ended. I still care about her as a human being, and my integrity says don't go and mess with her friends. There are millions of women I could deal with besides that, right? Now, so if Venus breaks up with me and then she gets with Beans, right? Now Beans knew that was my chick, right? And she knew that Beans is my man. So my thing that I tell all my boys, if you deal, that was wild. If you deal with one of my other chicks, if you deal with one of my ex chicks, bro, don't fall in love because I'm gonna spin the block and fuck her again. I never said I was done with her. Beans smashed and he fell in love. I never said I was done. So when you ready to bust it open for me, I'm gonna fuck you again. He didn't care about my feelings, and she didn't either.
Right.
He didn't care about neither one of their feelings.
So with that answer, I have no problem with that because the way you describe that is your homies know how y'all move. See, the thing is, if she, because ultimately this is the part that Lou was right about. Y'all guys got to go back and watch that stream. So, Fatty, make sure you drop that in the chat.
Shout out to Lou. Shout out to Lou.
Yeah, shout out to Lou the legend. The thing is, you set that expectation, and I actually totally understand it. But what if she tell you no? I've moved on, and I only want him. Then you locked out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. So, but if she opens the door is open. But I'm just saying there's compartmentalizing principles here, right? Because he's made it known this is my girl now. Now you saying that's my ex too, and I own rights over her. You see what I'm saying? Like you doing that right now.
And I'm saying he's mistaken. She's our girl now.
See,
you know what I'm saying?
And that's Aaron.
That's my point.
And that's what I was saying earlier. That's what I was saying. Aaron is earlier. When it comes down to it, men feel as if they can possess women, and it is an ego and an insecure thing, right? Well, for the person who thinks they possess it, it's not, right? But it's just like, fam, if you think that women can't move on without you, then you're sorely mistaken, right? Like this idea that just because I had sex with her, she can't move on from me. That's kind of crazy to me. Although to a degree, you know, although I'm sure most men think that they have that kind of power, I'm sure there are women that's like, no, I'm done with you, and then I can move on to the next person. But in order to save their ego, they'll say, well, I'm always going to have power over her. I'm always going to be able to get to them cheap.
Hey, listen, if what y'all was saying is true, listen, it wouldn't be no problems with baby mothers and baby fathers. So what y'all saying is absolutely false. People do not want their baby mothers and baby fathers involved in their children's life because of this situation, because they scared that they might hit again.
Absolutely.
What are y'all talking about?
Again. But y'all are acting. Wait, hold on.
This don't got nothing to do with a circle. So
y'all
what
are
I'm saying is
acting
this.
as if y'all. So
what I'm saying, Chicky, is this: if we have a circle, and I bring this girl into our circle, and then I break up with her, and then I kick her out the circle. If I break up with her, I kick her out the circle. She don't belong here no more. And then you bring her back into the circle. We have a problem.
So it's a bro code thing.
Yo, delusional though.
No,
but and I'm saying one more thing before I leave. You only can be betrayed by somebody close to you, a friend. Only a friend can betray you. Strangers don't betray you. That's all I want to say.
So my overall thing on this, in college, I had one girlfriend that went to my college. Everything else was long distance, and I did like her, right? I really did. My boy, when I stopped dealing with her, my boy from Cleveland, he came to me and he said, you know, me and Tamara, we're dating. And I respected that. He was a really good guy. The difference was he and I were friends, but he wasn't like my best friend. And me and her, we were together for maybe a year, but it wasn't like 4 years or something like that. So for me, it depends on how close me and him are, and how deep my relationship with her is. Other than that, I think what we're diminishing is the human experience, right? I think we all have chapters in life. So for me as an adult, I've had 5 serious relationships as an adult. Every other chick I was just having sex with. So those 5 women to me are special. Now, if one of those 5 women, if one of my best friends decides that they want to be with them, one of those 5 women, then we ain't gonna argue, but we ain't gonna be friends no more.
Okay, I get you. Let me run through these super chats. Hold y'all thoughts. I'm sorry. Let me just run through these super chats real quick. Grizz Tree says the answer is man friendships equal or equal to or equivalent to. What does that say? I'm not sure how to.
Always doing dumb shit.
My bad. Most women are one birthday dinner away from never speaking again. Okay, he's saying how men's relationships are better than. Okay, I get it. My bros know things the police can't know. So if we tight like that, that's why they fold for something so small. I get that part. Trust me, I get that part. It's men doing 50 years in prison because they're not telling on their brother. I get it. And women not gonna do that. They tell. I get that part. Robert Platinum says, if Daryl do that dance, all our ladies is took. I don't know what dance you talking about. I'm not sure. Grizzly says, go explore 5 to 10 years. Fine. Then I believe there's nothing better. But get out of my network, really do better if that's the actual goal. Okay, that sounds like a little bit of possessiveness right there. I don't know. Might be reading into that. Betrayal affects you if you're moving on emotions. Well, we are humans.
Betrayal affects everybody. Let's be clear. Like, come on.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. If you couldn't trust me to do right, why would my associates seem like a better fit? See, your associates can be better than you. We've been had ties before we even knew you. It's not logical. Listen, nothing about emotion in humans is necessarily logical. Grizz says, if I thought she was such a good, let me see. Oh yeah, if I thought she was such a good fit for bro and not for me, I would have lobbied her off the rip. He got to run it by me first for my approval. I don't necessarily. That approval word is, man. That approval word is interesting to me. I don't disagree that conversation should be had, but approval, that's that possessiveness again. And I'm not saying right or wrong. Out the We Unlock. That's just that possessiveness again. That's all.
But Aaron, I do. So if you are my homie, you are my possession. You my homie.
Okay, I can't refute that. I cannot. So you got that. But I'm just saying.
And that fucking woman there, I'm like, listen, no, you cannot bring her back into the crib.
Jesus
you cannot bring her
Christ,
to the barbecue because you my homie.
Man. Y'all,
let me add this. Let me add this.
I
We
don't
don't
give a fuck
consider
about her.
a lot of these.
She's my ex.
Wait, let him get through the super chat.
Let me just finish this.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, bro. I just want to make sure I get to him. Shiki says, men have always wanted people they trust to look after their wives. He's basically saying, if we die, you can have her. If we die, you can have her. No doubt. It's integrity, not ego. It's more about the friend. So forget the woman. Y'all think y'all moved on to the point of it's more about the friend. I'm not necessarily hearing that. I'd be more.
Let me break that down for you after.
Yeah, I got you, pal. I'd be more mad if I got betrayed by someone from 10 plus years. They folded over some cheeks than a woman being herself. Being self-serve. I get that part too, but that's not necessarily what we're describing here. It's not necessarily what we're describing. As a man, you're supposed to understand and sacrifice and integrity. So you telling me you couldn't sacrifice the opportunity for cheeks and do the right thing? I don't necessarily disagree with that too, because that was one of the arguments I made on the other conversation we had on Fatty's channel. But this is not necessarily the same thing. If Puerto Rico thinks Russia treats them better, you think the U.S. letting that go? No, it's wartime. Gonna be your own country first and fail or prosper. That's
kind of Cali Bev in the chat though.
Oh gosh, Cali acting up. I just finished Cali Bev whole interview. Shout out to Cali Bev. If y'all haven't seen her interview, go on my community tab. Chris J hosts that interview with Cali Bev. If y'all want to learn a little bit more about Miss Cali Bev, okay, y'all on some BS. I dare some of y'all to try it and see what happens. Dang, it sounds like you want to hurt somebody you love and you care about. Sean, your future girl will always be someone's ex. Can they ex get her back too if that used to be his girl? So basically what Fatty is saying is, I mean, everybody's girl used to be somebody's ex. So if her ex try to come back in the picture and try to smash, it should be cool then, is what he's saying. In the same comparison.
It is. It's fair game. That's fair game.
Yeah, no.
Everybody don't got it like that. Why Sean lying to y'all, man?
He's not lying. He's saying it's fair game to try.
80% of these men, Aaron, haven't had sex in the last 18 months. You let the manosphere tell it.
Here we go. It's best to realize, move accordingly, let loss be gone. I mean, oh man, y'all don't realize how much we rarely challenge this. Y'all ego got y'all thinking, y'all gods, y'all ninjas are just humans. He basically saying, man, y'all thinking that y'all is above being human. Y'all just regular people, man. Y'all just regular people.
I am a god. That's my ego speaking.
He right. If you my homie, you belong to me. No doubt. I cannot argue that statement.
Wait. But Fleece Johnson just said that. So watch that comment, bro. That's the booty warrior that said that.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. Let Paolo go real quick because he wants to go ahead, Paolo.
Okay, it sounds like from a lot of these discussions that it's all about the woman. The woman is not the issue for me in particular, but the moment that I bring an ex around, she now is going to be an issue. All right, so check this. If I'm riding with you as a homie, my interest is that we build together. The moment that I introduce your ex to that picture, I am exposing you to the possibility that we no longer align in the focus that we have. I want to build with you. I'm way too old to be mucking around doing dumbass shit as a young dude did, right? So if I align with you as a man, I want to build. The moment I bring your ex around, I'm exposing you, whether you care or not, I'm exposing you to the possibility that you no longer will align with the focus. So will I. So I put that on me. A lot of the scenarios that I consider it for me. Therefore, my principles and values are built on that. So I'm not going to put, I'm just not going to put you through that. If you're my homie, I'm not going to expose you to that level of discourse within our friendship. And that's just it. It has nothing to do with the woman. But the moment that I choose to bring an ex to the picture, now I'm going to expose you to that risk. And I'm just not going to do that.
And not only that, Aaron, also I wanted to say, Aaron, it's not just the fact that it's going to affect me. It's going to affect everybody else that's in the circle as well. Once you and her come into the picture and it's 10 of us all together, it's going to affect the other 8 people as well. They're going to be like, what are you doing here with her? They're going to feel a certain way about it too. It's not just me. The other people are going to feel a certain way. The other girlfriends that's there, they're going to feel a certain way. They're going to be like, bitch, what are you doing here? You fucking up the game.
See,
there's going to be a lot of...
And see, that's only because that's the normal response it's always been like. But what if the response, whether we like it or not, is just, we have to explore. What if the response is similar to how, like, Will Smith's thought process is? I love my wife through anything, right? Love her through anything, right? Do you love your brother through anything? The short answer is no. The short answer is to no, because ultimately, the way that we think what's best for life is, we think we should project that onto everybody else. Not everybody views relationship the same. Paolo might be a serious person. Sharon, he had a long-term girl, but he ain't never been a serious type of guy like that. But every situation is like, no, those are the rules. Even when you not we know you not like that, Sharon. We know you're not really gonna ever marry these chicks ever. You're not really gonna ever trust them. You always told us that, but you still love women. You still build relationships with them. But Paolo's a serious guy. Serious guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's different dynamics to each people. We all don't have 5 friends. We all view relationships the same. That's why it's not the principal aspect can't be based upon relationships, because we all don't view it the same.
So, Aaron, you and Venus and Cheeky have yet to explain to me why you thought I was wrong, right? Because you can't on one hand, you cannot on one hand tell one person that they need to be mature and not selfish, and then say that, but that doesn't have to apply to everybody in the situation. If I need to be mature and not selfish, so does everybody else, and you cannot cherry pick what you apply it to. It just needs.
Can I tell you why it's different?
Mm-hmm.
You in this scenario are moving with malicious intent. When you and that person had y'all union, nobody violated you.
Wait. Back up. Y'all changing what I said. I didn't say anything about malicious intent. I didn't say I went to her. I said she. But I'm not. Wait, you can't say I'm moving with malicious intent, because I didn't say I went to her. I said she came to me.
Okay,
so that's not me. That's not the guy moving with malicious intent.
Regardless of who came to who, you still have self-control, right? A woman can't make you do anything, right? So at some point, you made a conscious decision to sleep with her, knowing she's in a relationship with your friend. Nobody did that to you, though.
Right.
It isn't different.
But you still can apply. They made a conscious decision to be together, knowing that we had a previous relationship, knowing how most people view those type of situations.
Why do you think you have a right to view it that way? This is the part of the challenge, because I understand what you said. The point.
No, you don't. Because you won't say it out loud, Aaron. Say it out loud. Tell the truth. Say it out loud.
What do you mean?
In real life, okay, let me ask you this question. Do relationships survive cheating?
Not
Are you
mine.
asking me? Are you asking
Yes,
me like?
they do.
Yes,
Not
they
mine.
do,
Answer
right?
is, it depends.
I'm out.
But they do, right?
Yeah, they do that. But okay,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So what I'm saying is this. At the end of the day, what I'm saying is you don't get to tell me that I have to be mature and accept something that I don't necessarily want to accept. And I'm not the only person in the world who looks at this, let's just say, not so friendly, right? Not so kindly, right? I think outside of Daryl Long, who is on his man-hating campaign, I think every other man that hits this panel is going to tell you that it's just not a good look for a man to be with his homeboy's ex, and it's just not a good look for a woman to get with her ex's homeboy. So if you're asking the homeboy to be mature and not be selfish and not be possessive, everybody has to move with that mentality in every situation. You don't get to cherry pick and tell me I have to, but you don't. So if that woman decides to come back and sleep with me, you, my homie, cannot be mad. Put her feelings and her happiness and all that other shit that you wanted me to have for her and for you, put that shit in play now for yourself.
It's not the same situation, so that's not fair.
It's not, it don't have to be. That's what I'm saying. You're telling people that they have to be mature and not possessive and not selfish. So what I'm saying is that has to be applied universally. You don't get the cherry pick
across
what
all
situation
boards.
you want to apply that to. You want me to apply to the one I'm going through, but you don't want to apply to the one you going through. Now that is selfish.
Venus, let me ask you, right? Have you had somebody who you were dating and then y'all were kind of on again, off again?
Yeah.
Okay. And so let's imagine the circumstance that Beans is talking about, right? You and Aaron are on again, off again. In between that, Beans slides in and you let him butter your biscuits. You feel me? Right?
I'd have been passed around this whole panel.
I'm saying, right? So you and Aaron were only getting off again, right? And then Beans comes in and he has sex with you. So the way I'm looking at it, if I'm Aaron, I never said I was done with you. Me and you always do this. We always on again and off again. The fact that my boy Beans came and tried to backdoor me and then fell in love don't mean that I'm done buttering your biscuits. He should. Okay, he came in. He got the cooch, right? And in his mind, he thought, oh yeah, this is mine now. Shit, Beans can't get it no more. Whole time. I mean, the other way around.
No, that makes sense. But the issue that comes into play is people acting like, okay, so you have not moved on with a new woman, is what you said. You said that like you haven't moved on with a new woman, or you say even if I got a new woman, I still get to go back and smash.
Right. Basically, I'm saying I never said I was done with it. It's
that's what he's saying. That's exactly
I never
what he's
said I was
saying.
done with it. Just because you slid in and you had sex with her, and then in your mind you thought that was a forever thing. Just because you slid in and got her, which was some snake shit, don't mean that I can't come back and smash her too.
No, here's the thing. Your scenario is absolutely accurate. Podcast, the way he described it, that's not. But if you moved on, if you don't want to be with her no more, you can't have that thought process.
Oh, well, you can, because I might want my lick back then. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you backdoor me, hey, bro, you can't do some clown shit, then get mad when I show up to the circus and I'm bozo. You can't get mad.
And also, when you bring
on that, Sean.
That's a good point. Well, once you bring that human being back into my life, things can happen as well. So, like, I put her out of my life, and you brought her back into my life. So, therefore, things can spark up while you bring her around.
Okay, so let
and
me.
I'm the only one in the situation that got to be mature.
Oh no! Podcast.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
See,
I'll fuck her on your couch, on your camera, on your baby pillow, nigga. Like,
catch me on the down.
And that's what I'm talking. See, I don't actually disagree that, but what it proves is that if your man could be happier with it, it would destroy you because you couldn't let it. You couldn't just let him be happy.
That's what I'm saying. Like
that. That's how a lot of people are built. me personally, I'm not built that way. I could live with it. I could be fine with somebody being happier than me.
I don't give a fuck.
Hold on. Let me show you how this
hold
shit
on,
work in the
Aaron. So you
hold
say
on,
you
hold on,
going to the
Sharon,
barbecue, hanging
hold
out
on.
with both of them?
Look, Sharon, hold on, because I wanna ask you this, and this is my opinion. I ain't trying to make it about me, but I think this happens to me in this space, right? Aaron, no, let's say I concede to your point that I believe there's a demographic of men out here who feel exactly the way you're saying they feel. They cannot be cool or content or non-selfish or non-possessive. They do not want to see their homie happy or the woman happy with each other. Let's say that that's the case, right? Okay, but that's something completely different from I'm not after the chick, but if she come ring my doorbell, I'm definitely gonna bang her out because of the fact that you shouldn't be with her in the first place. I let it go. I moved on with my life. I got a whole nother relationship. I'm with Venus. I'm not even with Bonkisha no more. But Bonkisha done knocked on my door. Yes, sir. I'm gonna tattoo my name on that motherfucker because you shouldn't be with her in the first place.
Hold on, somebody got some audio issues. See, it's people don't realize when they. So I don't know if that's podcast. I don't know if that's your mic or not, but people don't realize when they say things, they open up another can. So let me give you an example, right? We tell, unfortunately, yeah, that's your pop. Wait, hold on.
That's my phone.
That's probably you, Venus. It sounds like yours.
Yeah, I think it might be.
Yeah, because everybody else was just muted.
Yeah, let me mute. Yeah, I think it's you, Venus. So I have no problem with the way you're saying it, Pocket. But let me ask you this: every woman you sleep with leaves a mark on you, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
So if that's the case, women are 100% right. Y'all got to stop sleeping with a bunch of women.
No, that's the answer.
See, and that's the problem. You see where we getting conflictions here now?
Well, I'm saying yes because I don't want to try to go, well, 70%, 80%, right? But it's not all of them, right? But it is the one. It's like if you meet with a girl at the club, bang her out, you don't even know her name. You don't even remember her, right? In a few weeks or whatever. That ain't leave a mark on you.
So women can do the same thing then, right?
I believe that they can. I just
Come
don't.
on, man.
No, I do. I believe that they can. I just don't think that as many of them. I don't think that applies to as many of them as it does to us. But I think that they can. Yeah, because they also go to the club.
Some can.
They also go to the club, get drunk, go get banged out, and move on with their life and act like they don't. They don't know the dude's name and they don't know nothing. Right. So yeah. But I'm just saying, like I take the point. But it does not change. What it doesn't change. Again, you gotta. I'm being honest with you, Aaron. Though, in my mind, I'm accepting the fact that this conversation is probably more leaning towards, you've been knowing a chick for 6 months type of situation. But in order for us to have to embrace the full gravity of it, you have to go deep into the relationship. I've been with you for years. I was planning my life with you. I knew where we was gonna live. I had the kids' names picked out and shit. I've been sucking on your fucking toes, all that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Okay, and now it's over with. Because this, to me, like I said, I already conceded. If it was a short-term situation, then yeah, that's some ego shit. But I'm saying if it's been long term, let's stop pretending like we AI, bro. We not. And even though, bro, I've accepted. I remember this. I'll give you a personal story. I got into it with my son, mama boyfriend, because he was taking my son video game for long ass periods of time if he didn't, do homework or shit. And I'm like, bro, that's not how you raise a man. You don't take his possessions from him. You know what I'm saying? You let him suffer the consequences of his fucking choices, right? So we get into it or whatever. And so we was outside their crib, we yelling and shit back and forth, whatever, blase, Skippy, right? At the end of the day, the man, when we get on the phone, I'm trying to talk it out because I don't want to have no smoke with the nigga. I don't want it to be no problem. Bro, you just mad because I got your family. See, this is what I'm saying. He think I got the same mentality that you saying niggas have. But it's like, bro, I ain't been with her in 4-5 years. I got a whole nother woman draining me every night, nigga. I'm not thinking about her. That's my son's mother. And I love her because we have a history and because she's my son's mother. And I actually genuinely want her to be happy. My son says he likes you. You're a good guy. She's obviously happy with you. So I'm not mad at you or envious of you or any of that in any kind of way. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, if I had the opportunity to beat your ass, I probably would, right? I probably would. I'm not going to lie. So maybe there's about 5%, a little bit of negative energy there just because of the fact that you in this house with my son. But other than that, nah, dog, I want her to be happy. That's my son's mother. Of course, I want her to be happy. You see what I'm saying? But now, switch the situation to what we talking about and make that nigga one of my homies, 10-year type ass niggas. And you know what I'm saying? And imagine he says to me, "You just mad because I got your family." Not only would I fuck up, but I'd stomp his ass out too. And it wouldn't be because I'm actually jealous because he got her. It would be because you disrespected me in a way by getting with it in the first place. I got over the shit, let it slide, moved on with my life. And then here you come trying to pull that negative energy or the negative connotation of your relationship and throw it in my face. That's what's more likely to happen. But I'm telling you, in general, I think most guys, 6 months, they not even having them type of emotions. I would admit if they was, it was possessive and selfish. But I don't think it's fair to tell somebody to not care about seeing their friend be with their ex, somebody they was planning their life with, and they actually be happy and say, you have to be mature enough to not let it bother you. I think that's unfair.
Well, we never said that part. Though.
What?
To be fair, I never said that. That was Venus breaking it down to you, but that's fine. I think ultimately you're tying the scenario that the relationship ended badly. Because each time it's out, from when I hear you speak, I was planning everything around the relationship and then it's not together no more. It's probably because it ended badly. I'm speaking
not badly. My relationship with my baby mama didn't end badly. It didn't end badly at all.
Yo,
it was only bad because I wasn't able to be there with my son anymore. But it wasn't like we was like blow up fighting and this and that. Like by the time I left the house, I was already in another relationship. You know what I'm saying? We was pretty much just living together, being mom and dad. You see what I'm saying? So it didn't end badly. It's not that. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, I'll be honest. When I got over my baby mama, it was about 6 months after I left the crib. I was taking my son home, and when I got there, I heard some nigga in there beating the pussy up, right? So in that moment, I ain't had no more feelings for it, right? I did like, okay, another nigga done touched you. Yeah, I'm sure now that I don't love you in that way anymore, right? So that's what I'm saying. Even if there was my homie, I would get to that point where I'd be like, I don't care that y'all together. You see what I'm saying? But I'm just reiterating. I know you just said you're not saying that, and I think Venus was trying to clarify that I think it's unfair to ask people to not even experience, you know what I'm saying, the emotion, or even like she said, if you experience, you have to, you know, take control over yourself. It's like, well, how long do you get to dictate how long it should take for me to be able to accept the fact that my homeboy Aaron is with my ex Venus? I think, being honest, that shit gonna hurt for about 6 months. It just is.
Okay, so can I clarify?
Let me ask you a quick question real quick. Okay, along the lines of timeline. Question. So does it matter how long after y'all broke up? So cause I think there's a difference between y'all broke up last week and now all of a sudden your homeboy's with your ex a week from there. That's different versus, let's say 5 years from now, they met up somewhere and all of a sudden now they're together. Is there a difference? Or you always gonna be mad no matter what?
It is. I ain't gonna lie. It is.
Yeah, that's clearly a difference, because if it was 2 days after y'all broke up, that's gonna naturally have most human beings like, what the? It's only been 2. So obviously, time frame is gonna play a factor, because they say time heals all. That's
I'm gonna say I know some people who it don't matter, because I know I know some folks who I personally don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if it's a week or a fucking 5 years from now. I don't give a fuck. But I know some people who, like, for example, I got a homeboy who somebody met one of his homeboys. He's not my homeboy, but there's one of his other homeboys stayed with one of his exes from college. Now we've been out of college for over 15 years. He dated, so he dated one of his exes from college. This dude is married, got kids are teenagers. This dude is pissed that he was dating his ex.
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of weird.
I feel like y'all just being emotional, dog. Like Sean was more like spinning the block on his ex. That's one thing, right? But if he not even, if not, look, not just you, Sean, but in general, if you're not interested in her no more, you don't give a fuck about smashing her. You got access to some new pussy. You in love again with a new woman. You planning your life over with a new woman. Why do it matter that somebody that you rocked with is now her companion now? Like, she shouldn't even be in your fucking thought process unless you still in love with her and got some kind of attachment. If you do, you should be like let that hurt go. Get over that.
Daryl, you
No,
know
that
what I
is
think you
not
should
true.
do? I think
Or you
hold on.
cherish her, you think it's forever yours.
You know what I think?
Both of y'all
So
Or
what
you
about
could
so
there's an
Have a
episode
conversation
so
on
what
and be like,
about
hey, bro, look, this how I'm
so
feeling.
what
hold on,
about
there's an
if my new
episode
what
on
about my new
YouTube.
shorty?
Hold
What if my
on,
new
real
shorty
quick,
feels a
Sharon, real
certain
quick.
way
I'm not
that
gonna be
Ron,
long
wipe
with
your
it, I
lip, bro.
swear.
Pause.
I
Hold
swear
on,
I'm not gonna be
kids
long with
don't
it.
matter.
I'm not. They're alone.
Ron, wipe your
You
lip.
ever
Wipe
heard
your
of the
lip, wipe
show
your lip,
All
bro.
of Us with Dwayne Martin and Lisa Ray?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
it was
remember that show.
produced
Something
by,
like that.
guess who it was produced by, ironically? Will Smith and Jada Pinkett, right?
Right.
They actually did a 2-part episode where Will Smith came back into the picture and he was Dwayne Martin's long friend. They had been friends forever, this and that, right? And you know, him and Lisa Ray was divorced, but they were still living together and raising their son. And
Right.
Will Smith ended up going out with her and they ended up dating and talking about being together. And that's what I'm saying. They really was addressing it. And I think the episode is on YouTube if you want to check it out. And they really was addressing it like it shouldn't be that big of a deal. And I'm just sitting there like, okay, even if he take the time and say, man, look, these two grown motherfuckers, I don't got nothing to do with it anyway. It is what it is. Why do you want a motherfucker to get over it in a week? You know what I mean? But Venus says she wanted to
Yeah,
clarify.
1 week is different.
I just wanted to clarify because
I don't give a fuck at all.
I never said there was a time frame on how long you should care or that you should not care. What I said was you are entitled to your emotions. They are yours. You're human. And yeah, that would hurt probably. I understand that. I'm not talking about telling you how to feel, but you can still decide not to act. Like that's a decision. Like if you look at it logically, right? Why would you be mad? Again, I'm just going to go back to the scenario. This is somebody you don't want. It's not working out. You guys are not together. And you wouldn't care if it was anybody else in the world. But because it is somebody that you know, why do you care?
Excuse me,
Like,
Venus.
why?
Venus,
Hold on, let's
wait.
be
No,
honest.
It's a difference.
no.
It's a difference if you have children.
No. Hold on. Venus, men are logical. Women are emotional.
Nope. Are you
Nah,
listening
no,
to this?
no,
Are you
no. I'm a,
listening to this?
let me say this.
Listen,
Let me say
I'm like
this.
this. I'm like
This
this.
is
I'm like
very
this.
Let me say
emotional.
this.
I'm gonna be honest with
Listen,
you.
This is
If
very
I broke up
emotional.
with a chick, if I broke up with a chick, and you my boy, and you might give it. I might put you on. I don't give a fuck. Like if I'm done
No,
with her,
hold
I'm done with her.
on. First of
I
all,
so
might
what
put
I'm
you
happens if
on.
you have kids?
hold on. What about
What happens if you
Cool,
got
T,
kids?
good
Venus?
question.
So this is
Listen,
crazy
I
to
don't
me.
care.
So if I got my circle, right? You my
Y'all
new
bugging.
shorty. Right? You my new shorty, Venus. And then I bring you around the family, and then now you see my ex-girlfriend there that you know is my ex-girlfriend because you've seen pictures and everything. You not gonna feel the same way that my ex-girlfriend's around me again?
No.
Wow.
Listen, I've been in that situation in real life. As long as she's not doing nothing crazy, she could be here. I don't care.
Hey, but look, Venus, the answer to your question is my first issue. If I get past the fact that he wants to deal with a chick he knows I had real feelings for, is have a conversation with me. There's a such thing as a green light, real talk. And this just goes back to, and I'm not trying to sound graphic or ignorant to y'all in the chat. There's a such thing as getting a green light. Like, bro, hey, what's good with Shorty? Shit, nigga be like, do your thing. Or be like, man, bro, we kind of on again, off again. So have a conversation. That is what a solid person would do. Let me have a conversation at the very least. And check
Hey yo, Sean, would one of your homies ask you that if you had children by that woman?
No, hell no. No.
That's what I'm saying. That's a different story. That's a different story.
Red light.
But that can also be an ex though, right?
Yeah, it could. You're right. You're right.
I mean, because I remember one time I had somebody.
Whoa, hold on, podcast. I don't want to jump past what Real Pookie just said, right? Because I know that's the starter, right? So let me just ask y'all this, right? is you cool with your baby moms in this situation, or y'all not cool? Because I think it makes a difference.
No, that's absolute.
Hey man, drop your location, bro, because I'm tired of this shit, bro.
Bro, we gotta explore the questions we don't.
That's zero tolerance, Aaron. That's zero tolerance.
So no fly zone. That's a no fly zone forever.
Let me explore. All right, calm down. Let me just now. If Bob, listen, in that home, your best friend is the protector of that home that got your son in it. Would you want anybody else in the world to be one of the protectors of your son in that home?
That's not happening.
No, listen,
nigga.
Think about it. Try to control the emotional thought to just say, "Oh hell no," and really think about it.
Bro, my homie, best friend, whatever you want to fucking call him, is not finna be telling me, man, shit, I had to kick your son ass last night. Bro, this shit ain't Aaron, no, bro. No, I will beat the fuck. Bro, I'm going to jail. Real talk. I'm going to jail.
Is my son living with me?
Scenarios every time.
Over the old pussy.
He's right. He's first of all, hey, yo,
It's always the full extreme.
We're not even getting to that point. You're not even getting to my homie is not even getting to the crib.
Y'all emotional.
That's how men resolve.
That's not emotional. You my brother. How you gonna be?
We can't go to jail over the old pussy.
Nah, I can go. Nah. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Messing with your woman now.
Nigga,
How did we get here?
Daryl Long, you minimizing it. It's not about the vagina, bro.
It's
everything. But even if she lost the use of her vagina, I would still feel the same way, nigga. Because at the end of the day, again, in this situation, you got to remember, we're talking about our kids being in there. Come on, bro. I'm not even your homie, Daryl Long. There's no way that you would want me or Anton Daniels. It's a few niggas. Tommy B, World Class. Nigga, it's a few of us just off YouTube that you wouldn't want in the same house with your fucking kids. So now you gonna say it's gonna be okay if it's your homie? Like, nah, son. Just come on, keep it real. You can go back to bashing men later. I'm all with you. But for just right now, I just want you to be 100 and say, nah, I ain't gonna lie, I don't want my homie in the space with my
Stay
kids.
on code, nigga. You know what he's talking about. Stay on code, nigga. We gotta stick together on this one.
I don't know, bro. Like, what if your man's was a healthy, responsible person? Like, what if your man's Russell Wilson? Like, what if your man's is like Barack Obama?
You can't steal my old coochie. You can't envy. You can't steal my old coochie.
Once I let her go, she ain't got nothing to do with me, man.
Hey, then that nigga need to go be a big brother at the YMCA.
So because you fucked up a situation.
I can't hear everybody talking.
I might set the play up for that nigga.
My
man.
DNA. Listen, listen. My man ain't
Somebody
hitting.
other than Pookie respond to this.
Be quiet, Knight. This you's a hater.
No,
I'm gonna give your big ass a hug when I see you. I'm gonna give your big ass a hug when I see you.
You fucked up a situation. Now you fucked up a situation. Now everybody else got something.
Nah, with all. So let's ask as men. Let's ask as men.
Kids, he ain't got no. What's the longest relationship you ever been in, Aaron? Though?
It's over a decade.
For real?
Yeah.
That nigga married.
My bad.
Listen, I already know. Listen,
man, shit.
That nigga is married.
I know where all the thought process come in, but I'm still going to challenge the natural line of regular people thinking, and most of these responses are going to be the most normal responses that people. I just don't feel right at this. Even when you characterize the responses that in a reasonable way to where they should be able to say, well, in that scenario, you're probably right. They still refuse to do it. This is how deep this conversation
now,
is.
Aaron, just for the
Because
record,
people are governed by their emotions.
This is the
like
point
I
I was.
said.
I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
This is the point I was making when I was arguing with Cheeky. Right?
We will not be shamed.
Just because I may smash a regular stranger's girlfriend or wife, that ain't got nothing to do with one of y'all that I'm cool with. I'm not doing that. That to me is where I would draw the line. Some random dude. I don't know. I don't owe him shit. I don't know him. He don't owe me shit.
No, I get it.
I fuck with nah.
Because in your mind, you thinking if it was me, I'll probably be feeling some type of way. So I wouldn't want nobody to do it to you, right? That's the thought process, right?
And it's not strictly just about the girl. We can apply that to anything. Anything that I would do to somebody else, I'm not gonna do that to my homie if it's some foul shit. Period.
No,
Hey, listen, Aaron. Yo, Aaron. I don't even want my ex. Don't be coming hang around my mama no more. My mom, no. Don't come and ask my mom to cook you no goddamn curry goat, nothing.
No, they have a
You are out of my
relationship,
fucking life.
Sharon.
Do not come around
They
my
have a
mother. Do
relationship,
not come around
Sharon.
my
You're not gonna
goddamn
break that up.
nephews. Nothing. When we break up, we all broken up. Ain't no coming around nobody. This is my
that
shit.
month I can't go.
Yo, can I build off of what he just said? Can I build in? I will ask the men on the panel. I will ask the men, how many times have y'all got back with an ex?
Never.
Multitude.
Then it. You said.
You mean like a relationship or just fucking? You got to make
yes.
it clear. Relationship or just fucking?
No, not fucking. Okay, relationship. Because I think that's when it would matter,
You
right?
got to make
When you're
that
in a
clear. You got to
relationship.
clarify.
Right.
Yeah.
So you
Relationship.
Hold on. Wait. Stop. These are some real clarifying questions. What in order for this to be legitimate, you had to get back with exes. You had to move on to somebody else and come back. It ain't we stopped messing with each other for 3-4 months and then we got back together again.
Yes,
exactly.
That's not the same.
Okay, how many of y'all have went back to an ex?
Me,
Never.
Just banging or try to get back in a relationship?
Relationship.
None. Never. None.
Okay, so so to be the devil's advocate, the other side of the coin, why would you care if your man is in a relationship with?
Okay, let me break this down for you.
I don't
Pookie,
care.
if I get with your ex, I'm kissing up on places you done been in. So if that's my thought process, I'm looking at you some type of way if you do that, and I'm keeping my distance away from you.
Oh, God.
The principal route isn't hitting, so I've got to hit it with that way. I am looking at you in a very particular way, and I'm not going to get close to you. Like, goddamn.
Nah, you're going to be my man.
Very into that woman's body.
Places where?
They coming to the cookout. I done bust them. I done bust that asshole open.
No,
doggy.
wait a minute, Pookie. You kissing her in places that where?
That Pookie done been in.
You heard him.
I ain't putting myself in that position. And if you put yourself in that position, I am looking at you in a wild manner.
See,
no.
Principal ain't hitting,
right.
so I'm gonna hit it with that.
So many women
he's
that
right.
nobody care about that.
He's right. So I will have my Paulo. I will have my personal opinion about you. Like, yo, you bugging. That doesn't mean you wouldn't be my homie. It's like, you know what I done did to her? You crazy, dog.
I am not. No. This is the thing. I am not destroying.
You be like, I cleaned her house.
I am not destroying. I am not destroying the vision that I have in your mind of who I am as a homie to you, and I'm not going to do the same thing for you. I accept a linear thought pattern when it comes to principle from the people that I hang with. So if that's how I think about it, right, then I don't want to expose you to that same level of goofiness. That's just how I operate. If I don't want that to be done to me, I'm not going to want it to be done to you. That's the principle route.
If
you two can handle it.
Hold on. This how I know I'm a little bit different, because I'll be in a relationship. I've done it. I'll be in a relationship with somebody that I know one of the guys had sex with. That's different. That's just sex. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It ain't the sex.
That's the same thing, though.
Hell, yes it is. Yes it is. I ain't never run up in nothing after one of my niggas.
Well,
that is disgusting. That is nasty.
Me and my homies used to party chicks. So that's what I'm saying. That's nothing. But
I think y'all being too sensitive about it though, Beans.
Nigga,
yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, you was with this motherfucker for a year, 2 years, 3 years, and now I'm finna do the same thing like that. No, I cannot do.
But you're gonna get over that after a while, Beans.
Are y'all
Stop.
No, you're not wrong there.
Are y'all going back to her?
You will get
wait.
Right,
the variables seem to be just because of your man's, because she gonna go do that with somebody that you don't know. And I guess if I know him, it hurts. If I don't, it's okay. Like
that's why you shouldn't care.
So it's an interesting dynamic. Hey, that's my homie. No.
Nah. See, that's fact. That's
no,
it's not fact. No,
He's
that's
right.
not what happened.
He's right.
So what happened?
He's right.
That's not.
All right, let's keep it, Aaron. Let's keep it real.
Hold on, I'm talking. Hold on.
No, my bad.
This is why that's not happening. When she's doing it with somebody else, I have no idea. I don't see them.
That's what I just said.
But if it's my friend, you brought her to my barbecue.
No. What I'm saying is, because you know it's happening, because you don't know, it's okay.
Yeah.
We can be ignorant to the fact that strangers have done it, but not the homie. Not the homie.
Aaron, let's run through a scenario. The distinguished.
They're not keeping it real. Aaron.
They keeping it real.
Distinguished gentleman called the real Pookie, right? Aaron, you and Pookie best friends, right? Y'all got a Pookie had a chick, right? Pookie a nasty ass nigga, right? He used to piss on her and everything. She used to toss his salad because he the real Pookie. He used to piss on her. He got footage. She used to toss his salad. He got footage of him grabbing her
Nutted
head
in her face. I nutted in her
grabbing
face.
head and mushing her face into his ass when she giving him a rim job, right?
Why so
He got all
graphic?
types of videos and footage and everything. And that's
Because Pookie's nasty.
You gonna come behind
Yeah, y'all
me
wild.
and you gonna wife her
And see,
and think he ain't gonna call you a goofball?
no, see, this is the problem, right? Because
Thank you, Sean.
He ain't
Thank
gonna
you.
delete the footage. He said, I'm keeping this footage.
But see, this is the
I'm gonna play
problem.
that shit at your wedding.
Sean, this is the problem, right?
I'm gonna show niggas.
No, when he break up with her.
You
when
better
he
keep
breaks
your
up
mouth
with her, I'ma
closed,
show him.
nigga.
Listen, most guys can't handle that. That's why they don't deal with the P stars. We get that. Like that's why they don't deal with them, because realistically, they probably better off dealing with those type of women if they could deal with seeing her on cam and all this other stuff. I'm not, but if I know that stuff happened, most guys ain't gonna mess with her. But let's presume that ain't a normal situation, because you wouldn't have been messing with that chick, all these footages and cameras of it. But I don't know, because like I said, I don't know with video evidence and
That's
all these
regular.
things.
You gotta get your ass licked. That's
I
what
don't know, man.
that's how you
Okay,
gotta
all right,
violate. You gotta violate. Make her lick your ass.
See,
None of your niggas gonna want to touch her. She licked my
this the
dookie
problem.
shoot, nigga. Leave her alone. Leave her alone, doggy.
Stop. Y'all just said, I've been on these panels. I've heard people say men will sleep with anything. So I don't be want to listen to half these statements, because this be getting around the line.
But Aaron, this is where they being disingenuous. And Sean, I want to direct this directly to you, my nigga.
Okay. Hold on, Daryl. Before you jump that question, I gotta run through these super chat, bro. I have to get to
No. Do you?
Then so who's that? Grizz? Yeah, that's Grizz. So Grizz says, I don't care if I was a million up on my homeboy and she was an Aphrodite in the flesh. That's still principles in these things. I'm not crossing nobody. I don't know, $1 million. No, I'm joking. Nah, I do it for $1 million. All right, look. Hey, Will Smith, he takes it in the duty shoot. Why y'all coming at Will like this? Leave Will alone. Leave Will alone. If they blackball Ja Morant, you think LA picking him up because he just ain't work out for the Grizzlies? That boy learning Chinese. The network come first. That's a fact. He be playing in another country, as he should. Better not lose that money. Don't matter if you got did wrong either. Look at what happened to Kaepernick. He won the lawsuit and never played another down. You out of here, Shirley. Now, that's not the same circumstances, because Colin Kaepernick is not really a good player. Like, we ain't gonna do that. He's not that good. My friends don't owe you fairness. Your friends do. Wait, my friends don't owe you fairness. Your friends do. Okay, my friends owe me fairness, but your friends don't owe her fairness. Okay, I mean that's true. That's 100% true. I agree to that. It's like Sharon saying my homies, but like those, I get that. I like buttery biscuits. I like to pour honey. See, talking the way y'all talk on this panel got these guys saying this stuff. This is ridiculous. He's saying this stuff. I think y'all bringing up too many different scenarios. I'm confusion. They are, right? Because they don't want to admit a lot of different reasons why they feeling the way they are. There's a grieving process after a breakup, and now you're going to bring that situation back in my face, and automatically I'm supposed to be mature and not hurt.
Right.
Yeah, move on, wimp. There's only one way it would bother me is if someone mess with my kid's father. I don't want any cousins or sisters. That's weird. Yeah, I know.
Okay, see what I'm saying, Aaron? Everybody get the cherry pick where they can apply, where it's okay to not be possessive.
Hold on, podcast.
Okay, it's like, come on.
No,
let me run this by
Aaron,
Sean real quick. When you done your super chat.
Hold on, I got a few more to run.
Hold on, let me screenshot them titties real quick.
Jesus Christ, y'all need help, man. Y'all need help. Never let someone's actions dictate your reactions. Now Queen Lady, shout out to you. That is much easier said than done. I'm gonna just say that now. That is much easier said than done. Daryl wouldn't want Tommy sort of.
That is a fact.
There.
That is a fucking fact. Shout out to Robert.
Okay, yes. See, now y'all get friends, enemies, all that kind of stuff, right? Riz says, so if she could have my friend, could I have her mom? If we vibed and her mom was more mentally mature and treated me better, what's the difference? Honestly, let me explore that for just one moment. The big difference here is that if her mom wanted to be with you, ain't nothing she could do. And that's not a friendship dynamic per se, but that's a twist. But honestly, it sounds crazy, but I would listen. I wouldn't feel no type of way. If your mom or dad pulling somebody, it is what it is. Y'all gonna have to live with it. Y'all think y'all own y'all parents, y'all don't.
Yeah, that nigga, you're gonna come home. That nigga will say, take out the trash.
Yeah, see, y'all be making up these wild, crazy scenarios. Real Pookie's ex-girlfriend, NCA, never constipated again. Okay, y'all be wilding, man. See,
hit that Duke shoot.
Y'all control y'all words, man. Y'all got these people saying all kind of crazy stuff. All y'all kissed a woman that ate someone's groceries. No, I have not. I have not. Let's be very clear. I have not done it.
Aaron, I was gonna say earlier too that a nigga would probably rather his homie get with his mama than he get with his ex. Nigga, I'm just.
But look, podcast. Let me run this by Sean real quick. Hold on, cool nerd. So look, on some real shit. Cause y'all acting like the women that we run into, right? We a fucking smash a bitch, come on her face. Next month she with a whole new nigga. Nigga in love, kissing her in the mouth, tongue kissing her, happy, right? At the end of the day, bro, a lot of the women that we interested in, a lot of the women that I see niggas interested in, somebody else done ready to bust her down to the fullest potential, and you niggas still desire them. That's the fact. So like the whole sexual problem, I got a feeling now, bro. You niggas is in your feelings because. Like, I guarantee you, the bitch that you probably in love with now, some nigga them ran her through, got pictures with him slapping his dick on her face and everything. Right? Unless you took her virginity, and I guarantee you most of you niggas didn't.
I did.
Some other nigga that made her a cum rag.
Y'all disgusting. See, y'all just want to.
I did.
If we want to go that route,
I did.
Nasty, disgusting words.
I listened to Anton Daniels and got in early. I got the commitment early.
This is a practical route of conversation, even though Daryl's a bit nasty about it. This is why I'm a big proponent of dating. If I cannot override that little black book that woman has written in her head of what the ideal man is for her, I ain't dealing with her long term. That's why I date, to figure that out. The whole point of being with the woman is a decision. I've got to override it. And if I can't, I'm not dealing with it. Pure and simple.
But I think the problem with Daryl's point of view is that it's not a matter if my homie had sex with her. It's the fact that it's his new girlfriend that he's bringing back into our circle. I broke up with that bitch. We all broke up with that bitch. Okay. Why do you even talking to her?
Why she a bitch if you broke up on good
Sharon,
terms?
I get
what
it.
happens if they fit each other? What happens if?
I get it. I understand this circle thing, right? But here's the one thing y'all don't realize. So some of y'all are older than me, but as y'all start projecting a little bit more to the 50s and 60s, y'all don't see y'all homies that much no more. Y'all rarely actually see them. Yeah, but see, a lot of times we don't project very well. Financially, we do. We like, man, we got to make sure the family good. We got to project 10, 15, 20 years, 30 years out. We smarter with our money typically. But when it comes to seeing ourselves physically in situations, you don't hang with your best friend at 60 years old no more the way y'all used to. The relationship dynamics change. And that's part of the reason why when it comes to bros over hoes, actually the crazy part is you start to veer off from being close to your homies no more. And that woman becomes the most consistent thing in your life. It's just we only view things between our, early age to about 45, 50. And then after that, we don't really know how to think. But if you really start looking at it, all this type, that's my best friend thing in the world. It sounds good. Project a little farther into 60s, 70s, and all that stuff. And it changes drastically.
Wait, Aaron, were you going to discuss that Lou clip? Because I thought that was interesting.
We can discuss anything y'all want. I mean, I just want to, I want to just challenge the conventional way of we think, because a lot of us don't realize most of this stuff is programmed for us to emotionally respond this way.
So, but the problem with the whole
that whole talking point for me, bro. That's crazy.
To not be able to.
I agree with that too. Talking point for
boy, I was doing that, boy, all the way back, boy. Stop, boy.
The problem with the 50 and 60-year-old thing is that usually when you get into that age, you with that same woman. So my wife hang out with my homie's wife. When we do the barbecue, the girls is over there. The men are over here, and that's how the barbecues happen. So now, if this was the case 5 years later, if we only hang out every 5 years when we do the barbecue, now I'm hanging out with my new shorty and my ex shorty. That is not cool.
The reason why, right? Because y'all like to use a lot of movie references and stuff, right? And I don't watch a lot of TV, but one of the series that I did watch was The Chi, right? And if y'all know, in The Chi, it's this fine girl named Keisha. You know, fine girl. There's a lot of fine girls in that show, but Keisha, I like Keisha, right? Okay. And then they got a couple of different characters, right? But they messing with the like she becomes best friends with Tiff, right? And Tiff was married to Emmett. They got a divorce, and then Keisha got with Emmett. So and then they was mad. They went at each other, and then they just finally forgave each other. Like, you know what? You right. And it's just, and it came to my mind that way because the way Lou was saying was like, this is why women beat us at everything, because women don't do what men do. We'll throw our friendship away forever, while women are more willing to be like, it's okay. And in that part of the series in The Chi, that's exactly what happened with the way Lou described it.
But that doesn't happen in real life, because I know somebody
Y'all niggas
that
entitled,
they was
man.
best
That's crazy.
friends. She wound up taking that best friend's baby daddy, and they ain't friends anymore.
Yo, so Aaron, so like, hold on, AL, if I can, bro. So like, first of all, shout out to the show, great show. Shout out to the panel. Hit the likes if y'all haven't, for sure. But I would like to say that there are 3 kinds of lives everyone has, right? Every human being has 3 lives, right? They have their public life, they have their private life, and they have their secret life, right? So when you think about it, right, people who you meet like in these panels, right, most of the time, that's their public life. That's the way how they want to, put themselves out, right? If you are friends with somebody, you have the ability to see their private life and sometimes their secret life, right? So if you are aware of those kind of that kind of thinking and way of thought that those people have, right? And then you decide to like have a friend, and then like you end up sleeping with that guy's woman, you now like kind of like violated, because typically speaking, if it wasn't the case, if y'all wasn't friends, y'all would only know each other's public life. But now y'all know each other in a more detailed way, in a more specific way, private or even a secret life. And it's kind of committing like some sort of blasphemy by having your friend be aware of your private life or your secret life, and then he turns around and goes sleep with your ex-woman, right? That's my take on it.
Then y'all see the 5 heartbeats. What he said? He said, "You can't marry my brother. I know you."
Hey yo, let me ask this, because this is another perspective. What about dying happy? So if your man is fucking one of your ex, either you have kids or not, what happens if they're more aligned to be together and they enjoy each other's company?
Then you let them be together.
We discussed that part at the beginning.
No, what I'm saying is, who are any of us to deny that joy they bring one another?
Nobody. I'm your homie. That's who I am. I'm your fucking homie. That's who I am.
A selfish, entitled.
No, y'all talking about ego. Y'all talking about ego.
Say it again, bro.
You got that right. I'm entitled to
all the way through
y'all
the show
mansplaining.
say that shit again.
Y'all mansplaining.
Like the point of the listen,
it's
not about denying, it's not about impeding, it's not about any of that, bro. It's about the fact that you just feel a certain way, bro. You feel a certain way, or you think a certain way about it. It is what it is. It's not like you going to
but that's emotional
or none of that other type of shit. You know what I'm saying? It's what
they got mind control of you.
That's emotional. I'm with you.
What?
I know. I'm saying that because I'm on the same page as you.
But the men are logical. The men operate out of
fuck all that.
Hold on, this shit gotta stop. Hold on.
Gotta stop.
It's 2023. It's 2023.
I'm emotional ass nigga.
Hold on, bro.
It's gotta stop.
Yeah, for real.
Because
y'all trip me out with this shit, right? Anytime a nigga wants to try to embarrass a nigga on these platforms, I know that's your big homie, but Anton's one of the main ones who like to call niggas emotional.
Podcast. I wasn't saying that to you.
No. I know. I heard you. I heard you,
It's
Pookie.
not personal.
Hold on. It's not. Hey, Pookie, I just want you to know I heard you, bro. I heard you. But I'm saying, like, we always want to say emotional as like that's some type of diss. Yo, who commit the most murders in the fucking world?
Men.
Yeah, and it's usually over what?
Emotions.
So all this thing where we try to pretend like men ain't emotional, like get the fuck out of here with that.
Well,
bullshit.
that's my point in saying it. I want men to stop running around here saying women are emotional and men are logical. It's a lie.
No, we're not running that narrative. Hold on. We're not running that narrative. When you talk about the men that commit the most things, that's a small population. Okay, the majority of Americans, the majority of people are not doing those things, and they experience the same things and emotions, and they don't do those things. So,
okay, but they just do something else, Aaron. That's all it is. They just do something else.
Hold on.
You know how many alcoholics it is in the world? You know why they be drinking like that? Because they be emotional about the fact that their life ain't shit.
Thank you. I take that as a compliment.
You know how many niggas, like, come on, bro. Like, niggas be making niggas is emotional, bro. Straight up and down. Like, it just is what it is. Most of the things, even if it's good, it don't have to be bad, bro. Any man that get up and go face the world every day, 50, 60, 70 hours a week to provide for a wife and kids is doing that shit out of emotion. I don't want to hear this shit about duty.
But that's not emotional, though.
Listen,
having emotions and emotional is two different things.
Thank you, Sharon. The thing is, the things that separate most men is understanding they have their emotions and knowing how to craft around their emotions. Like, I know I'm being emotional right now, so let me make an adjustment, because I know I can't make no decisions on these emotions right now. I gotta harness these emotions and
I beg to differ.
And make the correct and appropriate decision instead of making an emotional decision. Women know men are emotional, but they don't want an emotional man. They want a controlled man, a man that understands he got emotions, but don't be moving on his emotions. There's two different things. We don't need you to be all emotional, because you can cause all kind of damage. However, yes, you have emotions, accept them, take it in, and then make an intelligent decision. That's all that is. We understand men are emotional, okay? We understand they have emotions, but the difference is a woman can't sit there and follow the most emotional man. They cannot do it. And so the most emotional men, unfortunately, if they go to jail, that's going to be stuck with them on a stigma for them for a while. You're not going to be able to get out of being emotional if you're going to jail for an emotional decision. It's hard.
But can we be honest again? I still don't think this is about emotion.
I don't necessarily think it is either.
I don't at all either, right? So I remember when I was pledging, right? There were 7 of us, and I remember them telling us to look to the left and to the right. And it was after they, people, you hear about what happens when you pledge, you're getting your ass beat. And it was like 3 a.m. And, they told us, like, these are the people that are going to probably carry your casket when you leave here. And so it's funny, as I left the hood and I ended up in college, a lot of the friends I grew up with and did, the not so positive things with, they got replaced by a different type of friend, friends that were going in the direction I was going in. So over the years, since college, these are the people who we, baby showers, we in each other's weddings, when people lost parents, the lowest of lows, the highest of highs, we've been there for one another. Just speaking for me and my friends, there's no way I would betray that in any way, not for a woman, not for an opportunity, not for $100,000. It's just the principle of it. When we put women in there, I think people's emotions get taken to a different place.
I'm with you.
But when we just talk about
100%
loyalty, and we talk about a shared experience, we're walking through life together.
John, I'm with you 100%. I'm with you 100%. I get it. The thing that I'm challenging is, why do we look at it as betrayal? And I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm just challenging the thought process. Why do we look at that as a form of betrayal is the question. Where did we create that thought, that narrative? Why do we do that? And I'm not saying that it's not, but why do we do that? I mean, like,
because that is
emotional,
Aaron. No, that's reneging.
That's emotional.
If I cut a suit and we spades partners, you can't go ahead and then cut me.
No, look, his question is this.
That's called reneging.
This is what I'm saying. We keep talking about men are emotional.
I'll tell you why.
His question is, why do we see it as betrayal? These questions you ask is not hard. I keep answering you. Bro, the reason why we see it as betrayal is because when it happens, your very first thought is going to be they were always planning this shit. They were always thinking about this shit. These feelings, these emotions, this whatever they have for each other, that shit was always there. What would they possibly have been doing behind my back? That's the reason why you're going to see it as betrayal. But like Daryl Long said, and I agree with him because I've had my own situations where this has happened. Bro, you get over shit. And that's what I'm saying. You can get over it, but that don't necessarily mean just because I mature enough to get over it that I still got to be your fucking homie.
Now,
Yeah, I don't mean that shit got to be in your presence. I feel you.
Yeah, I still maintain it's self-preservation overall, nigga. My mental health is more important than me somehow overcoming the fact that you all found love. Now that we found love,
I
nigga,
get it.
don't give a fuck,
Okay,
nigga.
all right, we get it. But let me ask you this.
Nobody
Let me
cares.
ask you this before I let Venus go to her question about Luke. Let me ask you this: do you feel like your homie one-upped you in any way? Like in the back of your mind, do you feel like, yo, he took something from me? Like he stole something? Like he in some way, competitive way, how you want to look at it, he one-upped you in any type of way. I just think about it.
I mean, based on the way that you're positioning the question, I would have to say yes. I would also have to add the context that it don't have to be that thing. It's gonna be other things in play, the time frame, all of this other stuff, right? The length of the relationship. If we got kids together, not only did he one up me, he betrayed me, and that nigga getting pistol whipped. Ain't no way around this, right? But I'm just saying, it's context to it. Yes, that's what I was trying to say to what you said and what Venus said. Yes, what you saying can be applicable. I just don't think that it would be applicable, right, to the majority of men, given that the situation was long term and these men had real ass feelings, real ass goals and plans, or even like Real Pookie said, kids involved. Now, if it's short term, then yeah, nigga gonna definitely be thinking like a motherfucker one up to me. Of course, no way around that shit.
No, the word is applicable. The other word is silent.
And I think another problem is how like the men responded. Like Sharon was saying how, you know, I might tell that nigga like I had your bitch bent over backwards. Like at some point, men gotta operate with some kind of maturity, bro.
But why do that?
No, you can't,
because them bandits don't know how to fucking act.
Let me break this down.
Who's a bandit though, Daryl?
My bad,
I
Sharon.
agree with
Cynthia
you.
G talking.
No, wait,
Guys,
it's like I agree with you, but I just don't understand why do y'all want this to only apply to a limited amount of scenarios? If you're gonna, why don't we force everybody then in every situation to be the most mature, most disciplined?
Nobody ain't saying that. Podcast. If you said I can't be that way, fine. But if Paolo could do it, I accept that too. Fine. It's okay. We all know we all don't think alike. We all don't believe everything should be the same. We understand that. I get it. But it's reasonable to challenge the way we've been conventionally thinking because we rarely like to do it. We always just say it's always been that way. Me personally, I don't like it. It's always been that way thing. I just don't.
Again, you stole that whole talking point from me. That's what I was doing on my show before you even had a show on YouTube. All I'm saying is what Daryl Long specifically says that we have to be mature. That's what I'm saying. Why are we picking this situation?
Oh, no, you don't have to be mature. You just have to acknowledge you don't want to be mature.
Okay, yeah.
You see, like I'm with you. I understand. Like I
agree with you. I don't want to be mature.
Yeah.
That's emotional.
Look at Venus. Look at Venus. Look at Venus, right?
Spades,
look at her.
And
Just look at her face. Look at her.
And I slapped down the last card. I'm like, yeah, that's my book. That's exactly how I had Shantae over there. Okay, I slammed on the table the same way.
Men care.
I don't know how to play spades.
Hold on, Venus. You had the same thing. I know you've been speaking specifically tonight when you've been talking. Just being honest, you've been kind of leaning towards the men on this. Would you apply the same rhetoric that you're saying? Would you apply it to women too?
You don't want me to address that, Aaron. Better keep going.
They can't be possessive, then they can't be selfish, and all that other stuff. Do you apply it to women in that same?
Yeah,
situation?
I said in the beginning when he asked, "Do I think there would be a difference?" I said no. Women are gonna behave the same way. Yeah.
And you don't think they should?
I'm not saying it's wrong or right. My whole point was just that it is rooted in selfishness. That's my opinion.
Okay, that's fair. We want to move on to
God damn.
okay. Team Fatty says
my
Will
opinion.
is possessive of a 304 he didn't even met yet. Okay, your grammar is
I was going to
all
address that in the chat, but I
Yo,
might as well do
man.
it here. While I was talking to Shorty, Fatty was talking about fucking Sydney Starr, who's a transgender man. Come on, B. Like, what
Nah,
we talking about? My bad, but dude from Europe, but I get it, man.
Hey,
Come
let
on,
me
man.
screenshot that.
y'all need help. MC, I would just say I only have one friend outside of my family. I can't see myself taking a dude seriously that she was in a serious relationship with. I heard all his flaws.
Today's.
That's fair. Listen, that's if you don't want to deal with him. But what if you like everything that you heard about him and saw and whatnot? That's a different scenario.
Yo, Aaron, when you finish, Aaron, when you finish the super chats, can we go back to that super chat right there?
Yes, I'll let you go back to it. Women will tell acquaintances you DM them. Yeah, women will do all kinds. Well, no, women that sometimes they don't say nothing.
Talking about the
They
bro
say
code.
They
The
say
hoe
that's
code is
liars.
real.
Why are we pretending men aren't territorial?
Right, exactly. Agreed. Today's.
Well, I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if we're pretending not to territorial. I think the question is, why are they territorial?
Yeah, but it's
Yep,
also
because
being,
I'm because
but it's
I
being
pee on every
suggested
woman
like
I'm
it's
with.
something wrong, like we shouldn't be. That's what I'm saying. Like
You
we
heard?
haven't
Every woman
decided.
I'm with, I peed on her. My sin is all over. God damn it.
You are just discussing. Are you talking about this one, Real Pookie?
Yeah, that's it right there. So
okay, go ahead.
With this one right here, I would like to Bean said, the time frame that people were together, the duration that they weren't together. People grow, people get into different stages of life. How do I know at 22 that my homie and my current girlfriend at 22 aren't going to be more
compatible.
How do you say? Compatible at 37 than me and her were at 22.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would want to stop that. And I would say, even if I have kids, because I think if you were my homie, you will respect me. I don't care about that coochie, dog. But you know those are my kids and you my brother. You better show her some respect, and you damn sure better show my kids some respect. And I love you. So, hey, you get that shit right. I don't think I would care at that point. I don't and then I'm not saying I wouldn't. So I don't know. Shit just gotta happen. So I've never been through no shit like that. So I don't really know how I would react. So I always leave that open.
I think most of us probably never going to experience this, although it's a possibility. But most of us, the type of people that we would run around, like Paolo said, it's just something wrong with it. We just haven't. Even the reasons that we use could be debunked, but we just don't know why we are the way we are. We just don't.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
I can explain the reason why for me, and
matter
this
of fact,
might make some sense.
Hold on, Paulo. Let me ask y'all this question, and you could answer it first, Paulo. And I definitely want to hear what Venus got to say. So it was a situation where I had messed with this chick, right? She was a friend. I had just messed with her, and then I hooked her up with one of the homies. He had just came home, so he started messing with her. And then one night, it was a few weeks afterwards, and I was like, man, I'm thinking I'm gonna slide over Shorty crib tonight. And he was like, man, I'm asking you. You know what I'm saying? Don't mess with her like that no more, because I'm trying to do it. Okay. So at the moment, I was like, all right, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is, bro. You know what I'm saying? But hindsight being 2020, I ain't appreciate that. Right? I ain't appreciate that because it interfered with the dynamic of the relationship that I had with her, which is what our relationship wasn't about sex. But now, nigga, you there. And you live there and everything. So I can't come over. I can't kick it. I can't have the relationship that I had with her first. Right. So am I wrong? Am I being possessive? Is that selfishness in that essence?
Nope.
Yeah, that's not your wifey.
And my thing is that I revere men who stand on principle based on this one fact alone. I respect your decision. That's what loyalty is to me. For you to be with a woman, that to me It is telling me that you made a conscious decision to be with this woman. A big part of my loyalty and respect to you as another man is that I respect your decision to be with a woman. And I also respect the decision to be no longer with this woman. To be no longer with a woman is that you are destroying a vision or a life that you've already created in your head. I will not put you in a position where I am reviving that future for you.
But
that is what loyalty and respect to me is that it's a decision that you made, and if you was my homie, I respect that to the degree that if you end it, that woman is, I am blind to that woman for the rest of my damn life. I am not putting you in no position to revive that future for yourself.
Paulo,
whether you do it or not, I'm just not going to put you in that position. That's what loyalty and respect to me.
It's not that I necessarily disagree with you, right? But I'm saying there's also self-preservation. Like a lot of people we heard somebody say tonight that if you are my friend, I do possess you or some shit. You belong to me or something like that, right? What I'm saying
goddamn
is,
right I said that.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this: at what point do I get to put myself before the next motherfucker and say, man, look, I understand that you, for whatever reason, want to be in a relationship with this person now, but nigga, I had a friendship with this person. And I'm not trying to forego my friendship with this person because you want to be intimate with her now. And we both know you're not going to want me to maintain my friendship with her because you're going to be thinking something is happening regardless, which is not to say that it wouldn't, but if you in a relationship with her, then I just wouldn't do it. But I'm just saying, like, what the fuck about me, bro? I spent way too much of my life with nobody considering me. Like, at what point do you as a man get to consider your fucking self first before your loyalty and all this other shit to everybody else?
Beans, in that situation, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you or your homie think. It's how she feels about either one of you. What if she feels the same way your homie felt? You wouldn't respect that decision?
That's a good point. No, that's a great point. That's a great point, actually. Yeah, I would actually. Yeah, I would. But I mean, in general, the question still stands though. At what point does a man, this almost sounds like I'm siding with the dude getting with his homeboy's ex, but I'm just saying, at what point is it okay for a man to think about himself first? Fuck my loyalty to whoever else and all this other shit. It's like, yo, I want to fucking be happy, nigga. I want to be able to wake up and smile, and I want to go to bed smiling. I'm tired of pain. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of loneliness. I'm tired of whatever. I'm gonna consider me, and if these decisions that I make impact anybody in some sort of negative way, oh fucking well.
But wouldn't the best thing to do just just remove yourself? Just remove yourself. Stop being friends with him.
Let me break this down for you, Beans. Let me break this down for you. I'm gonna apply this to myself. Me considering me and being selfish is aligning with people that align with the same principle. That's all it is for me. If I'm loyal to you, I'm expecting you to be loyal to me. If you're not, I'm not going to expect you to do things that you have no capacity to do.
I think that's.
I'm just going to remove myself.
I think that's reasonable, but I think you should be who you are in lieu of anybody, friends, etc. I think that your standard is your standard, your principles, no matter who's a friend of yours and who's not, because it's really hard to think someone's going to have that equal level of accountability, responsibility, loyalty, and everything. Most guys is more loyal to their friends than their friends are to them. And they accept the fact that you have a higher capacity to do that because of who you are than they do, and you don't necessarily discredit them for it, right? That's how I look at myself. Like, I know it's like they can't do that, but I can. So I get what you're saying, but I kind of want to shift a little bit so Venus can ask her question because y'all pretty much said y'all hating, y'all want to let the homie get none. So let's just go ahead, Venus. What was the question?
I thought you were gonna react to the Lou conversation because I thought it was crazy, but I wanted to know.
My thought. Well, it is crazy, but it stemmed from that, so I wanted to attack it from a different view, and I wanted to remove that scenario, take it here, and see just what the pushback would be, and it's still kind of interesting. So, but do you want to talk about specifically what he said, or do you want me to replay it?
If you don't mind, can you play it again?
Yeah, I can replay it. Let me just find.
You just want to look at Lou.
Yeah, but that was absolutely insane. Is what I'm thinking.
Let me see.
About if he get drunk.
Let me find it. Hold on. Give me one.
Yeah, that whole conversation about. I'm gonna say what I thought. Like his perspective was basically like, even if my friend and my wife betrayed me, I'm going to throw away my wife and keep my friend because it's her fault somehow. Like, it was something like that.
And you still choosing him over me. That's what you do. That's why I left you in the first place.
I just feel like, bro, if you like, and podcasts already kind of addressed this, but I mean, if you give yourself time to heal, you will get over that shit, and then it don't matter what the fuck she doing. It is what it is.
That's true. Not wrong.
The conversation needs to happen first, though.
I agree. Yeah, definitely gotta have some closure there. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, the conversation gonna be the pistol upside this motherfucking forehead. I ain't trying to hear all that other shit.
Yeah, facts, nigga. I done nutted in her 1,200
All right.
times raw, nigga. What you doing running up in that, dog? What's wrong with you, my nigga?
Hey, calm
You
down.
stupid.
Damn.
You stupid.
Calm down. I want to make sure everybody can hear the parts of business that get proper reactions. Please mute yourselves, ghetto hoodlums. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I love Fatty. I love him.
Boss.
There has been a track record of things that he has done for me, more than my family, that has caused me to feel this way in real life. So now, if my wife allows Fatty to enter her, or girlfriend, or whoever, he has more track record than she does. He has been in my life more than the wife. Wives and girlfriends usually come later. Friends come first. I will give him more leeway than I will give her. That was my initial argument before. And it seems like we are giving women that we marry or that we are in relationships with for a short or long period of time, even if it's less than our friends, more leeway than our friends. And I cannot understand that for the life of me, because on the same side, people are saying men put too much emphasis on vagina. Well, of course, you're putting more emphasis on the vagina you're with than your friend, even if, yes, your friend did violate you, but she had to allow him to do that.
But Lou,
he wouldn't have done it.
Are you under the assumption, Lou, that we are staying with the wife?
That is crazy.
Yeah, we'll start from there. What do you think?
I think
they need to keep the police off the podcast.
What?
They had that police.
I think first of all, like, I get it that he thinks that because you got a homie that you knew that person longer because you knew that person in 2008 and then you met your wife in 2010. But if you with your wife more, it's like how you were saying earlier. As we get older, we're gonna be around our friends less. We're gonna be around our wives more. So I technically know my wife better than I know my homeboy. That's number one. Number two, I trust my wife with certain things, and I trust my homeboy with certain things. I trust my wife with my life every night that I go to sleep. I go to sleep with that woman every fucking night. My homie ain't coming up in my bed sleeping next to me every night. So it's a lot of caveats that he just negating that this woman cooks my food every fucking night. My homie's not cooking for me every night.
Right.
Right.
It's a lot of things
Sharon is right.
It's a lot of things that woman got access over me than my homie does. If me and my wife break up, she could take half my whatever. She could take my children. My homie can't take none of that. He can't take my money. He can't take my children. So that woman essentially is way more important than my homeboy.
Yeah, 100%, 100%, Sharon. If I could add to that, it's like I mean, like, all power to the ability Fatty has on Lou, which is whatever it is. But like, I'm trying to figure out like how in that situation where your wife in theory would be a whore and your friend would in theory be a bad friend, why would you deal with either of them? You know, it don't make sense. Why would you put any precedent over the
next
other?
part I was going to get to. That was my ending statement right there. Because like, if that was to happen, both of y'all are going out of my life forever because I can't trust neither one of y'all motherfuckers with my life.
Gee, I'm gonna answer the question like this. After college, I'm in the car with this chick. She used to mess around with my boy. It was one of his side chicks. Very attractive chick. Me and her in the car, we smoking. This is after college, so this is whatever year that was. We been knowing her since we were young, but that was his little side chick. We in the car, we smoking. Shorty grabs my dick. and she trying to, get me to have sex with her in the car, right? And so I'm like, nah, whatever. I just play it off, whatever. I get to the crib, I hear my nigga Blanco. I'm like, Blanco, just telling you this so you know how shorty is. Stephanie, did this, and whatever. I'm like, G, I'm just telling you, G. I'm just telling you, G, just so you would know. And look, so yeah, one of my eyes don't blink like the other one does. So have fun in the chat. So anyway, it's just a thing. It's a nerve thing. So anyway, I tell him, I'm like, G, I'm just letting you know so you know how she is. He then goes back and tells her, brings her to the crib.
Oh God, no, he did.
Pull up to the crib out in the hundreds. And she said she was gonna lie if I told him. And she lied, she was crying. And so then what happened after that, he was dealing with my cousin too, my female cousin. And so him and her were laying in the bed, and he was like, I don't know who to believe, Stephanie or Sean. So me and him ain't talked for years, because if you don't know who to believe, that means you don't believe me, which was crazy to me. But above all else, I stood on business. I'm going to tell you, hey, look, nigga, this what's going on. Beyond that, you could say, hey, look, G, you should smash her. Or you could say, shit, I appreciate that. I don't care what the situation is, how attractive she is, what opportunity I had. I'm standing on business. I'm going to stay solid, period.
Well, I think I would just want to say, man, condolences to you, bro, because I've been in that situation before. And it was like somebody had told me before, like, don't say nothing, because you put motherfuckers in a certain type of situation and you could lose a friend. And that's exactly what happened. Same way it happened to you. But I think, first of all, I would like to say, second of all, I would like to say that Lou isn't black, right? I know he said he got a black parent or something like that, but he ain't black. And that's where that talking point is coming from. It's coming from the whatever other side he is that causes him to not have that much melanin, because niggas don't think like that. Niggas don't think like y'all two had sex and it's okay for him, right? If anything, the most I've seen is niggas might get over it and stay with their girl, because I've seen that happen. Not a whole bunch of times, maybe several times, but I have seen that happen. But more than likely, it's smoke for both of them. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no, bro, I remember that time I was broke, you gave me $1,000, so I don't care because you just ruined my life and my future. Like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. That's definitely white people or conservative douchebag thinking. No real man, or I ain't gonna say real man because I don't try to justify people's manhood, but no real nigga is thinking like that.
It's not conservative. It's not a conservative statement. It's not even a conservative viewpoint.
Nah, niggas is still punching their friends in their face. You
let your wife
violate.
get smashed and be okay with it. It's not traditional.
Why
or
are you
conservative.
guys so
It's liberal.
You can't say conservative, because I didn't say conservative. I said conservative douchebag. So you can't just take the douchebag off and make it conservative, because the douchebag changes the statement, right? So the conservative douchebag is a specific type of person, a douchebag ass nigga who would come on the internet and say, yo, if you fuck my girl, I'm all good with you. Like, nah, that's not how that works.
I think
Yeah,
that's
but
more
that person
liberal,
would be
though.
that'll be a liberal douchebag then, by your definition.
No,
Okay,
they would
can
be a
I?
conservative
Can you not
douchebag,
have
because they
that
would be a
semantic
person that
argument?
votes
Like,
Republican
why?
and sits on panels and say stupid shit like that. A liberal would tell you he gonna blow his friend's fucking brains out. That's what a liberal would do. But that's just our opinions. Go ahead, Venus.
That didn't make no sense, bro.
It made sense to me,
Man,
Vince.
this is where I think I was born in the wrong era. This
Aaron,
is
you
where
know.
I think I was born in the wrong era.
Fast, that was fast.
Sean, I've got to ask you a question.
Hold on, Venus was
just
talking.
so
Hold on,
just
let
so
Venus finish.
Venus was talking. I cut.
Yeah,
Venus was
don't
talking.
interrupt
Bro.
the young lady. It's the only lady we got here.
I
That
interrupted
old
her. Go
bitch
ahead.
Let me know when I can go.
I'm letting it happen. You can go ahead. It's fine.
No. Go ahead. We're not doing that.
Sorry for disturbing your femininity.
I don't care. It's fine.
You know we love you.
Go ahead,
It don't
Venus.
matter. We
Talk
still
your
want to hear
talk. Go
what
ahead,
the point
please
that you
talk.
was
Go
about to
ahead.
say.
We
So
want to
go
hear what
ahead,
you was going to
please.
say. Go ahead, Venus.
The point that what I got from it, I don't get a race thing or a political thing. I get a I don't value women thing.
Right.
From that
Yeah, I agree with
perspective.
that.
I get, well, I can replace her, but he's more valuable. My friend is more valuable to me, and she's just replaceable, right? So when I hear men talk like that, to me, that is a man who almost views women like they're disposable, right? Which a lot of men do. But on that level, to where it could still be your wife and you could still be like, well, I mean, I could forget my friend, but she's a whore and she gotta go now. And as I could just get another one, it's almost like you're not viewing women as human. And also, there's a little bit of a bias because you don't have that same energy for your friend. He betrayed you too. So I mean, that's what I got from that.
So just for the record, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 men on the panel. Is there any man on this panel? I know it's a small sample size, but is there any man on this panel who is aware of one or more of those kind of situations where a man was cheated on with his woman and his friend, and the guy remained friends with the guy and got rid of the woman?
Nah.
All righty then. So again, like I was saying, and if you look at the difference in the complexion of the people on this panel right now, you see that my statement holds true. This is not something that applies to niggas. I'm not being facetious. It just is what it is. I don't know why we feel uncomfortable with these distinctions, but we don't have a problem making those distinctions when we want to call people broke.
And a lot of
day is just true. This is not something that is just like when they talk about guys who the guys who go out and have watch their women have sex with mandingos. I forget what they call the whole thing, right? Those are typically what? White guys. It just is what it is. So it's not that niggas don't do it, it's just that we don't see it. It's not typical of us, and that's all I'm saying.
I don't think it's a race thing still, bro. I don't think white guys who actually stand on business, principle, and purpose gonna be okay with their wife getting smashed, by their friend. They being
I
cool.
believe they started that whole cuckold thing in the first place. They got a whole genre of
and letting them
that
friend
part
go, because that's not the thing.
That part,
but that doesn't. That doesn't justify.
I do give my boy more leeway, but that doesn't mean he didn't violate, right? So I'm getting rid of both of them.
But I'm not getting rid
but
of
that doesn't mean that applies to a whole race.
Wait,
That actually means it applies to a specific perspective.
I'm gonna ask a
Come
question to you,
on,
Sean.
not
It
you
don't
too.
apply to it don't apply to no race, bro. That race discussion is kind of a bad talking point.
No.
Hey,
Practical. What's a bad? Hold on. No,
you know like that
What's
anyway.
a bad
Let me
talking
ask
point
Lady Chan
is
a
when
question.
you try to argue not
And it doesn't have to be
all.
specific.
Like not
specifically
all
you, but if
is
you
the
know of-
worst response to anything that a person can say. Is the most Neanderthalic response. Not all. We
Which is
already
why, that's
bro.
true.
It's
Which is
it's
why we
very
can't make a
logical.
discussion from race. That's exactly why
very-
we can't make a discussion from race, because that basically includes the entire social group.
Hey, Paulo.
It's not, yo.
Yes, but it can also be accurate though. Practical.
Practically, there are no absolutes.
Exactly, but it still can be generals. We know the difference between generality and absolutism. We know the
I ain't gonna
difference.
lie. Every white dude that I've met and I call a friend would not align with the idea that you saying white people would do that. So
Right. So now who's speaking in absolute? Me or you? Because now you're looking at what you know, and then you're trying to apply that to what can be in general, and it's not fair to do that because that's just what you know.
Okay, all right, gentlemen.
I already answered. I said you.
All right, gentlemen, you said your points. Relax. You
So,
got it out.
Can I say this?
Low, bro. I'm on the way. I'm tired.
I can so we can go back to Sharon's point when he said that woman is gonna be there with me every day. She protects me and provides for me in a different way than my homie does, right? So when that woman breaks your heart, I could understand how a dude look at it logically and be like, yo, I did all this shit for you. This how you gonna violate me? And he pulls all those feelings and emotions and tucks them in, because what's the alternative?
Okay,
all
right. So hold on, guys.
Alimony, child support, all that shit.
Yeah. Nah, Beans. The alternative is both of you niggas about to die.
Okay, all right. So
let me tuck that shit in. Let me tuck that shit in, put it deep down in my stomach.
Okay, real.
And deal with it.
Okay, real quick. All right, so look, guys, I want to play one more thing for y'all because I think it's important. At least for me, it's why I asked the question. So let me play this for y'all and see what y'all think about it. Let me see where it's at. Let me see. Here we go. Well, let me ask.
Nah, you know like that anyway.
Let me ask Lady Chan a question. And it doesn't have to be specifically you, but if you know a friend that has.
Sure.
Has there ever been a guy that you wanted to sleep with, had the opportunity to sleep with, but just didn't do it?
None of my friends, though. None of my friends, because I'm really like that as well. And I keep it a buck. Any of my friends' guys, no. But I've been in multiple situations and where a lot of my friends' men always hit on me. Always been done. Always been done. Doesn't matter which friend.
And if you said yes, what?
I just want to be clear. She did not answer the question. Okay,
That's
so
a fact.
I know
That
that bothers
fact.
podcast. So
I didn't understand her.
So don't hold on. Shout out to Lady Chan, but don't worry.
She did. She said absolutely not.
Hold on 1 second. Oh, no, you didn't listen, but don't worry. I'm going to reiterate the question. Don't worry.
What percentage would work?
I don't care if he's just a smash to my friend, if he's my friend's boyfriend.
Wait. That's not the question, though. So I want to rephrase the question.
Sorry, have I ever wanted to and chosen not to? That was what your question was.
You could be single, like doesn't matter, relationship, whatever. A guy that you wanted to sleep with, like I want him, had the opportunity to do so, and didn't do it.
But what would be the reason that I didn't do it?
I don't know.
Good job, Lady Chan. Good job, Lady Chan.
Hold on, there's a reason why I'm asking the question.
Just a question, a general question. Did you do it or did you not? Like, did that ever happen?
Okay, so any man that I've wanted to smash, and then I've got the opportunity to smash, then I smash.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
She running red lights. That's all I hear.
Hey, this nigga Aaron O did that on purpose. He was trying to trigger me because he knew I was gonna get upset about the fact that Fatty tried to hold her to a yes or no question, and it's the same motherfucker that won't let me hold him to a yes or no question. Fatty, I love you, bro.
That was not the goal. That was not the goal of me.
I'm just playing. I love you, bro. Shout out
No. So, Venus, what do you think about that question and that answer?
The question about have you ever had access to sleep with somebody you wanted to and chose not to?
Have you ever had opportunity to sleep with a guy that you wanted to sleep with?
Yeah.
Did not do it.
Yeah.
Really? Okay. Why not?
Just might not have been a good idea.
But okay, so you wanted to do it. You had the opportunity to do it. Okay, but if you think it's not a good idea, why do you want to sleep with him?
Because humans are
toxic,
animals,
right?
No, but listen, no, listen. We can't control who we're attracted to, Aaron. When you see an attractive woman, you don't decide you're attracted to her. Your body tells you you're attracted to her, right? So you don't decide that. I didn't decide that I want to be attracted to somebody that I probably shouldn't be, but it has happened, right? And I tell no, I shouldn't do that.
These are two different statements, because when you say I'm attracted to a lot of women, I walk down the damn street, be like, damn, she look good. Now,
right,
wanting to sleep with that person and having the opportunity to sleep with that person is too
No,
big.
but you asked me why did you said if it wasn't a good idea, then why did you want to? What I'm explaining to you is I didn't have any control over my physical reaction to this man. I didn't have any control over how I felt.
Okay, that makes sense.
I have control over me not acting on it, though.
Okay, I get it. So how'd you get the opportunity then?
Because we might have just been in the same environment, right? And a person might have made an advance at me, and I had to shut that down.
Because you didn't want to sleep with him.
Well, because it was not a good idea.
But you so you wanted to do it, but you're like, it's a bad idea.
Yeah.
It was that time of the month, Aaron. That's what she's trying to tell you.
No.
It's women who actually do that, Aaron. It's women who actually do
No,
that.
it's because I knew
He
it
was her
wasn't-
best
it was
friend's
some-
man.
I knew it was.
He was her best friend's ex.
No. I knew that it just was pointless to do. Like I knew I would do it and then I would regret it. Like I'm just not gonna do it.
Lady Chan didn't say that though. She said, "Why wouldn't she? She's running red lights.
She said
she's running red lights."
No, it's not about a red light, guys. You guys got to pay attention to this, right? Because this is important for you guys. You guys probably don't even understand. So she's saying there is people that she wants to sleep with. She has the opportunity to sleep with them, but she doesn't do it. I don't know women that do that. The women that I know
do that.
No,
they do it all the time.
Oh, see, y'all not.
They do, Aaron.
They really do.
Aaron, define opportunity. Define opportunity, because I think that's situational.
The opportunity is that we in the car, we got an option of going to my house or your house. Nobody's home, no kids home. We got babysitters. We don't got to work in the morning. There's nothing in between us but free time and space. And we both want to do it.
The opportunity really is the guy letting the woman know that I'm down for it.
Exactly. That's what I was.
That's it.
That's what I was.
No, he said it's just a moment. You like she might not. Okay, Aaron. When
it's
you
the opportunity.
When you say that she don't sleep with him, do you mean that she don't sleep with him ever, or just in that specific opportunity in that moment?
I would say ever. I mean, to a certain degree. Obviously, that's adding a whole lot. But
yeah,
I'm just saying.
So wait. The reason why I asked you, because it matters, right? Because sometimes I heard a woman say this the other day on a podcast that she told the dude no, right? Like, don't think we're gonna sleep together tonight. Because it was like, for whatever reason, for that night, first night hanging out, I don't want you to think I'm a hoe. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I was asking you, in the moment or at all. Because if it's in the moment, then there's a lot of reasons why. But at all, like, I want to sleep with this dude. I had an opportunity to sleep with this dude, but I'm not going to do it for no other reason than I'm just choosing not to.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. So the thing is, you could not have wanted to sleep with a guy and never do it, because technically that would debunk the point that you want to do it, right? Like, because the argument is the reasons why I couldn't do it is because the situation wasn't right, but I would like to do it at a later time. But if you saying, oh no, I want to sleep with you, but I'm never doing it, that means you don't want to sleep with him.
No, it doesn't.
It's not true, Aaron.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because you could be married. You could be married, and a woman would tell you, "Yo, I'll fuck the shit out you," but you married.
Okay, so practical. Tell me why that's not true.
So it's not true because, so look, like I went out. It was one time I went out on this went out for dinner with this Muslim sister, right? Mm-hmm. And mind you, we was not married. We went out for like a little date type thing, right? And I had saw in her pants she was wearing, and I saw her pants was like it was like thinly fitted and stuff like that. We was in the car, we was talking and stuff, and mind you, I'm noticing that her pants and stuff was starting to get like moist, I noticed there was moisture building up right there. Of course she didn't pee on herself, right? So look, so basically we wasn't married, and we both agreed that we feared Allah, spent a lot more than the idea of doing that, and we ended up not having sex at that moment, what I'm saying, really at all even, and I mean, I would have did niqab with her, but I just didn't do it at the time. I was younger. And
wait, hold on, wait. So
you bugging, dog.
Y'all didn't do it.
No.
But when a man and woman are together, the third person in the room is who? Shaitan. So y'all shouldn't have been there.
Actually, if we going by person, like we both, every human being has a jinn, assigned to them, and there's also more angels that's assigned to each other also. Yeah, there's more angels and jinn in this world. But I'm just saying, the point I was making a point to say that there are women who will want to sleep with a guy and don't do it due to whatever conviction, whatever reason they have to not go about doing it. There's millions of women who like that. Millions.
Like, you think those people who save themselves for marriage or virgins, you think they don't want to have sex? They absolutely want to, but they will control themselves and they won't. Like, you could want to sleep with somebody, but know it, you shouldn't do it, so you don't do it.
I like
you can only do so much jerking off and getting blue balls. You're gonna have sex with somebody. That's why grown virgins are very rare. Your body is naturally telling you to
but
bust
listen,
a nut.
Pookie, so y'all never been in a situation where a woman was completely giving you access to the pussy and you literally chose not to fuck? You never been in that situation?
Yes.
I wasn't attracted to her though.
No. So all right, so I'll add that on there. You never had a woman who was attractive to you, throw the pussy at you, and for whatever reason you chose to keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah, nigga, I totally disrespected my vows, nigga, and violated. Nigga, I'm cheating.
That's something like
I personally would never do that.
My point is like, if
I'm getting that pussy, nigga, I'm getting that pussy.
Bro, there's situations where somebody not gonna fuck and you got access to the pussy. Like, unless you just some fucking clown, horny ass nigga that every time a bitch open her legs up, you gotta fuck. And you don't got no fucking standards. I mean, but the niggas who actually used to getting pussy, you can turn down some pussy every now and then. It's not gonna break you. Or at least it shouldn't. But then again,
Daryl, it's due to exposure,
80%
Daryl.
of you niggas haven't fucked in 20 months.
It's
So
due to exposure,
Daryl.
It's due to exposure. Like I mean, no one gonna say it's a talking point. I will, but I mean, yeah, like there are individuals who have such a mindset. They go against what you said. They probably haven't had the experience to a level that allow for them to realize that
So let
they're not
me
supposed to be doing
all
that.
right, guys. Okay,
Them niggas ugly, I
let
know.
me ask Venus a question. Do you think it doesn't have to be specifically you, but your man watching adult entertainment is cheating?
No.
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 I just want to say for the record, this is the Venus that I always wanted to see on these panels, on these podcasts. Shout out to V in the building.
So let me ask you, Venus, what is considered emotionally cheating?
When you have a relationship outside of me with another woman where you are emotionally invested and connected, like that's emotionally cheating.
That's unfair. That's selfish and it's possessive.
That's what emotionally cheating is.
It's really not.
It really is. So what's emotional cheating?
I think emotional cheating.
I agree with Venus.
Women.
Watch this.
Well, he asked a woman. So what are y'all stepping in for?
Men emotionally
I'm
cheat.
sorry. Go ahead, Sam.
I'm saying men barely emotionally cheat. That's a woman's. That's what women do.
That's the answer, Aaron. That's what emotional cheating.
Well, no. This is what I'll say. This is what I would say. The reason why is because emotionally cheating is not gender specific, right? It's emotionally cheating, and anybody could do it. It doesn't matter to what your gender is, right? So, but it's not that, because if that's the case, then you saying that, oh my God, and I know you're gonna say yes, and this is gonna make me laugh and be mad at the same time. So you saying some men cheat on their wives with their mothers?
You can't.
He's making sense. That makes sense.
No, it does not make
Based
sense.
on wait, Venus. Based on your
then you
definition,
got to question what cheating is.
Wait. Based on your definition of what emotionally cheating is, it makes absolute sense.
All right, so let me add another part so you can understand. You're doing that with someone who is not related to you. Okay, so it can't be a mother or anybody like that.
Okay. That's not fair.
That is so.
That is possessive. And
So let me.
Nobody's going around fucking their moms.
No, but
it's the relationship.
We're not talking about sex. We're talking about emotion, right? And
Friendship is a relationship.
What she said was that you're emotionally dependent on this person. And bro, you can, like, if you've been on a job for a long time, there are people that you look forward to seeing to when you get to work. And if they not there, that shit could fuck up your day, because you got to deal with these other goofy ass motherfuckers.
That's
like,
kind
damn,
of
Venus ain't here today.
But is that cheating?
She called off. You be like, fuck.
But is that really cheating?
No, it's not. And that's my point, is that I'm emotionally connected to and dependent on this person, even though it's under work circumstances.
Right.
She's not necessarily she's not a work boo. We're not sitting around flirting with each other, but I know my day at work is gonna go smooth if V is there.
Okay,
she
wait,
she might get your humor better.
Hold on.
But that's
I got the definition, because maybe I didn't explain it right. So this is what Google says. Emotional cheating is a type of infidelity where one partner shares emotional intimacy and connection with someone other than their partner. Okay?
Yeah.
But isn't that when you
wait, this connection crosses the boundaries of a healthy platonic relationships and assumes a breach of trust within a primary relationship.
So you don't.
That doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong.
So you wouldn't, with that definition, consider watching adult entertainment a violation of that?
No.
If you believe in that definition, everybody cheats.
Sharing emotional intimacy and connection with someone other than their partner.
Okay,
you don't
so
have any emotional intimacy connected with a
got you. So you're saying if he just watching is fine, but if there's a chat or something, that's the issue.
Oh, if he's connecting with people, yeah, that's a problem.
Oh, I see what you're doing, Aaron.
Well, wait, Aaron.
Okay.
Oh, what
Okay, I see what you're
about
doing.
a connection with someone you can communicate with, but you're building an obsession with? Like if he's saying porn, my favorite porn star is so and so. So you are emotionally connected to the porn star because you enjoy watching her all the time or him all the time. Isn't that an emotional connection for yourself?
For yourself, but that's not emotional cheating. Like,
yeah, I agree.
But
it has to be
your emotions are connected to that one person because you don't want to involve nobody else but that one person. So you're emotionally connected to that one person, even though they're not communicating with you.
Yeah, that's because as an advocate of corn, and Aaron, I hope you ain't trying to shit on it because we'll drop the low. I see what you're doing because I don't participate in that whole communicating with the individual person, like going to their website or their live streams and watching them diddle themselves and I'm talking to them and yeah, grab your neck this way and that type of shit. Like I don't do that, right? So that is a whole nother ball game. And I would be honest, yeah, I would consider that cheap. Sure would.
But I didn't get it. Where were you going, Aaron? What was the point of you asking for that? Like asking that?
What you mean? Because I'm
about the porn. Like why you asked about that?
Well, because I'm trying to identify what level of interaction does one deem inappropriate, right? And so that's where I'm trying to find a baseline, right? Because for men, they're extremely visual. For women, right? They like literature, so they tend to read fantasies and things like that. So, for example, shout out to MC. She says, Jesus Christ. Podcast, control yourself. Control yourself. She says, if I don't sleep with someone I'm attracted to, is because I don't want my fantasy to be better than the real thing. Right? And in no sense, women create fantasies in their mind, in their head. This is why we can talk you so easily out of us into a situation because y'all just fall in love with a man say to you, right? And men woman got this whole makeup on thing. You like, oh, damn, you look good. Makeup come off, you're like, whoa, because that's how we can get that's how we get tricked visually, right? And so for women, the things that they read and take in, they're more likely to be emotional cheaters than anyone more consistently on a day-to-day basis.
That is a fact.
Because the conversation gets you guys way more than it ever gets us.
I think the key word there was intimacy, right? Throughout the day, I think both of us, like he mentioned at work or school or wherever, we have emotional interactions with people, right? You might have a favorite person at Starbucks that says positive things to you every day and you have a real liking for them, right? We all have emotional connections. I think the key word was intimacy.
Okay,
right?
I get it. So
yeah.
Wait. No. With intimacy, what do you mean by that when you hear it? Well, we can get the definition, but when you hear it, what does that mean to you that someone's done to defy you in a way?
It is beyond friendship at this time. You have the best way I can explain it is you have the type of feelings that you should have only for me, for somebody else now.
See that now it gets real complicated. I think a podcast saw a girl on IG and was like, dang, that thing fat. And he said that every chick on IG, would you consider that an issue?
If he said it every time?
Like, you mean like actually type it out?
On IG, man, that thing fat.
Okay, but wait, say it out.
That would just be more annoying. I wouldn't feel like that was cheating.
Oh, typing it. Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't call that cheating, but that would definitely be disrespectful.
Whoa.
Can I ask Venus a question?
Man, y'all got hella rules then. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I see where he's going with this. That's crazy.
Wait, I don't get it. What is the goal? Like, what are you trying to say?
That's why the key word is emotion.
That's why we asked. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What happens if are you married, Venus? If you have a man.
What's your question?
What would be the case if your man had a better your man humor sided with your sisters or your cousin, a female cousin, better than it did with yours? And every time they're around each other, they get each other's jokes. How would you look at that? And they always giggling and laughing. Would you look at that as a type of intimacy, or y'all just crazy?
No, they're alike.
Okay. You lying.
Hold on, listen, no,
She's not. I'm fucking with her. I'm
think,
fucking with
right?
her.
You're
Yeah.
making me think, right? Because at first when you first said the first part about the corn, I was like, nah. But then when you mentioned the chat, I was like, I took myself out of it and put my woman in it. I'm like, hell yeah, that's cheating, right? Then when you mentioned about the IG, I'm like, nah, I mean, I be on Cornhub and I be saying shit on that motherfuckers like, damn girl, you was guzzling that shit, wasn't you? Right? So, but then I had to take myself out of it and put my girl in there. She was on there like, damn, guy, that thing thinging. Yo, it'd be a motherfucking problem. You see what I'm saying? So you ain't slick, Aaron. I see what you're doing though.
That's why I said it would be disrespectful. Like it technically, did she cheat? No. But it's disrespectful. Like, why do you feel the need to tell everybody that they have a fat ass? Like,
but wouldn't that be you being emotional about what he's saying? Because I'm sure that if you looked at her ass, that shit was fat, and you'd be like, yeah, it is fat, but I feel emotional about you saying it because I feel some type of way about it. So emotion is the key word.
I think the question is to Venus is, are you one of those women who acknowledge women when they look amazing?
Sure.
So then why can't I?
What is the?
But that's not. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Yes.
What is the point? Do you want to hear from
Exactly.
me? If I was your woman, every time I thought somebody looked good, would you like to verbally me to come and tell you that?
No.
Every time somebody walked past with gray sweatpants and I noticed that he has a big ass bulge, I should be like, damn, it looks like he might have a big dick. Do you want to hear that stupid shit? No.
I'm acknowledging.
Of course they don't.
Hold on. I'm acknowledging that it's a double standard, but they fucking exist.
No, it's not a double standard. No, respect.
All right, guys, calm down because I want to get to this point real quick. But let me just.
Can I just say this last part, please?
Yes, go ahead.
It's not a double standard. Respect should be the standard. Period.
Yeah.
No, wait. Hold on, Aaron. I'm saying what I'm saying is a double standard. I'm acknowledging that I'm saying no. I don't want my woman acknowledging that the way other men look. But yes, I think it should be okay for me to acknowledge the way other women look. I'm acknowledging that there's a double standard there. But
shame.
Some of them exist. Women have them too, and they don't want to relinquish their privileges and their double standards. So why should men have to?
Yeah, but who really consistently says, "Oh, their ass is fat. Their ass is fat"?
No one's gonna say that, but should they?
No one's gonna do that, but they will think that. So it's not the norm.
All right, so MC says I had a crush on this dude that I worked at a bar that worked at a bar I frequent. We had the opportunity, but I didn't want him to look at me that way.
Told you.
I'm having trouble, right? Battling.
Today's.
Oh my gosh, it's just. You gotta stop, bro. What about the metaverse? That definitely Venus would definitely, and that's definitely going to be. But I guess the thing that I'm struggling with is hearing right. I want to do it, but I don't want to do it.
No, I want to do it, but there's a lot of things. Sometimes I want to slap people in public. I don't do it.
No.
You can want a lot of things. You just control yourself. It's simple. Like,
they don't want to be perceived in a certain way. That doesn't mean the urge isn't there.
Yeah, Aaron, you wrong on this one.
Okay,
Aaron,
but listen.
I can't believe you just glossed over that.
Over what?
I want to sleep with somebody, but I don't. But I'm not going to do it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What if you know you're not going to do it? What makes you think you want to do it?
Can I give you an example?
Because I get a boner.
Can I give you an example?
You guys confuse arousal, sexual attraction with wanting to do doing the action. It's important distinctions here.
You have to want to be aroused and into it for you to want to be with them regardless.
Okay, listen. I'm gonna have to go next level.
Okay, wait, Aaron, let me ask you a question. You ever seen a woman that like you just have that thought, or like you have
sure, yes.
Right. But then you didn't because you have a woman, right?
No, here's a problem, right? We're conflating with being aroused. Oh my gosh, you look good to that. I want to sleep with her. Because I can be aroused by a woman. I'll be like, oh, you look good, all this stuff.
Right.
But the like me wanting to do it, like I damn near have to do it. Otherwise,
No, Aaron, this is why you're wrong, bro. Like want and need are two different things. The word want and the word need are two different things. Look, you may want to do something, but that might not be what you need to do, right? So if in that specific guys, that's the stance I'll take to rebut what you just said.
Yes. Okay. So let's try this again. Right?
I don't know why this is confusing. That he just
It's
made
not gonna work.
made the distinction that needs to be made between arousal and want. It's something very, very different, right? I could see a commercial and they're showing a delicious T-bone steak, and I could be like, man, that steak look good, but it does not necessarily make me want the steak. But if I want the steak, I'm gonna get up and go get it.
Okay, I can say for me. Wait, I can say for me.
You can be aroused and wanted.
Wait, one second.
All that, but you still don't do it because of certain things.
I could say for me, there is nobody that I've ever wanted to sleep with that did not arouse me. Maybe that could make sense for you. They're simultaneous. Like they happen for me. It's the same thing. If I'm not attracted, I don't want to sleep with you.
The problem with that is you could still sleep with someone when you're not aroused. It doesn't work for men, but it does work for women. So that's the only problem with that thought.
I could, right? But you said want. So for me to want to, like, initially look at this person over here and I want to sleep with him, it's because I am sexually attracted to him. Like, that's the only time. There's nobody that I've ever seen that I was, like, not attracted to that my brain went to, but I want to sleep with him. I mean, for me, it just doesn't work like that. I understand your distinction, but I guess in my brain, there is none. Like, if I'm not attracted to you, I have no desire to sleep with you. I don't have a separation. Like,
Paolo, what's your take on it?
Run it back, Aaron. This conversation's jumped so many hoops.
Yeah, Paolo, I know you're much more civilized.
Man, I take that personal, man. Drop the low.
Orderly person, but you gotta know these people, man. So
it's not really true.
The thing is, in my experience, most women that want to sleep with a guy have the opportunity to sleep with a guy is going to sleep with a guy. They're not just going to say, "Oh, I'm not going to do it for these reasons." Obviously, take outside religion and little simpler things like that. In most cases, you're going to sleep with him.
You can't take that stuff out though. If somebody if religion, for example, Aaron, bro, if religion, for example, is interwoven in somebody's life, you can't just take it out. That would change their essence of who they are.
You can take it out of the conversation, though.
The reason why I said take it out, right? Because most of these people, all they do is sleep with somebody and go, God will forgive me. They not following the laws. I would say 95% of people not following the laws that claim their religion. 95%, very high percentages. Okay.
Heck no, 95% specific religion probably. Be specific on the religion because that's not true for Judaism or Islam and probably conservative Christians for sure. So you can't say 95%. That's wild.
Man,
hold on.
I can't speak for Christians, but that is not true. I'm gonna say.
He's right.
This
Let Aaron finish.
full of shit, man.
Yeah,
Let Aaron finish. Come on now.
Oh, man.
He's trying to line it up so I can answer a question. Come on now.
Oh yeah, that's right. Go ahead, Paulo.
These people crazy, right? So all I'm basically trying to understand, right? For a woman to want to sleep with a guy, have the opportunity to sleep with a guy, in my mind, they're going to sleep with the guy.
The key word is in your mind.
That's not a word.
I can support you.
In your mind.
Whatever word is in your mind, you think that
I can meet you there.
Look, a lot of us have experienced women that want us and turn it down for a certain situation.
Let me finish the second part, right? Because I know y'all like to jump in and don't let nobody get to the second part because that's hard, right? So in the clip that was played, right? The reason why is because Lil King said, would you be okay with your girl if she told you, hey, man, your homie, the way he wearing them gray sweatpants, like he looking real good, right? And I said, that's crazy because the men can say, oh, yeah, your girl, homegirl, she look good, this and that. But women can't tell you that your homeboy, this, and that. And the reason why is because for women, if they want to sleep with you and they have the opportunity to sleep with you, they're going to sleep with you. That's how they work.
Absolutely. I agree with you on that,
That is
Aaron.
not
I agree with you on that.
It
No,
is.
I agree with Aaron to the degree that a vast majority of these panels that we sit in, a lot of the things being discussed is undiscipline within men. Oh, if she throwing at me, I'm hitting that.
Right. Yeah.
Not only
and
that,
everybody don't operate that way.
But if we look out in society, how many can you compare in terms of women with bodies or whatever that talking point is in comparison to virgins?
Yo, Paulo.
This is why I'm more leaning towards what Aaron is saying,
so,
versus
Paulo,
what y'all are trying to convince me with.
What you saying is like, okay, so it's like you trying to encompass an entire population or entire genre, you know what I'm saying? Which is why I have the pushback, right? So look, like there are definitely women who are not going to be thinking like that and operating like that, because there are men who don't think who don't think like that and don't operate like that. Like, perfect example, I'm far from a virgin. I've been starting to make correct decisions for a good amount of time now
You
that
did
I
it.
can
You're doing
stand
exactly
on.
what I said they do.
And every week when I work at the hospital, I get stuff thrown at me. And I'll
You're
be still
doing
making the right
exactly
decision
what I
every
said
week.
they do.
So Aaron is wrong.
There are more women having sex than there are men having
doing
sex.
exactly. Wait, watch this. Wait, watch this. Right, hold on. Wait. I don't want to lose this opportunity. Right, hold on. Wait. So, Practical, you said you got women throwing it at you and you turn it down.
Yeah.
Well, guess what, Practical? Normally, you do an excellent job at listening, but I wasn't talking about men. I was talking about women.
But there's women too, though.
Not to mention the
No.
fact that you just said you ain't a virgin.
There's women too. There's women too, though.
Man, you
There was
just
a
said
woman
you
on this
ain't a
panel. There was a
virgin.
woman on this panel from Canada. There was a woman on this panel. I think it was on Cheeky's panel. She's from Canada and she's Muslim. And she makes the claim that she's a virgin. I mean, of course, people in the chat probably like, how do you know she's a virgin? But all I can do is go at face value what she said, right? So if that's the case, she's turning it down. She's an attractive woman. She's turning it down.
When I said the large majority of these people, when we start talking about this religious stuff, are not keeping the laws, you want to argue about that. And you know they're not doing it.
Right. And because you're one of them. Hold on.
Are we talking about this never happens?
Here's the thing, though,
are we
right?
talking about this never happens, or are we talking about the majority don't do?
See, this one, and that's a great. I'm glad you said that because it's leading to what I'm trying to say. Like, Practical, I love you. You are a great representation for young black men in this country. But if you make the motherfucking argument not all again, I'm gonna scrape my pennies together and boot your ass off this panel. Bro,
I gotta go to sleep anyways, bro.
There's no way to ever argue all. But since you're only like 14 fucking years old and you might have only known 67 women in your whole life, why not take it from somebody who's fucking almost dead and has known hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of women? Bro, at the end of the day,
so Beans, what you saying is a great point. What you saying is a great point, Beans. You're making a great point though. It's just that what I'm saying is that, like, all right, so it's definitely not gonna be a piss of contest between me and you as to who had a whole lot of women and stuff like that. There's no point in that. The thing I'm trying to say is that I'm not trying to speak for all men, and I don't want y'all to speak for all men either. You know, like, we got to use the very important distinction, like the word most, right? Say most women or most men in this country going to be operating like that, but that's not true if you go ahead and speak in absolutes.
Okay, but Prac, we not, right? If I say to you, watch this, really
Aaron
quick.
is.
If I say to you right now, practical absolutes, give me the quick response. Are black women beautiful?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And you and I both know it's some ugly ass black women out here. So this is my point.
All right, so yeah, I said that you got me in the corner, bro. That's a yes or no question.
Exactly. We understand, but we understand in general that if I put you in front of 10 black women, 5 of them motherfuckers are going to be beautiful. That's just the way it works. So that's what I'm saying, bro. It's not about speaking in absolutes. We are saying in general this applies, right? In general, most people in this country, regardless to what religion they're claiming, they are not 100% practicing that shit. They fall short of the glory somehow, some way. That's okay. We ain't judging them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But that's not what Aaron said. That's true, though.
At the end of the day, there is something that I do agree with you on, right? Because me and Aaron are different on this. I do agree that because of the way women process things, they can want to sleep with a person. They can have the opportunity and still say no. And the only reason why I know that is because I've done it and I'm a fucking man. So if I did it, I
That's
know.
what I'm saying. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with everything you just said right there, but that's not what Aaron was saying. The first point you made, I agree with. Second point you made, I agree, but the first point was not at all what Aaron said.
Okay, go ahead.
That's why I asked him if Aaron is talking about all or just certain situations or the majority.
Yeah, he went as far to say the vast majority, 95%, and I was arguing against him on that because if I know people personally, then there's no way that's 95%.
Wait, watch it. Wait, stop. You just said I know people personally, and it's not. You don't know enough of the goddamn world to sit there and make
I'm saying, Aaron, look, you gotta extrapolate on the data. Look,
no, I don't need to
Aaron,
extrapolate nothing.
Look,
That's
so
the
if
most
I know,
ridiculous thing
if
you
out
have
of the
ever said.
100 people I know personally, I met, if I know 2 people, and it's only 100 people pool size, right? Me personally, that would mean that if you extrapolate that data onto everybody else, there's no way it's that much of a disparity as you would just describing. There's no way, but I do agree with the general though. It's generally the truth though.
Just stop.
It's generally the truth though. I was never arguing against that. I mean, I go to the gym and I see whores every day. I ain't gonna lie, like it's definitely a general statement. It's definitely
Okay,
general
wait.
truth.
Well, let me just ask you this really quickly.
What does seeing them
when you
have
talk
to do
about
with the
Judaism,
scenario?
right?
Like y'all are all over the place now.
Listen, 2.4% of the U.S. population practices Judaism, bro. So I'm just saying, this is what I'm saying, bro. Like we know what America is specifically made of, bro. Some shit we don't need to argue about, even if it fucks with us, our feelings a certain way, bro. In this country, most people, I wish they would stop saying Christianity because most people are not practicing that shit. They go through and cherry pick what they want to accept, and the things that they don't want to accept, they say, man, put that in there. They in red letters or
Jewish
whatever.
people do that too.
God know my heart. So
Jewish people do that too, and I know it for a fact. I lived amongst them.
All right, guys, y'all want to argue when y'all can see the proof in the world. All right, so let me get to Fantastic because I know he don't have a lot of time, so I want to make sure he get his point out. Go ahead, Fantastic.
In the last 10 minutes, I dropped out of campaign. So,
gotcha.
I was gonna say, so he gets special treatment because he a foreigner.
What'd he say?
Yo, Beans, I said the same shit.
Y'all go. There y'all go.
Who's a foreigner?
You know you
don't want to take this L this late at night, brother. Don't do that.
I don't.
Y'all need help, man. Y'all need help. Man,
shout out to Raw B.
Will he give his answer or no?
Hey y'all.
Well, no. What's the question? What's the question? I'm pretty sure I can answer it if you was. I heard you two going back and forth on most of people or something. So I don't know. That's something I came into. I heard the last.
Well, the question on deck was: do you believe that a woman could actually want want a man or to have sex with someone, have the opportunity present itself, literally be in the moment where the sex is available, and then choose not to?
Of course, for a woman, yeah, obviously.
Now,
for a
if
woman,
they do that,
man, too, bro.
Practical, stop. That's not the question right now.
This guy,
You
man.
keep overcomplicating everything. Stop it.
He can't help it. He's designed that way.
I'm just definitely designed that way.
So the thing is, if they decide not to do it, does that mean they don't want to do it?
No, I still have the desire, not action. There's action where you can have the desire to do something, but not act on it.
Yeah, you having audio trouble, Fantastic. It's breaking up.
I don't know what the hell.
They don't do it. They still want to do it. That's
that motherfucking underwater ass internet.
What?
Immigrant ass nigga.
Nah, bro. Actually, they done messed up some work. But hopefully y'all can hear me. That should be good. No, I'm still seeing articles.
Man, that's what you're saying, bro.
Damn, man, I sure wanted to know what he's saying too.
Nothing.
I mean, I agree with him though, Aaron, because again, I think you might be looking at this from a very logical point of view, not accepting the fact that women are exceptionally gifted at, you know, operating their minds around logic, you know, like diverting from that shit to process things in a certain way. But it's like, I've done it, bro. Like really, real quick, short story. Met a chick, didn't know she was flirting with me. Whole time I was trying to do business with her on the poetry side of the game. She tried to contact me. I was gonna go. Then I changed my mind because I just didn't want to cheat on my girl. And she never spoke to me again, never took another call, didn't do no business with me. So in that moment, I know if and this motherfucker on my mama, on my kid's soul was a 9 every day of the week. But if I did it, me, shit, I know women can.
That's what I'm saying. He just did what I did. Yeah, shout out Beans. You know
I know, but that's what I'm admitting that I'm doing it that way, even though that's not the actual logic that I'm using. I'm just saying the logic is that, yeah, it's possible because the mind is, you know, it is what it is.
So let me ask you this. Yep. So let me ask you this. Shout out to Luda Legend. Let me ask you this.
It's all your fault, Lou. This is all your fault, Lou.
It's
I mean, stop flirting with him for a pistol whip.
It is someone lose fault. Just podcast, calm down. You're so violent, man. So listen.
No more interracial relationships.
Yo, Aaron, you should be. Am I good now? I should be good now.
Yes. Your
all right, my bad.
good.
Yeah, cool. So I was saying this. Yeah, it's definitely easier for a woman to want to do something and not act on it. You can want to have the desire to do something, but not act on that desire. So yeah, that's complete. That's not even far fetched. It's people that do that. I mean, it's just even from a non-sexual situation. You could, you know, somebody can cut you off in traffic and you want to just ram your car into them, but you don't ram your car into them. You know what I'm saying? For whatever
that's
reason.
fair. That's fair. Let me ask you this. Are women liars when they say, when I'm in a relationship with a man, I don't even see no other guy?
Oh, yeah, they fucking lying for that. Yes, they're definitely lying on that one. Yes.
Go ahead, Venus. Oh, God, gentlemen, quiet down. Let Venus speak. Go ahead, Venus.
I think it depends on when in a relationship, right? I could say, honestly, maybe when she's in that first infatuation stage with you, she really don't see nobody else. It's all about you. Now, I think like as the fire dies down or like things starts to happen that might disappoint her or something, but like when that is true to an extent. Like
that's
when
still a yes though.
Woman is in love with you and like all she's doing is thinking about you all damn day and night and can't get enough of you. No, that's a real thing.
Does that last 1,000% over a relationship at any point in time? Does the infatuation stage and in love stage last for any relationship for a lifetime, for forever?
No, that's why I said.
All right, then. So the answer is yes.
But the answer is not that it's a lie. That's what he was just saying. Is it true? And I said that. I said I think during the infatuation stage, it's true.
But that's a very, very small stage. But you're admitting to the fact that it's a very, very small stage of most relationships. So still, yes, it's a lie then. If it's only for the initial part of it as to where you're getting to know someone or you're infatuated with them, and we know infatuation doesn't last forever, well, it's a lie because it's only temporary.
So let me ask you.
I want to push back on that. I want to push back on that, on the reality that a vast majority of women in abusive relationship decide to stay with an abusive partner for a very long duration of time.
It's called,
what does that have to do with anything?
Right? So that means, brother. No. What we're trying to differentiate whether when women fall in love with a man, correct me if I'm wrong, they only have one eye for that man vast majority of the time, right?
No,
they don't.
Okay, then run me back on the question because I'm misinterpreting it then.
Oh, that's the
no,
question.
that was the question.
That was the question.
Yeah, that's the question. The answer is just no.
Yes, no. A woman, like I said, then you start getting into even if you don't get into the hypergamy situation, a woman has a type, a woman has a man that she likes, right? So if your woman likes you, and let's say you're your woman's type, you're not the only man like you. And if the opportunity presents itself, or that same man that's like you or a better version of you presents himself to your woman, well, how's she not going to like the man that's exactly like you, but better in whatever shape, form, or fashion?
She could like you, but if she acts on it, that would be.
Here's the thing.
She could like you, but if she acts on it, it's a whole new thing. Which is exactly why married. You should be marrying. I ain't gonna lie. You're not gonna be dating. Dating is just fucking around.
I don't think
that's what that's the most asinine thing to say in the world, to just jump directly into a marriage. So you want to jump directly into marrying someone and not to actually get to know them in a dating stage.
You gonna have sex with them, yeah.
Hold on, really quick.
That's foolish, dog.
I don't think that's what that statement means, bro. B, when they say when they say she only has an eye for you, It don't have anything to do with whether or not she's acting on anything. The problem with that statement, I believe, is that it's suggesting that you're not even seeing good looks on another man. You're not even being attracted to or aroused by, and that's just not true. I don't care because you're in an infatuation stage with me. If you at the fucking beach and fucking 86 Albie Shore walks past, motherfucker, you looking, and you and your girls high-fiving, girl, what I would do, girl, and what our kids gonna look like that's
not true.
That's
you
not
actually see
true.
women and
That was
girls
going to
are
be
taking
my
it
question.
online.
My question was going to be when we say she doesn't see anybody else, is it just that she doesn't see that anybody else is fine or something? Is that what we talking about?
Yes, attractiveness. You're saying that she's not interested in any other man from an attractiveness standpoint and thinking about even entertaining another man. No, that's not real.
Well, okay. So thinking about entertaining another man and thinking that another man is fine are two different things.
Facts.
So yeah, I can say, I'm not blind. I've never been blind. If somebody is fine, somebody is fine. But do I have any interest on seeing shit else besides the fact that he's fine? No.
Y'all capping so fucking much.
So this is the thing.
Y'all entertaining your mind
This
sexual
is-
moments with men all the time. All
What?
the time. That
This
doesn't
right
mean you
here
act
is why
on them.
I don't understand women, because when women are sitting here
Y'all,
being honest,
y'all
you want to.
cap.
You're not
What
being
do I
honest.
gain from
Women
lying to
in
you?
most
Wait a
relationships.
minute. Hold on.
Women in most relationships.
No, you're thinking about us as if we have a dick and we gotta sit here and stick everything. We don't.
No, women in most
Y'all get
relationships.
emotional with people just like movie stars. Oh, I will fuck this shit out of Idris Elba. And you think about it, that's what it is. That doesn't mean you are going to act on it or not.
Right.
But you do think sexual thoughts about other men while you're with another man. So you can't, y'all can't.
So this is the thing, right?
No.
See, Jay-Z said it. Hold on, Callie. Jay-Z said it best. Some girls are nice and some girls are whores. So if you're dealing with a whore, of course she's going to be looking at every other man because she's a whore. But when a woman says that she only has eyes for you, baby, if you are doing certain things, if you are treating her a certain way, if you are making her feel like a natural woman, you understand what I'm saying? She's not worried about nobody else because she's only worried about you. See, when
fantasy, y'all get it all the time. That's bullshit.
So as a man, I love how men are going to tell women how women operate. I mean, when's the last time you had a period? I mean, when's the last time you gave birth? I mean, when's the last time you were a woman?
Though, Raw B.
But this
is men having interactions with women though. Oh, so Raw
But
B,
it doesn't.
Raw B. So hold on, I can kill that argument real easy. If I know a woman is married, happily married, and love all this stuff and so on and so forth, and for whatever reason we end up flirting with each other, what does that say?
She's not happily married.
No, you don't understand women. Wait. Now you don't understand women. A woman can be happily married and entertain some innocent fucking flirting or just something rare because she sees somebody that's attractive.
So this is wait a
Wow.
minute, because
Wow.
this is the thing, right?
There's a lot of whores in the army
Even if someone,
well, I'm not in the army, brother.
Lord
yeah,
Jesus
Navy.
Christ.
Yeah, you're right. It's a lot of whores in the Navy.
Wait, can y'all?
Well, these are civilian women too, brother.
Why?
Civilian too.
Well, anyway, so like how I was saying, right? If it's a conversation, then it's a conversation. That doesn't mean that she has eyes for you. That's a conversation. Some people have all types of.
I specifically said flirting, though.
Yeah, that's a conversation, though.
Thank you, but it's still flirting. So see
But
how y'all like to play this game?
But you're making the assumption that she's happily married. I'm going to tell you, as a woman, because just like how men always trying to tell women, you can't tell men what it is to be a man. You can't tell a woman what it is when she's really feeling it too.
Well, no. Well, again, like I said, and again, like I said, being that I've had experience with women that have done that, and it's been like, hey, look, you know what I'm saying? You look good, you're handsome, you whatever, so on and so forth, but I'm married, and it's just that at that, and I leave it at that. I mean, it's again, we're human, y'all. Look, man, y'all had to act like just because a woman is, it don't even have to be a marriage, it could be in a relationship. Listen, y'all like to feel like you look good, right? You only want to hear you look good from your own man? No, of course not. Women love attention. Women are literally run off and survive off of attention. So when she gets outside attention from a man, she may entertain it just from, like you said, a conversation or getting compliments from a man. So you can shake your head all you want, bro. Like I said, I'm grown. I did this. I've been there, done that.
So like how I said,
I don't think
So
anything
like
of
how
her
I
less
said,
by just
fantastic.
accepting some innocent flirting.
Hold tight, because like I said, when a man is doing the things that he needs to do and he's taking care of a woman the type of way, she's not doing all of that with nobody else because she don't need to.
Exactly.
Like most of the time, you
There
trying to
are
holler
better
at
men than
her.
your man. There
No,
are
but
better men than your man.
But this is the point. Hold on, Venus. This is the point. It doesn't matter if there's a better man than your man.
You're
'cause you're
lying,
not.
Raw B.
All right, hold on.
Raw B, now you're capping 1,000%. Raw B,
have
Raw
this,
B,
this thing of
hold on,
destroying
Raw B,
our own images?
Raw B,
I
you
will
have
never
a
stand
celebrity
for
crush.
Don't
Raw
ask
B,
me.
you have a celebrity crush.
Don't
If your
ask
celebrity crush
me.
came up to you, if your celebrity crush came up
Don't
to you, Raw
ask
B, you're entertaining it.
me no questions.
I'm trying to go
If
by
you're
what she
gonna
just said.
keep on
How many-
interrupting me when
what
I'm
is-
speaking, that's
you
hella
stop.
rude. I
But you
didn't
stop,
stop.
Raw
Like
B.
I
I'll let
said
you talk.
2-3 words and then he interrupted me. That's
Go
rude.
ahead,
This is how we have conversations. So, like how I was saying, when a man is loving on a woman the right way, there is no celebrity crush. She's not paying no attention to that shit. She's paying attention to him. I mean, maybe a woman's not paying attention to you like that, so it would seem like cap to you. I
Raw B,
understand. I
don't
get
play
it.
yourself like that. You know better
Don't
than that,
play
love.
yourself. Don't play yourself.
You know better than that.
Don't
Don't play
play
yourself like
yourself
that.
like that.
What
If
is
you-
paying attention to your woman the right way where she doesn't look at another man like he's attractive? Explain to me that.
So that's when you calling your woman all the time. You doing little stuff, showing her you thinking about her.
Being a
You
simp.
loving her. And this is exactly why it seems like cap to you.
Keep going.
Nah, I'm not gonna give y'all the game because every time somebody's
wanna know
speaking,
because
it's
I'm like,
cap, it's
y'all talking like-
stiffing, it's crazy. Y'all crazy
I
with it.
wanna- the reason why I
Don't
asked
worry
that
about
que-
it.
the
Shout
reason
out
why-
to all the men who have women that only have eyes for them, because y'all the ones
That's
that's really
impossible.
winning.
It's
Everybody else saying it's impossible, but y'all
impossible.
got it.
So
Raw B for sticking to the girl code.
Can I ask a question, Aaron?
Hold on,
I need to
wait,
ask
guys.
this question because I'm so lost.
Yeah, I know, but this is part of the reason why I want to brought that into the conversation. But let me read the super chats real quick because I want to hear women say they only got eyes for their man. And so give me 1 sec. Venus want that thing her name rhymes with.
Eat ass.
Man, I told y'all, I said the way y'all keep talking, I'm like, say this stuff. Sugar Bump says physical attraction is only one prerequisite. Dang, don't use big words like that, Sugar Bump. Please don't. Don't put me through that kind of stress tonight, okay? It's too easy to sleep with women. I'm ugly, and even a shrimp. And even I've turned down several women over the last several years. I don't believe you.
Damn,
I don't believe
brother,
you.
be
Turn
easy
nothing
on yourself.
down, Rob Platinum. You hit everything moving. Stop lying. Extrapolation equals when you pull out a strap on your ex. Don't do that. don't do that at all.
Yeah, you're going to
Don't
jail.
you ever do that at all. Quentin says Zara is a 305. Why, Quentin? Why? Get that 304 Zara B out of our country. Why? Robert Platinum says that's cap. That's cap. I don't know if that's cap though. Flirting requires zero conversation, raw biscuits.
I bet you want to glaze them. The fuck?
Y'all get it. Raw B equals Cap'n Crunch. Everybody loves Captain Crunch. So I want to. So now, Robbie,
It's very tasty.
Yeah, everybody loves Captain Crunch. So what you saying is that when a woman only got eyes for her man, nah, that can't happen. Because how can women then say, "I could want to sleep with a guy, but I'm not gonna sleep with a guy"? No, no, this don't make no sense.
That's not the same woman
You'll
in
stay
a
faithful to her man.
Like you guys are conflating a lot of things.
Whoa. So in a relationship, that changes.
Okay, listen.
So this is the thing, like how you were saying earlier. I actually came up to agree with you. If you want to sleep with somebody, you're gonna sleep with the person. If
No,
you don't
I'm
want
not.
to sleep,
No, I'm not.
well, then explain.
Don't cut her off.
Let him do that. Then explain how many one night stands people have. Explain how many good and bad one night stands people have. Some people sleep together. I mean, you have people that have slept together on the first night, they're married forever. You have people that have slept together on the first night, and it's a whole nightmare. So if it was right, and the kids. So if it was that people had control of their wants like that, that wouldn't be the case. And then you have some people that wait forever in a year to sleep with somebody, and then they absolutely hate them because they never really wanted them. They just wanted the benefits that they would get from them. You understand what I'm saying?
What does that have to do with having a desire for someone, right? You can acknowledge you're attracted to him. You physically want him and still making a conscious decision not to do it. You're talking to me about the people who've done it, and I'm talking to you about the people who don't. That's it.
No, Venus. No, women doesn't do it. Don't you understand?
Well, I don't agree with that. She's right about that. There's plenty, like I said, because the women. How do you explain? She's basically explaining to women, even though she just disagreeing with me. She literally describing the women I was talking about. Listen, the woman that you flirt with, it's on and so forth, and she's feeling you, she's attracted to you, but she's committed. She's a committed relationship, and she may want to do something with you because she's attracted to you, but she chooses not to do it. She chooses not to act on it. So to say that every woman has women definitely have sexual impulse as to where she may want to be there, and she may want you to get to the bottom of that, get to the bottom of things. But she say, hey, for whatever reason, no, I'm not gonna do it, whether she's in a relationship or, she's just trying to do something different. So yes, I can't believe you saying that now. So because Robbie, basically what you saying, everybody giving up that pussy. You saying ain't nobody never, saying stop and go. That she just letting that pussy go.
Oh no, when I'm talking about some real stuff, y'all keep interrupting me. So now I'm on my troll time. Now I'm on demon time, because when I'm saying demon time stuff, then everybody shuts up and they listen. But when I'm telling you something real, I say 2 words and you cutting me off.
Yeah, because you capping. Even the chat, people paid to tell you was capping. People paid you to tell you was capping.
Yeah.
That's not because that's your experience doesn't mean that I'm capping.
It's not just my experience. It's a lot of men. How many men on the panel have flirted with women that they knew in committed relationships, but the woman didn't do anything other than flirt?
But this is the thing. So how many of y'all also have judgmental intentions on women for their body counts, but feel like it's okay for you to sleep with the whole world? You don't have discernment. You don't have standards. You don't have boundaries. You don't have parameters to what it is you do, because everybody could get it. So therefore, if that's how you live, that's your perspective.
Just the attractive ones, yeah. But everybody, come on now, ain't nobody dicking down TD Jakes, bro.
Different than what we're talking about.
Yes, they are.
Like, bro, I usually think you're not the type of woman who stands on some type of sister code, right? You usually just say what it is. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't believe that you weren't willing to concede that a woman can actually be can compartmentalize. My marriage is fine, but I also appreciate this other attention. Do I have to bring up Steph Curry's wife?
No, so this is the thing. Steph Curry wife, I don't know what her issue is, right? But when you're a woman and you and a man, and your man is treating you right, and you pouring back into your man, you don't want nobody else, because first of all, you don't want to have to go. God damn it, Larry and Joseph, do I have to turn the mic all the way up because you're going to stop interrupting me? That's not polite. Now you're a grown ass man.
They're going to process that information, so just stop saying it. Like, let them believe what they believe.
It's not about you guys are clearly lying. We can give Steph Curry, Aisha Curry is a perfect example. I can give you 10,000 more examples of the same thing.
Because you have people that is constantly watching these shows and spinning the talking points and the narratives. So let's have a real my Jesus Christ, Latter-day Saints and the Mormons. Let's just have an honest conversation. My God.
But you're saying things that aren't true.
It's something that's unbelievable to you. It's something that's unbelievable to you. But when you saying whatever it is you're saying, whether I agree or not, I don't interrupt you. And I've already said it like 5 times. Like that, it's beyond rude at this point. Come on now. Grab your nuts. You all right? All right. So when a woman is in love with a man and they are pouring into each other, she doesn't want to have to be that vulnerable with another man again. She doesn't want to have to go through all of those phases to develop that level of closeness. So real women are not going to do anything to mess up the whole situation with a man that's really pouring into them and loving on them, because unfortunately in this society, those type of men are few and far between. See, real women value real men. And real men value real women. And if you have anything other than that, you not him and you not her. You just a fuck ass nigga. You just a fuck ass bitch. Just running around giving everybody your genitalias because you can't do no better.
She's actually right.
Hold on, how many
She's
relationships?
actually wrong.
Hold on, how
Say
many
her name
relationships?
She's actually wrong. And again, the
How many
Aisha Curry
relationships
thing
have you
stands.
seen?
Nah, Aisha Curry, you
How many
can't base her off her.
relationships
You don't know the inner workings of her
How many
relationship.
relationships have you seen?
Shout out to Beans for bringing
How
up
many
Aisha Curry.
relationships have you seen work the longest and never been perfect to the point where, like, I'm pouring into you all the time. You're loving me. You're loving me. No relationship is like that. Every relationship has their ups and downs. So when there's a down or a up, a woman's going to sit there and be like, hey, I find another nigga attractive. Oh, I have in my mind, oh, it's a fantasy to fuck him.
And furthermore, my point still stands on why do women in most relationships? Hold on. I need this question
I'm not
answered.
done. I'm not done.
Wait, let me ask this question
I'm
real
not
quick.
done though. I'm not done though. They still stay in their relationship and they still do not go outside the relationship and go with that fantasy. But
Right.
it is a thought in their mind to fuck another dude.
Okay, let me ask
Not
this
really.
question really quickly, Raw B.
You're a mind
Raw
reader?
B, Raw B or Venus, as a matter of fact. So would you say then, by what you just said, Raw B, and it seemed like Venus, you was agreeing with her, would you say then that any woman that has, let's just go with a medium social media presence, is impeding her own possibility to have a good, healthy marriage? Because we can't pretend like we don't know what's going on in the social media. Even
not
though,
at all.
wait, let me make sure I preface this. I'm not saying they're inviting it, but I'm just saying, let's just be honest. Man, husband, it don't matter. If you have a DM, it's niggas in it. Okay? So let's just be honest about that. So again, if you have that and you're gonna have these guys in your DMs, that's attention that you're gonna be getting. And like I interviewed my niece, and like she said, I'm not finna spend all day telling every nigga, don't inbox me, I got a man. So it's not like she entertains it like she's ever gonna get with them, but she just communicates back with niggas who are flirting. She's not dismissive of the attention. And that's what I'm saying. When you say don't have eyes for another man, it's one dude that messes her, she don't even respond back because that nigga ain't shit. But the next nigga, guess what? He might be somebody. And she appreciates that attention, whether or not she's happy in her relationship, which she is. Her man balling out of control. But it don't matter. She still doesn't pretend like other men ain't attractive. It ain't other men at her. Like, you know, the consideration. So my question again is, if a woman has a medium social media presence, meaning Facebook and Instagram. Let's say she don't got Snapchat or TikTok, but she got Facebook and Instagram, DMs open, page open. Is that an impediment to a healthy marriage?
It really isn't
she's selling
because
pussy.
damn, I could have swore you said Ruby
Yeah,
or
go
Venus,
ahead,
right?
Go ahead, yeah.
So no, it's not, because at the end of the day, like, somebody in your inbox, we all know how to swipe and delete without even opening the message. But if your man is sitting there, he's making you laugh sun up to sundown, y'all have shared moments and experiences, y'all have a true foundation. Somebody sending a text message to the phone, it's not going to shake something that's strong. But a lot of people don't have anything that's strong because they're so busy worried about balling out of control. Is that man taking a moment to bring a flower? Is she taking a moment to cook a meal that he likes? As to Jim Savage's point, oh, well, when things are down, that's when you appreciate the attention of somebody else. That's when you know your spine is weak and you should already walk away. Because when I'm not finished really responding to what you have to say. Hold on a minute. After I finish saying this part, then sure, say whatever. Yeah, thank you. So when somebody that you really into is down, you're not worried about nobody else because they're not being who it is that they are. So now you're like, damn, what's wrong? How we get you back on the right track? Like, what can I do to help? You all right or you not all right? What's good? You trying to repair them. You trying to heal. So women that, or men that are in the space where something is down, they looking for somebody else. They was never for that person in the beginning. They was opportunistic. They was narcissistic. They was just out for their goddamn self. So let's stop talking about people that really care about people in relationships as if they're the same that people that are fucking whores and just opportunists. And now I'm done.
Okay, you're
Wow,
done.
hold on.
Yes, no. I said I wanted to talk after she was done.
Brother, I was trying to get in and you never let me get in, brother.
When you're on your period and you're emotional, right? Don't y'all go against everything that's going. When y'all on your period, don't y'all get emotional against everything that's logic. Yes, you do. Y'all get more emotional and y'all shut shit down. So when you're on your period and the nigga don't do what you ask him to do, aren't you emotional to the point where you're thinking about something else? Yes, you
Every
are.
woman
That's
don't even react the same
No.
on their menstrual.
Absolutely not. That's the most extreme,
Women don't even
ridiculous,
react the same on their
Man, I
menstrual.
can't rock with you on the
craziness,
menstrual, bro.
stereotypical,
Women react
surface
differently.
level
Yeah, the
thinking
menstrual
shit
don't.
I
Yeah,
done
I
heard.
know. Yeah,
There's
yeah,
not but
This
one way to
month.
react.
yeah. You can't. You're not gonna work with that
Oh,
one,
she's
brother.
on her
Let me
period
say real
and
quick.
he made me mad,
Michael.
so I'm
Look,
thinking
hold on.
about fucking this other nigga.
Ask a
Some
question.
extreme
Yeah.
shit.
Weren't
I
y'all
gotta
all
agree with.
quiet when
I gotta
Robbie
agree
was
with the
talking?
females on that one, fam.
Weren't
Well,
y'all
let
all
me just say
quiet when
this.
Robbie
Let
was
me
Listen,
ask a
talking?
question after
Yeah, you
this.
my
wrong,
ultimate
bro.
question. My
Were
ultimate
y'all all
question is
quiet
this.
when Robbie was talking?
Hold on. Well, yeah, brother,
weren't
Y'all
you
quiet when
was,
finished.
she
You
was
just
right?
made a bad
talking
point. You made a
either.
bad
I
point,
didn't
brother.
make a bad point.
You
You
made a
made a
bad point.
horrible
The point
point.
is,
Yeah,
You
you
actually
made a
did,
bad
bro.
point.
You
Even the
actually
yeah,
men
did.
are
whatever.
saying it, brother.
You
That
think
shit
you're
You
was
made a bad
straight
point.
trash.
Can
Yeah,
I
but
speak?
anyway,
Can I speak?
respect. But damn, brother, you
That'd
what
be
you?
fantastic if you let me speak. That'd
Well,
be great.
brother, damn,
That'd be
I've been
great.
Hey,
Look,
trying
yeah,
to
I
you
get
even
in.
should
I
be.
You,
even
this
said
is
it
your
while
Hold on,
third
she was
round of
fantastic.
questioning,
bro.
brother.
Hold on,
I even
fantastic.
said
Let
it
him
while
just
Brother,
let,
this
Robbie
is
let him
your
let
was
him
third
get
speaking.
round of
one
I said,
word up.
questioning,
can
He's
I
brother.
not
speak
wrong.
after you?
Let him
I
cook.
said it while
Let Jim
Robbie was
Savage cook.
speaking. Can I speak after you? Respect that.
And I said, and I was saying the same thing, dog. You
You
know,
didn't say,
this is
you
your
didn't
third
ask
round of
Robbie to
questioning,
speak
brother.
after her.
You hogging the mic,
Brother.
and you
spoke,
hogging it badly. You just asked a
bro.
horrible question.
Would it be
You asked the most
fantastic if you be
ridiculous
quiet?
question
Yo,
of
This
the
is what
yo,
I'm
or
saying.
made the most
fantastic should go
ridiculous
What I'm
after
point of the
Jim
saying
night
is
so
Savage.
this.
far,
Brother.
brother.
What I'm
Hey,
Come on,
saying is
fantastic
brother.
should
this.
go after Jim
See,
Savage.
y'all want to keep talking. What I'm saying after this, how many of y'all have seen women in a great relationship but be so emotional that they fuck shit up at that moment? Right or wrong?
That's a
Oh
great
my
point. Now, brother,
That
good
is a
God.
follow
great
up, brother.
point. But
The
what I'm
majority
saying
of
is,
them.
due to that point, you never know what they're going to be thinking or wanting at that point because they will shut you down. Even if you're trying to treat them right, they're emotional.
And what
They
about
have
the
a
women
certain,
that'll give you
they
2 hours
have
of
they have
FaceTime
a
when they on their
certain
cycle
they
too?
have a
Like, stop
certain
playing with me.
You know what I'm saying?
when
All women don't
you're
react the same, Jim
when
Savage,
women
in their
are
menstrual.
emotional, they have a certain want and need, and they do not explain to a man what that is. So
Well, we
we're
feel like she probably tried, but you won't fucking listen because we trying to explain right now and you interrupt
No,
every damn time.
I'm gonna
So
no,
interrupt.
I
again,
would
I
no,
imagine
asked
in
her to
y'all,
real
bro,
life,
speak.
you do
y'all
the
are.
same
This is the
shit.
problem
That's
with
what I'm
having
saying. You're being
conversations with
emotional.
women.
You're being emotional because I asked Robbie, can I speak after her? And then 30 motherfuckers want to speak after
No,
her.
Well,
I'm
brother, are
saying
you gonna
every
wrap it
time
up,
we
B?
tried to
Brother, you
give you
still
an
got
honest
questions? You
answer,
still
This is
going?
what I'm
you
saying.
fucked
I
up.
would have wrapped it up a long time ago. You shut the fuck up.
No, what I'm saying is
Brother, you
every
still
time
like
we
damn.
tried
You
to give
you
you an
stopped. That was
honest
a long
answer,
All right,
you
pause.
go
interrupt us.
speak. Obviously, you got something to say. Go
That
ahead.
was a long pause. Yeah, thank you,
All
brother.
right,
Listen,
good.
my very very simple question is this point blank period. Regardless of however great a man can treat them, and we've heard women say this, it's black women especially. Oh, he was just too nice. Why do women in most relationships? Period. Whether it be regular relationships, whether it be marriages, divorces, women in the most relationships, no matter how great that man is. So what I'm saying to you is, and this is how I know it's cap, is that a woman for the most part is never satisfied. It's never good enough.
Yo,
And
fantasy Chris
if
Carter,
you
my
don't
bad.
have this permanent, roller coaster ride of great times and all these different things and so on and so forth, and like Jim Savage said, once those hard times hit, not many women, especially nowadays. Now, like Raw B, you a little older, right? Okay, so like I said, you guys are talking about something that's foregone and it is no longer that way. We're talking about now. Now, most of these women do not have this stick through it and grow with a man attitude. Everybody talking about high value man, this high value man, that high value man. They want the man at his peak. They don't want to grow with the man. They don't want to build with this man. They don't want to go through this man with none of the serious stuff you have to do in a relationship. So that's why
Yo,
I'm saying it's
fantastic.
cap. And
Yo,
you
Now,
and you
first
keep
of
the
all,
personalizing it
word,
too
yo,
much.
I just
Hold
want to
on,
make one
look,
sentence.
can I
One
first
finish?
of
sentence, bro. I'm just
Go
gonna make
ahead.
one sentence real quick, bro. Like the word a nice man and a good man are two different things, bro.
Amen.
So it's two
Brother,
different things.
again, well, listen, I can tell you this. A woman is
Don't
never
call
called,
him no
hold on, I can
homo
tell you this.
mouth.
Brother, a woman is never called a bad man nice. They said he did any and everything for me and he was too nice, brother. Too nice. When a woman says a man is too nice, you
you left off the important part too. She's not referring to a bad man, brother. She's referring to a man that was giving her too much.
Yo, fam,
But this is the
what I'm
thing.
saying is it's different. My bad, Robbie.
she's
A
not.
nice man, I ain't gonna lie. In my perspective, nice man is synonymous with yes man, synonymous with simp, synonymous with weak. A good man is one who stands on his business principles and purpose and embodies the full aspect of being a man through and through, A through Z. You know, he walk with his chest out. He ain't walking like no hoe. He moving right. He going to get his money and all that stuff. That's the idea of what I would consider what a good man probably is. A
Great
simp
point,
is a
brother.
nice man.
Great point, brother. And you know what? And I got one for that one too. Again, They have these things nowadays where they call how many of you women have fumbled a good man, and you know who be in the comments? Black women. Fumbled a great man. It's actually one that just went viral within the last couple of weeks or so.
Oh
This
my
woman talking about
God.
how she
So
had the
this is
husband, she had the family, he was a provider, he was a protector, and you know what she did? She left him, and now she regretting it.
Okay,
So
okay.
again, brother, good, nice, however you want to put it, it's still covered. And what I say stands. Women in more
just because
relationships
he
than
was
men
a
do.
provider doesn't mean he was good for her.
She said he was good in every way, shape, form, or fashion, ma'am. You can leave. I know you
Sir,
probably seen it.
All right, guys, stop.
she was
Stop.
lying,
Stop.
sir.
Stop. I'm trying to get Paolo in here because he's the only person that's not going to talk over y'all because he's just overly respectful. So, Paolo, I'm sorry, brother. I'm trying to get you in there, but you see what I
No, you're
got.
good. It's your panel, Aaron. I'll wait on you on that.
Go ahead, bro.
I've got a question to the fellas, man. Why do we sit up on these panel and talk shit on ourselves like this? It's a genuine question. Why do we convince women that we ain't shit? That's what we're saying. We're essentially saying, look, I can be the greatest man in your whole entire life, but you still gonna fuck another man. So that means I ain't shit.
Defeated mindset.
That don't mean you ain't shit, brother. That means that women have a loyalty issue. Hold on. Was he done? My bad. I'm just making sure he was done. Were you done, brother?
He wasn't done.
That's why I asked. That's why I stopped. That's why I stopped and checked. It sounded like he made a pause before somebody said something, so I gotta ask now.
Can people breathe? Can people breathe?
That's a long ass pause, Raw B. Damn, you
also
wait
said
more
it
than
was a
15
genuine
seconds. I
question.
don't think he got asthma. I don't think the nigga got
He
asthma.
did say, hold on, but he did say it was a genuine question, so I believe he was looking for responses.
That's what I thought too, but I mean that's why I asked the question.
Yeah,
was he done?
I'll hand it back to y'all. Because, damn, I've seen a lot of men that I mentor, and they come with me with the same problem, and I give them the same answer. It ain't about the woman. If we believe that we are the leaders in whatever it is, we're men, we're leader, we're masculine. And if a woman leaves you, then your leadership ain't shit.
Brother, that is extremely extreme. That is the most feminist thing. Hold on. Wait, no, brother. Now hold on. You just said you just said how do we make ourselves look like we ain't shit? And you just said that if a woman leaves you, your leadership ain't shit, brother. That's an oxymoron. You literally just contradicted yourself.
If my wife of 8 years leaves me, guess what I'm gonna say to myself? I wasn't shit. I picked the wrong woman. I made the wrong decision.
You have a very poor understanding.
Then I need to refigure my shit out.
Understanding of free will and autonomy, brother. A woman that you can and you're actually a part of the problem. If you're mentoring men to think that, brother, you definitely need to re-get some training, because again, you cannot decide when a person chooses to leave you, fam. You can be doing any and everything right, never did anything wrong, and a person can decide tomorrow. Hold on, brother. I do not want to do this anymore, regardless of how great or good you were, and just say they don't want to do it and leave. So again, for you to say that, dude, it's insane.
That would go to you picking the wrong woman. Then
for you to say that is insane.
That could be argued as you picking the wrong woman, though.
Brother, you can never pick the right brother. As long, listen, and I hate when y'all guys. I gotta say, let me hold up. He said this. Let me address this. Look, bro, there's no such thing as picking the right person, bro, because a person, again, free will. Okay, it's people that's been married for 25 and 40 years. You know what happened? They get a divorce at that time. So you mean to tell me you waited 40 years to find out that was the wrong person? No, bro. Somebody changed their mind. Somebody changed their mind.
Listen real quick. There's a such thing as picking the wrong woman. There's a such thing as picking the right woman.
Okay.
So what you saying nonsense. You didn't refute my point at all. You didn't refute my point at all.
The quality of a leader is that he's ever present in his relationship. He must know what direction the relationship is. If his woman is acting a certain way, we've got to step in and say, look, we don't align that way. That's not the direction of the relationship. We've got to shift back to this direction. This is the path.
You don't want to go your direction.
Someone used the example of women on their period. You know what I do with my wife when she comes to me acting all crazy and shit? I say that that's not how we move. Do you want me to hug you? Do you want me to sit down with you? Do you want me to hear you out? Whatever it is, but that's not how we move. You're not going to talk crazy to me, and I'm not going to talk crazy to you. You want to be left alone? All right, I'm going to go do my shit.
And that's cool until she decides, brother, that she don't want to do things your way.
Fantastic. You got to play by your own rules. Play the same rules you gave the gym, right? Pablo, here's my question to you. A man is with a woman. Let's say they're together for about 8 years. That man gets cancer. And because of that cancer, he can no longer get regular erections. 5 years, she cheats on that man with his best friend in their house.
Uh-oh.
He forgives her, takes her back. She goes to school. When she finishes school 3 years later, she divorces him, takes a little more than half of his pension and the house. You're telling me that's on, so you're telling me, hold on, Pratt.
He's a bad leader.
So you're telling me that's on his leadership. That's what you're telling me.
He took her back. Why are you taking her back?
Yeah, she's a whore.
So either way,
hold on, fantastic. Hold on, fantastic, bro. I get it. You a veteran.
My bad, Beans.
I get it. Paulo, here's the problem. You literally just skipped past her decisions as an autonomous being. You went right
she
to
made
him
a
taking
decision.
her back. Wait,
okay,
you went right to him taking her back and skipped past her initial discretions. Why are you doing that? That's my question. Why are you doing that? I want to know why you're doing that. I want to know why you're skipping past her initial indiscretion.
Yes, she left him and cheated on someone else when he got cancer. Couldn't get an erection. The fact that I take her back is meaning I am condoning her bad behavior, saying I ain't shit. You can misbehave whatever you like, and I'm going to condone it as a man.
Wait, Paulo, you're not addressing your original point. Was it his leadership? That's the question. Her initial discretion was based on his leadership.
Yes. The initial
so
thing
he
is
decided to get cancer, bro.
No,
He decided
let's
for
be
his dick not to
logical.
work.
No, let's be logical. Let's be logical about this. Let's be logical. If you got cancer, what is the logic for a woman to stay with you if she does if she's not the provider?
You're smart man.
Oh my God.
If I get cancer, if I get cancer, I am not going to sit here and cry if my wife decides to leave me. I would say, fuck it, I'm gonna die anyway.
You should leave her. You should leave her. You can no longer please her. You can no longer please her.
But brother, stop mentoring men immediately.
Yeah, you
stop.
Yo, Paulo, I get your point, bro. I get your point. I get your point.
There's no point to get.
If I'm
Listen,
sick and I got only
no,
months,
it is a point.
Again, this person is supposed to be there. Death do us part. You're married to this person.
That's not how that works.
You're be married to
I know, that's how I be feeling like shit.
I mean, I get that you. I mean, I get that that's what you want it to be, but that's a fantasy. That's a fantasy. The reality is that the reality is this. He's right. It is your leadership. If you still choose after, like his analogy was that the guy knows that his dick ain't gonna work no more, right? If you still choose to be with if you think that a woman gonna stick with you and your dick don't work, you definitely, your leadership got to be off. You not even lead. Hold up, let me just say this last thing. You're not even leading yourself the right way, fam. You need an X-name on all relationships, fam. Because no woman gonna stick with you. So that's.
Let me have this.
That's all I want to say.
Hold on, I'll be brief.
Do y'all not realize, gentlemen, that y'all got the women off? They had them. They said, "Oh, we don't see no other man at all when we happies," and y'all was pushing on points, and y'all want to get off base to talk about this nonsense right now.
Well, that was Paulo. Paulo told us down the road.
You the one made room for the
You told us to listen to Paulo. We listened to Paulo. Now we here.
Hold on. No. Let's put the blame where the blame goes. This blame goes on
Bring it
Aaron.
back to me.
Because
Bring it back to me. Bring it back to me. Y'all ask me a question. Y'all ask me a question. Bring it back to me. Why are we introducing?
Hold on, Paulo.
Why are we introducing?
Yo, to the person in the chat that says sex is only a small part of the relationship, you're a fucking fool.
All right. Okay. Give me a minute. I'm gonna explain myself. Just give me a minute. Give me a minute. All right.
Real quick, no interruption.
Leadership. Hold on now. Hold on. Okay. Let me break this down. When we talk about leadership, it is things that we have within our control. Why are we introducing a disease to try and justify leadership quality? That's outside of your control. So when you introduce a thing like cancer, which we know it's very 50-50, to me as a logical man, I'm a guy. Why would I want to put the woman that has birthed my children through that agony if she can get better? That's just
Bruh,
a logical decision
wait,
I'm gonna make.
wait,
If she decides to leave, if she decides to leave me, I'm
Yo,
like,
Paulo,
cool.
don't even try. Yo, these dudes are
Are you
delusional, bro.
trolling us right now?
Damn.
Just
These
wait.
dudes are
Just
delusional.
wait.
Can I go? Can I go?
Y'all are very
Just wait. Just
emotional.
wait. Just let him
Y'all
get
are
through it. Just let him
emotional.
get through his fucking talking point.
Bro, B, y'all wildin'.
Look,
For real.
Damn, man. Just let him get through his shit.
there are old
Y'all
people.
disrespecting. Y'all
Exactly.
disrespecting another man. He not
So
talking
look,
loud to y'all.
Okay.
He not
And
disrespecting y'all.
everybody just
Y'all not even
Disrespecting him
letting him get
how?
his
No
point
one's
across.
disrespecting.
But
Nobody's
then
cussing him
y'all,
out. Nothing. We're just responding to what he said.
no, it's disrespectful when someone has asked you repeatedly to stop talking over them and you keep talking over them while
He
they're
finished
trying to
asking
make
the
a point.
damn question.
No, he wasn't finished. He took a breath, like he asked for
It's
a
crazy.
minute.
This
He
the
was just
shit people gotta
talking.
like
The fact of the
explain to
matter that
people.
he's even able to say this is ridiculous. To leave a but either way, my bad, brother. Go ahead.
Okay.
It's not ridiculous, man. It's so crazy that yo, if that's the way you think, then that's the way you could think, bro. But I don't think it's crazy either. Paulo, I agree with you.
Brother, and again, you are the minority of men.
See,
You're
look,
not even just minority.
all
you
you
are
like
the
to do
minority
is
of
put people down,
For
man.
you
No
to
one
say,
cares.
bro, for
I
you
would
to
say
say,
no one
for you
cares
to say
though.
that if
No
you
one
were to
cares,
get
bro.
a
I don't
cancer
care.
to leave, just leave,
Bro,
your
I
wife is
don't
cool
care
should
what you
just
think.
leave you, brother. That's insane.
I would
Most
not
married
be,
people
but
wouldn't even
that's
say
just
that.
me though, bro.
Okay,
Like, yo, if
exactly.
my
So stop
bro,
saying
are
that.
you
That's what I
listening to
just said.
yo, bro? You just talk over
You're the
people. It's so annoying.
minority.
You
You're
didn't
the
even use.
minority.
Oh my god, bro! Can I say it? You already called me the
Bro, you
minority.
haven't
I
even let
heard
me
you the
finish saying what I was.
conversation.
Come
It's
on now, y'all
crazy.
gotta calm down. Y'all not even listening.
I'm saying y'all
I
not.
mean, he just misquoted me, Aaron. I was talking about the dick not working part. That's the part I'm saying.
Bro,
You should not stick
again, that's a
around.
part of the cancer, though.
He
It's
added
even
that part
ridiculous.
as well. He added that
Bro,
part as
Pat,
well. I'm not just saying
Pat,
if
say
you
you gotta
have
say so I can
cancer,
go, fam.
well, just go, bro.
Give me some structure. Give me some structure real quick. Everybody, look, we can't. Nobody can hear us. Like nobody at
Frank,
all.
hold on.
I'm
Give me
gonna
one second.
be
Give me
real
one
brief.
second.
Now, hold on real quick, bro. Hold on. I'm gonna be real brief. I'm gonna be quick, shorter than all y'all. So, Paulo, there are old people who have relationships where like they don't have like they can't have sex and stuff like that because time goes on and all this stuff. Like marriage is not only about sex; it's definitely a great part of it, especially during the part where you're able to actually have sex and stuff. But there are millions of relationships where they're not having sex and they're not committing infidelity. So to have that stance and then teach people to
crazy, man.
not to operate in the way you're saying,
so
it's
sad,
kind of
bro.
wild in my eyes because it's like you're going against the idea of
This
vows.
is the
It
thing
goes,
you don't
hold on,
realize.
I'm gonna finish real quick.
Okay.
It goes against the idea of
Let
the
me-
vows. If you have vows, it
Yeah,
goes
so-
against that. That's what I'm gonna say.
So this is the thing that y'all are disqualifying. I'm talking from a man's perspective. You know how many women will stay through that situation? To me, is that I accept that there's a possibility that she's going to leave based on whatever it is that she decide. If I have cancer,
So you
Exactly.
y'all ever tell a woman you have the option to leave and have her leave straight away?
No.
Or
Hell
Paulo,
no. Exactly.
let they
'cause women-
shorty or Paulo, let they shorty box stop working.
Hey, I brought
Let
this
they
up.
girl
I
box
brought
stop
this
working.
up.
Let's see
Let
if
me
they
explain
stick
something
around.
real quickly, because I brought that up, right? And the reason why to me it matters, bro, again, because the first thing you did was you skipped right past the woman's autonomy and you went to the man about his leadership. She had choices in the matter too. She could say rightfully for herself, I don't want to stay through this, and she could leave. But you're not addressing any of the woman's autonomy. You're just trying to say any and everything a woman do inside of a relationship with a man falls on the man. That is fucking bullshit. Okay, and I don't
No,
understand why
Beans.
you're trying to say that. But
What I'm
here's the
saying
thing.
is that
Wait. But the reason why it matters, what I'm saying is this, right? You could replace that with any fucking thing. It wouldn't make a difference. At some point, things happen in a relationship, right? Where sometimes people they don't want to be together anymore. Things fall apart, things fall down, whatever. Everybody has choices in the matter, right? So now let's flip it. Let's take it off the man has cancer. This is where I'm gonna see where your mind really at. You're with this woman, and now this woman has fibroids and she loses her ability to give birth to children. Should that man divorce her because she lost the ability to give birth to children? Yes or no?
If he says yes, there's no point in marriage at all from this idea because he like is diminishing.
Then let him respond. Before
Hold on,
everybody
hold
start
on.
talking,
Okay.
just let him fucking respond. Paulo.
My 3 years ago, my wife and I found out that she's got a tumor in her brain.
Mhm.
I'm still with that woman 3 years on.
Okay.
Sorry to
So
hear that.
you didn't leave her, and
Sorry
she
to
didn't.
hear
Wait. because this contradicts his fucking statement earlier.
No,
She didn't
because
say,
I'm
I
on
know you're
principle.
gonna say it's about the man and his leadership. It doesn't matter because we're all autonomous beings. That's the point, Paulo. She didn't say, God damn it, I have a tumor in my brain. I'm not gonna force you to stay with this shit, so I'm gonna leave you. It's 3 years later and y'all still together, which means equally it is logical for a man to not think just because I lost the inability to get an erection that I should just automatically leave my woman and not expect her to be holding to her vows.
Okay.
So this is the issue where we have
First of all,
because what he actually said was, what he actually said was, as a man, he understands that there is a possibility. It is illogical and unreasonable to just automatically expect that someone will stay. That is actually the true definition of love. It is sacrifice. When something is going wrong and you stay, it's because you love someone, you're invested in them, and you want to be with them through the tough times. But the way society is set up nowadays, most people don't have the tenacity and the wherewithal to stay with their partner through the rough time, because everybody believes that a relationship is supposed to be a fairy tale. You're supposed to be balling out of control. You're supposed to be bouncing all over the world. And that is not the reality of marriage. That is not the reality of relationships. In a marriage, you will have times, when you don't have your shit together. Y'all have times when y'all are sleeping on the floor on blankets, eating ramen noodles, saltine crackers, and drinking damn tap water, and you still stay together because you love that person. But nowadays, y'all tripping.
Well, real quick, hold on, y'all. Let me read these super chats real quick because I want to respond to what she just said. Raw B, I want to pour honey on them beautiful biscuits. These people, man, they is the best at this. Cap and crunch ruins your mouth like community box.
Hilarious.
Well, they love that stuff. Shout out to We on Lock says podcasts and fantastic are anti-women.
Motherfucker, you don't know me. Shut your man. Look, don't start, bro. I don't even know you, homie. Watch your fucking mouth, pussy nigga.
If you leave a person for inability to have sex, that person never loved you. True love is never conditional.
Stupid.
That may be true, but I will get me and Chicky. We battle this all the time. This whole love, all this type of stuff.
Yeah,
it's a lot of me.
Why she think about your sex is the reason why each side will kind of fall more in love with you. They're like both sides, the man and the woman. So you take that away on either side, then you should not. I mean, I don't care what nobody else does, but
I don't know if that's
I'm not about to be with no
what this love stuff is.
You just waiting for your spouse to cheat on you. That's basically what I'm saying. If all I'm saying, if my dick stopped working, I'm not waiting for a shorty to go cheat on me. I don't need a woman as much as these fucking lame ass dudes who can only cook oatmeal and boil eggs. I can do everything by myself. I don't even need a shorty. I choose to have one. So my dick stopped working. What the fuck do I need a woman for? What? To fold my fucking clothes, to fold my clothes, to mop my floor. Get the fuck out of here, bro. To be my maid, the fuck out of here, bro.
If your penis stop working, your mouth still work. Your fingers still work. Them toys still work.
Get the fuck out of here. Nah, hell nah. Yeah, but she gonna want. Okay, so now you telling me to do a bunch of foreplay to her to get her to want some. Bro, you bugging. You saying some wild shit right there. You don't even get it. So like, nah, I'm not gonna sit there and wait for a girl to eventually go do some shit. Y'all want to do that? Go do that, fam. Stay with her through thick and thin. I promise you, she gonna get a hard shiv and eventually, and that's gonna be on you. But I'm not doing that. My shit start working is a dub. Actually, box me up. Actually, box me up. It's a dub for life. I don't even want no more of this. Without my shit working. What are we talking about?
I don't even want to harp on because that's ridiculous, right? Like that's just insane. But I want to go back to this point because that's just insane, right? Let me just go back to this point. If you leave somebody when they have cancer, you are just a bad person. That's crazy. Like, even if, and it's gonna sound crazy, even if you have to cheat on them behind their back and they don't know, it's much better than to leave them while they're going through a process where they might actually die. To me, I'm not saying you got to be perfect. All I'm saying is, for that process, they need all the hope, support that they can absolutely get, no matter what you got to fight. And I don't know, Paulo, like I hear you, but like I understand the logic of it. It's like, man, but to me, that is the epitome of the worst person ever.
You're correct.
You have to wait. You like, honestly, it sounds crazy, but honestly, you have to literally wait until they get through that process, whether good or bad. And if you horn, whatever it is, you're gonna have to just do it on the under because that is too much stuff. I don't know.
My husband
Aaron,
wouldn't even
this
have
is-
to
this is
sneak
the-
and do
this
it
is the
though. I would
thing.
let him do it. Like if
Now,
that
this
happened
is-
to me,
this is the
I
thing
would
that I'm-
rather my husband stay and go have sex, but don't leave me. Like
This is what I'm trying to break down to y'all.
Respect that.
Going back to
respectfully, but I don't think men gonna do that.
going back to what Beans was saying. Look, if a woman leaves you because you have cancer and your dick ain't working, then that's a bad woman. Why would you want her back? Why would you want her to stay? God damn! Why is this not making sense?
I think
if she is going to leave, she's a bad woman. Why would you want her to stay?
I think the thought process is,
How is she a bad woman?
oh well, Lee, that's what we about. That's what. Well, she is definitely an evil woman. But so I think the thought process is, hold on, Lee, hold on. I think the thought process is she's going to leave you because she wants to have sex with somebody, and she needs to leave you in order to do that. Instead of you saying, "Hey, I understand you human, you got needs. I'm not gonna be able to tell you not to do that." So like it's gonna get real ugly right now because a woman's got.
And men doing that, Aaron? You doing that?
Am I doing what?
Telling your woman it's okay for her to go have sex.
Right. And, yo, you can go. Yo, I'ma lick the box, and then you could go have your date. That's what you doing. That's what you doing. You giving it up like that? Go ahead, talk.
All right, thank you. Let me answer the question, right?
Yep.
Because it's based upon your inability to have sex. Is from what I'm hearing, right? If that happens to you, yeah, you might have to let her go have sex with somebody. As crazy as it sounds, because beyond the logic of it, it's just like that's not working. And I don't know. Obviously, there's a time frame. Obviously, it ain't gonna be 3 months or whatever the case is. But at some point, you can't expect her to stay in a relationship. Now, she might stay, but to have a sexless relationship, you're going to have to do something unconventional because most times that circumstance is not planned. You do not go into the circumstance like, yo, this could happen. And unfortunately, that's the downside of most people. They really go into the situation hoping that you never do things that have never existed as opposed to the things that have existed. So I would say for me personally, I would have to be like, yo, it ain't working. It's been a good amount of time. I can't really stop you. I can't be mad at you either because you're a human. But I mean, am I gonna like it? No. But at the end of the day, no. I'm not gonna like it. But I'm not at the same time. I would probably think she's more valuable than just that because I can't do it no more anyway.
I'm not. I know she got more value, but
hold on, unlikely. You know what's funny to me, Aaron? These dudes, right? They be in these streets. They be hella criminal, right? They go get locked up, do a big. They have the expectation that they woman gonna be faithful. They be in jail 5, 6, 10, 20 years, whatever, right? But the same expectation that a woman will be faithful to them because their penis don't work and there don't exist. It's hilarious to me.
So you're saying all women can't be faithful?
No, I didn't say all women can't be faithful. What I said was men have the most ridiculous perspectives when it comes to what they believe will pull faithfulness and what won't. If you are making love to your woman for decades,
right.
and then you have a moment where you're down bad oh, I'm going to throw away all the decades of lovemaking, all the decades of memories, all the decades of family and fealty we built to one another, just because for a moment in time you may not be able to put your penis in my body. Like I told Talee, your mouth work, your fingers work, them toys work. You find other ways to have intimacy in a marriage. But again, we're talking about people that don't understand building intimacy, which is why majority of people don't have orgasms and most people don't have satisfying sexual entanglements. Too busy being selfish and self-serving. But I'm gonna mind my business though.
Can I say
I
something
was
before
right
I
the whole
drop
time.
down?
So I was right the whole time then, right?
Go ahead, Venus.
What you mean? Go ahead, Venus.
Okay, so it was a lot going on, but I'll just say this. If you have a negative mindset about women and every time a woman tries to tell you the truth, you're too focused on telling her what's in her mind, you are never going to get anywhere with women. Like if you already approach women with this mindset that everybody's lying to you, everybody's looking to do you dirty, everybody's looking to do you wrong, no one's ever telling you the truth, you are creating your own misery and you are the reason your relationships are failing. That's just that. Because that mindset right there, if this panel is any indication of just how you guys view women and how you deal with them, when you have women who are non-biased, right? We don't know you, we're not with you, just trying to give you like an honest perspective of women, and you can't even hear that shit. You can't even let us finish the sentence because you just know women better than a whole woman or three women. Like I don't understand that mindset. I just don't think that'll get you anywhere, and you won't be able to have a real relationship with anybody. So I mean, I would just suggest like that negative mindset, get rid of that shit. It's not going to get you anywhere. But like,
You think men should get rid of negative mindset of the majority of women showing that they will go out and fuck you over?
how is majority of women showing that?
Prove to me that they aren't.
Prove to me that they are, because you said it.
Prove to me.
It's
Every
your point.
conversation that
It's not my
men,
job to prove your point. You gotta prove your own
every
point.
conversation that men and women have, the majority are women fucking niggas over. Even when they go to statistics, the majority are women fucking niggas over.
What
So prove
statistics?
to me that
What statistics?
your status means something to someone
What's
who
the
deals with the
statistics?
majority.
What's the statistics? What are they? In what ways?
You on mute.
Somebody keeps muting me. The statistics are 50%, right, of marriages get in divorce. And 80 out of 50% marriages getting divorced, 80% are women doing it.
Right, but does that tell
So
you?
that means
Wait, hold on.
mean?
Let me answer you.
Women are getting married to these men. Men are putting their in. It doesn't matter the details of what they're doing. Men are putting their all into it. Men are not the ones trying to get rid of the marriage or the situation or the relationship.
Okay, so
No, that actually does matter.
wait,
What the man is doing actually does matter
It
in a
does.
divorce.
So men are doing that much for 80% of women to get a divorce.
That much of what?
You are feeling so
That
emotional
much of
that you
of
feel
what?
that you need to get divorced. So you don't value your vows then.
No, that much of what?
Okay.
So men are doing that much that you don't value your vows.
That much of
You
what?
really
What are they
I don't
doing?
know. That's what y'all are the
That's
ones.
the point. You don't know.
We
You
don't know,
don't
but we know
know.
we don't know, but we know this.
Exactly.
Right? Listen though, we
So if you
don't
don't
know.
know, how can it be
Listen
women
though,
fucking you over
we
if
don't
you
know the
don't know the
details because we're not in
details?
everybody's relationship. But
Right.
we know.
So
So
how
then
is
why
it
are you making a conclusion that the woman is doing him bad?
This is the problem. You're not listening.
No, I'm listening to what you're saying.
Okay, but you're
And
not
you're
hearing.
not saying anything.
You're listening at the same time.
You're not saying anything.
You're not listening for me to.
You're not saying anything.
Every time we try to reply, you keep talking. You're not listening actually.
Okay, here's the thing. Because let me finish and you'll hear me. If 50% of relationships are marriages ended up in divorce, and 80% of them are from women, are you telling me that men are that bad that 80% of women out of 100 are really going through some shit where men are really doing that much for y'all to get a divorce?
You asked.
Yeah, are you telling me that 80% of women?
He asked
Okay,
that
Brittany, go
question
ahead.
already. Now, can we answer without you saying it again?
Actually,
Okay.
I didn't finish before.
So here's the
You
answer.
can answer now that I finished.
Here's the answer. Then the data would suggest yes. If a vast majority of women are leaving men, then common sense would tell me, yeah, maybe it is that bad.
All right,
It's
so
real
explain to
simple.
me what men are doing for y'all to leave them.
I'm supposed to tell you about the country and every individual person's marriage and why they're leaving.
If you can't give me that detail, you really can't.
I'm not even gonna say all of that. I'm gonna say that it's a mixed bag because it is a mixed bag. Some women are fucked up. Some men are fucked up.
But
Now
you
we're
can't
being
sit there and
honest.
say because 80% of the divorce rate is women, that it's women messing the men over. That's
Right.
not a genuine statement. Had you came out of your face and said that
It doesn't
the
matter about me.
relationships,
I'm anecdotal. I'm talking about the
no,
majority.
you're actually pulling in statistics. You're pulling in the empirical data. That's what you're saying.
I'm
But
anecdotal.
you're pulling in,
There's
but you're
people who
pulling in
do this
hard numbers.
research on a daily
But
basis.
you pulled in, a hard number.
Not
That's
me.
no longer
There's people who do
anecdotal.
that.
No. The problem is
hold on a second. So that in 80% of your
But
relationships,
statistics
did the
speak for
women
themselves.
in 80% of your relationships did
No,
the
not
work for
80%
you?
of mine.
So then what you're actually,
and what they
but
do
what
for
then
the
that's
world.
not anecdotal. Statistics
Me
are
myself
not
is anecdotal.
Anecdotal
My
is you
situation is
yourself,
anecdotal.
but when you pull in statistics, if we're having a genuine conversation, then if and only if you have empirical data stating that the 80% of women filing divorce left because they did a man bad, then you can make that statement. Logically, we would have to deduce that in the divorces, there has been a 50-50 set of accountability as to why the marriage is dissolved. And maybe the women just made it to the courthouse first because they chose to go, or maybe 40% of women chose to divorce their husband because they just couldn't stand his black ass. If 40% of women had their husband leave, so then they have no choice but to file a divorce so they can move on with their life. See, that's when we're having honest conversation.
Their life by themselves, right?
What are you talking about? If I leave you and I'm tied to you on paper, right? And I can't get insurance because now you're part of my insurance bill. Who knows? You just said out of your own face you can't talk about what happens in everybody else's relationship. But then when the conversation and the talking point is shifted to where you can't defend your point of view, then you want to say, well, you leave. People leave because they leave. Why would a man leave his woman? Why would a man leave his woman? What I said was if 40% of those 80% of divorces is the man leaving the woman, he's gone. He's decided to get up and leave. Men don't leave. But meanwhile, what was the colloquialism?
If I didn't cook you dinner
your
for
father
yesterday,
went to go get cigarettes and he never came home. Your father went outside to go get the milk and he never came home. So don't sit there and say men don't leave.
No, that's not a real reason, sir. Don't do that. That's not a real reason. Motherfuckers don't wake up on Tuesday and just be like, "Oh, I don't want to do this anymore." That's not the way it goes.
I know you'll take a personal.
And you know what? Hold on, Callie, because let's concede the point. Let's concede the point that most
small.
men don't leave. Most men don't leave because they're lazy.
Aaron,
Most men don't leave because they can't make it on their own. Most men don't leave because they're users. Most men don't leave because they cheat on women. So what is the incentive for them to leave? Like, stop it.
No, I'm gonna let
Ron, he can't even understand the fact that the problem is that he made an assumption, or he went on ahead and made a conclusion based off of the statistics. That is an issue. That's the issue. You made an assumption based off of the statistic, and then when we called you on it, you said, "Well, I don't know." At least I was honest enough to say that it's a mixed bag. That sometimes the men are fucked up, and sometimes the women are fucked up.
You still want to fight because
didn't you get a cash out for the next emotional response outburst from a man? That man was supposed to be dropped. I think this is an emotional outburst.
Go into Aaron as the host.
They already used that on Fantastic.
Go into Aaron as the host.
Damn. Okay.
Go into Aaron as the host.
I mean, you have your own credits, bro.
They use the statistics.
Go on ahead and use one.
Go into Aaron as the host. They use the statistics.
This is not right.
God.
I want to say really quickly,
appreciate you.
I do actually appreciate the fact that you said it's a mixed bag. I swear, like, but I don't expect any less from you. And we know that it is, but I do think that, you know, that maybe Savage was not the best person to articulate how the statistics can lean towards what he was suggesting. But I do think that's a big number, because even you have to acknowledge, if you're saying it's a mixed bag, and even though Rob B says it's because men are lazy, which I don't deny would apply to, I would probably say about 25% of men. I just think in general, most men don't want to have to find another woman. Like, we cool with the one we got, and we understand that it's gonna be a headache, and it's gonna be an argument, it's gonna be bad times, it's gonna be all the bullshit, just in a different way, from a different face and a different tone. So we don't necessarily have this or live in this delusion that the next woman is going to be a better version, particularly because we typically like the kind of women we like. And so after you've dealt with that kind of woman for so long, you know what comes along with that. It's like the chicks in the hood that deal with the hustling ass niggas. Most of them, they don't even be griping about the cheating. You know why? Because they know, you know what I'm saying, that that's part of the game. So when they dealing with those cats, they don't even really be caring about that, because they know what it is. But then when they move forward in their life, and they're dating the guy that drives the CTA bus, or the guy that works at the gas plant, they want him to be faithful in a way that the hustler dude wasn't, because that is the expectation from him. You see what I'm saying?
No,
So if I'm
I hear
dealing
what
with
you're
a woman,
saying.
yeah,
Hold
go
on,
ahead.
hold on,
Go ahead.
hold on, because I don't want to lose what you're saying.
Yeah. Go
I
ahead.
hear what you're saying, but this is the thing, right? When it comes down to, and we often, and I think you have had this conversation on your panel as well, filling out paperwork. Men have women fill out paperwork, applications, doctors' papers, all this stuff, right? So consistently throughout a relationship, a woman is the one taking care of all of the paperwork for the marriage and the household. So now when a man leaves a marriage, he doesn't have the incentive to go file the paperwork, because that's usually him learning something new. Most often, men don't have the money to pay an attorney to file said paperwork to have the divorce. And then they have a built in excuse, which is the most amazing caveat to why men will leave to start a whole nother life and not actually divorce their wives, because they can be in relationships, they can play games in women's faces, they can sleep with them, they can remain emotionally unavailable, and they never have to commit. Why? Because as soon as that woman starts talking to them about marriage, I can't marry you because I already have a wife. Meanwhile, they're not living with that wife, they're not providing and protecting for that wife, and they're not taking care of their families. Now, the wives, on the other hand, are now stuck in the place the husbands too, because once you're married, for those of you that have not been married and don't know, you have to have your spouse on your insurance. Once your spouse is on your insurance, until you can provide your insurance provider with a divorce decree, paperwork of a legal separation, that you two are no longer one entity, you have to carry them on your insurance, which is a liability over time, and a whole host of other shit. There's plenty of benefits with marriage that don't end just because you move away from each other, unless that paperwork is filed. And then men complain about child support. They don't want to take care of their kids. So women got to do what they got to do. Go ahead.
So here's the thing I would say, because this happens a lot when I'm having these conversations on YouTube. I can't say that anybody is lying, right? People say things and it's like, yeah, that's true. But I think that you're suggesting that that applies to way more people than it actually does, because I don't think that applies to most men. I don't. First of all, most men ain't even married, right? So most men, black men, we're talking about, right?
We're talking about people within a marriage. We're talking about people within the scope of the statistical data of divorces.
I got you. What I'm saying is this. So think about it like this. Because most men aren't even married, right? The data itself wouldn't apply to most men, but you can still look at how most men operate. So if most men ain't even getting laid, right? And then you got a small sector of men that's pretty much getting all the sex, And then you have another 30% of men. So that's like 70%, 20% getting all the sex, 50% ain't even getting laid, 30% they got relationships, right? And most of those guys, they not even thinking about all of that extra stuff that you was talking about. Again, not saying that it doesn't apply, because like you said, to the demographic of men that are married, it probably would, right? But even in that demographic of married men, it really still doesn't apply, because there's only one true thing in place, and that is men move with the mindset that it's cheaper to keep her. We don't want to have to keep starting over. Like just how you said earlier when y'all was saying don't try to tell the women how women move, right? Well, this is a man, and I'm telling you, most men I don't care how many women they sleep with, they pick the one they want, and that's the one they want. Period. Point blank.
Podcast. This is the thing, right? So you listen, hold on a second. So you further shored up and cemented my point, because you're talking about men as an allegory. I'm talking about the percentage of people that are divorced within marriage, and that about roughly 40% of those marriages in divorce are actually the cause of men. Now, 40%,
not true.
Oh my God!
Not true.
Wait, even if that's true, Robbie, wait.
After all of this
that line of rhetoric that you just spewed out a while ago, it was entertaining, but it was bullshit.
No, it was not bullshit at all. It was not bullshit at all.
It's bullshit. It's been bullshit.
First of all,
because the stats do not say that. The stats do not say that.
The stats don't say that?
No,
Okay.
they do
well,
not.
anyway, at the end of the day,
do not.
Y'all are always talking to each other about how y'all are so dependent on women for filling out paperwork. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is not even about that men. No, that's not what we're going to do. Because this is not even about men not being shit. This is about the accountability being even between people. And if all women are the ones, no, because you're not going to do that. You're being very disrespectful.
She's been talking this whole time. I just came on.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Are you gonna do a video about me next? Are you gonna do a video about me next? Are you gonna do a video about me next? Are you gonna do a video about me next? Are you gonna do a video about me next? Y'all talking about women? No. Y'all are talking about women. This is a problem. Y'all are always talking about women, but you never want to listen to women. And y'all are the ones that are always crying and complaining.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
But meanwhile, y'all can't have no healthy relationships. So maybe y'all don't know what y'all are talking about. Maybe y'all are telling each other the wrong information. This is why y'all are failing. This is why y'all are failing. This is why y'all are failing, because you don't listen. This is why y'all are failing, because y'all don't listen.
I'm not failing this shit.
Oh, now you want to take it personal. Oh my God. Get out of your feelings. Put your big boy panties.
What it is.
We're not talking about the majority of men. The majority of men are failing. The majority of men are failing in relationships. The majority of men cannot get a woman. The majority of men is not getting pussy. That's what y'all just said. That's what you just said. The majority of men are not having sex because y'all don't listen. Because you talk too much.
A few minutes ago, she said something to you for interrupting her.
You interrupted me. You literally came up here interrupting me. I'm in the middle of talking and you came up interrupting me. So what makes you think I'm going to sit there and let you keep talking? You literally interrupted me. You literally interrupted me. You literally interrupted me. Don't take me through a review video. You literally interrupted me. You go back and you watch. I'm talking like, that's a lie. It doesn't matter whether you think it's true or not. It doesn't matter if you think it's true or not. You came up here interrupting.
Those statistics are not true.
You came up here interrupting, regardless if you think it's true or not. You don't even know where I was going to land that plane. You have no idea where I was going with what I said, because you got in your emotions and you cut me off and you came out talking your shit.
They're not true.
Well, I got a $20 credit, so whoever paid that, thank you kindly. But at the end of the day, while I'm talking, you straight cut me off. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying, but you are grown enough that you should not cut people off. Like, what's wrong with you? Is you okay? Do you need a hug? You need a hug. This is why you're angry, because you need a hug. You need a hug. Like, no. Stop trying to cut people off. That's rude. You've been having a problem for the past couple of days cutting people off and not listening well. You're not actively listening. You are just talking. You're not actively listening. You are just talking. And the point is, And the point is, you came and you interrupted me while I was having a conversation with podcast, answering what he said. That's rude. You don't have to agree with my statistics. Goddamn. Let me say what the fuck it is I'm saying.
Aaron,
if you
how
have
much is
pushback,
it to
then give the
Buddha?
pushback.
How much is it to
Then give the
Buddha, Aaron?
pushback.
How much
Now
is
you want to boo me?
She
Now
don't
you
have
want to
no
boo me
credits.
because you
She's
can't
not
take the
gonna stop talking.
truth.
She's
She
not
don't,
gonna
Because you
stop
can't take
talking.
the truth.
How
she
much
don't have
is
no
it?
credits.
Because
She
you
don't
can't
have no
take the
None of
credits.
the
truth.
credits?
Zero.
Okay.
Yeah, pay it.
Yeah,
Because you
I'm
in your
gonna pay it.
feelings and
I'm
you
gonna
been
pay
being
it.
in your
No,
feelings.
you're
So
trying to
what?
you're
So
trying to
what?
fucking talk
So
over me because you
what?
know I'm
Make
about
sure
to
you
tell
pay
them
a
the
lie.
truth.
Make sure you
know
pay a
I'm about
lie
to
because
tell
you
them the
already know
truth.
what the fuck it is
You
that
know
I
I'm
give.
about to
I
tell them the
don't.
truth. Somebody already did it. Now shut the fuck up. See, this is what black women do. She sat up here with all that fucking rhetoric about black men that was straight up untrue to the degree of bashing. Black men don't know how to do paperwork. Well, maybe if you stop dating bum ass niggas, you won't have to worry about a black man not knowing how to do no fucking paperwork. That shit was unfucking true. This idea that black men don't know how to do paperwork and don't know how to get a lawyer and don't know who the fuck are you dating? Bum ass niggas. Now, when it comes to the statistics you just stated, 70% of fucking divorces are initiated by women. And in most cases, they cite irreconcilable differences. They don't say no legit shit. And the reason why is because chicks like to bounce around on pogo sticks like they little fucking kids. Now, the reason why men don't often initiate divorces is because men make commitments and keep them. Most men you know have the same basketball team since they was a fucking kid. They have the same football team since they was a fucking kid. When a man makes a commitment, he honors his commitment. A man will try to stick it out through the thick and thin. Women don't. The moment that they're not happy, they will initiate a fucking divorce. Stop lying,
y'all. I love y'all. First of all, angry man, I'm going to say this because clearly this is another instance of the angry man not actively listening. Because what I said was, because what I said was, podcast had done a show about this actual topic. But at the end of the fucking day, you just be over here talking shit. You talking shit. You wasn't. I am addressing what you said. You fucking emotional ass, crybaby ass nigga. At the end of the fucking day, you was not listening to the conversation. Period, point blank. You think because you got that fucking red, that somebody's supposed to look at you like a fucking demon or stupid ass? Get your ass off this fucking panel. Get on my goddamn nerve. Shut your ass up. Ain't nobody, man.
Get mad.
Yo, New York versus New York. Chill out.
Damn. Hey, man. Hey, Aaron, drop your low, man. Drop your low, bro.
That shit's annoying as fuck.
Drop your low, bro. I can't take it no more, bro. Drop your low. Fuck this shit. If I gotta rob somebody, it might as well be the homie. Since we gotta let the homies see our exes and shit.
Yo,
to rob their ass too.
Yo, instead of trying to attack my character, angry man's emotional, address what I said.
Thank you, angry man.
Address what I said. Most divorces, this is what it used to be. It used to be over financial shit. But then it changed. It went from being about financial shit to being irreconcilable differences. That's what it was.
Now, anyway, like how I was saying, you are emotional and you was not listening to what was said because you just come up here being loud because you from the park because you have 500,000 subscribers. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, y'all have no idea what you're talking about with the statistics. And it's a 50-50 situation.
No, it's not.
Stop talking.
You're talking
Shut your
about
big lips
domestic
up.
violence.
Shut that big ass nose up. Talking all of this shit. No, we're not talking about domestic violence. When we was talking about domestic violence, are you okay? Did you bump your head today? You had too many cigars. You had too many cigars. You had too many cigars. Your brain can't work. It was the smoke. taking your
Simple
whole
niggas
shit
that
over.
they
Go
Get the
check
fuck
it
out of
again.
here. Them
Go
divorce
check it
stats is
again.
50-50.
Go check it
Everybody's
again.
equally
Go
accountable
check
for
it again. No,
motherfucking
we're not.
divorce.
No, we're
Shut your
not.
ass
No,
up.
we're
Yes,
not.
you are. Yes,
No,
you
we're
are.
not.
Y'all
No,
niggas
we're
is
not.
so bitter.
Reason
Y'all
why
so
divorce,
bitter, and
the
y'all
reason
want
why
women to be
divorce
the
is so
blame of
high is
everything.
because y'all
Who
women are
hurt y'all?
trash.
Who hurt
That's the reason
y'all?
why it's
Who
so
hurt
high.
y'all?
So
You
That's
need
the
some
reason
no
why it's
shit.
so
You
high.
need some no shit.
Y'all
You
ain't
need me to put
shit
you on the no
nowadays.
shit. Motherfuckers
Y'all
list.
ain't
Okay?
shit
Make sure you
nowadays.
put your address in the
Y'all
email so I
ain't
can say your
shit
ass in case of
nowadays.
motherfucking
Y'all
jerkers.
ain't
Because
shit.
y'all be over here circle jerking each
Y'all
other
ain't
off. Because
shit.
y'all don't like women. Y'all mad as shit because y'all can't get no bitches. Y'all mad as shit because don't nobody like you. You mad because don't nobody want to feed you and take care of y'all little raggedy sticking asses and your attitudes. That's why y'all like, oh, she won't marry a bus driver.
The big
Oh my
bad
God, she's
men
gonna
done
leave.
called out
Oh
the
my God,
women,
they don't
and
want
now
to
they
stay. Oh
upset.
my
Look
God,
at
it's
them.
the women's.
Look
It's
at
the
them.
women's. They
It
be
ain't the
doing
women.
bad
It ain't
bad.
us.
Y'all be doing us
The
bad
big
because
bad men
we're
done called out
committed,
the
because
women,
we so
and you got to do
emotional,
damage
and
control.
we never leave.
Oh,
And we never
you
leave.
triggered
Get
like
the
a
fuck out of
motherfucker.
here.
You
Not
triggered like
really.
a
I'm really,
motherfucker.
not really. I'm really
You
good. I just
triggered
feel
like a
bad for y'all that
motherfucker.
y'all
Stop
can't
being
keep your
triggered.
women.
Stop being
Y'all can't
triggered.
keep your women.
Stop being
Y'all worried
triggered.
about your women
Stop being
That is what y'all
cheating.
triggered.
sound like
Y'all
as
worried
some
about
real
your
talk.
Stop
women
being
making money.
triggered.
Y'all can't keep your
Stop
women.
being
It's not my
triggered.
fault y'all can't keep your
Stop
women. Do
being
better.
triggered.
Do
Stop being
better.
triggered.
Damn.
Stop
Do better.
being
Damn.
triggered.
Do
Stop being
better.
triggered. Stop
Do
being
better.
triggered.
Do better.
How many shoes you
Do
got in your
better.
closet? How
Huh?
many shoes you got in your closet?
Don't worry about it.
How
You
many
gonna buy me some
handbags you
more?
got in your closet?
You gonna buy me some
to hear
more?
How many
Raw B yell at a
how many
nigga.
You gonna
handbags you
buy
got
me
in your
some
closet?
more? You gonna buy me some
You know
more?
why?
You gonna buy me some
You know
more?
why?
You gonna
You
buy
know
me some
why?
more?
You know
You gonna
why?
buy me some more?
You know
And you gonna
why?
buy me some more?
You know
And you gonna
why?
buy me some more?
Because
You
y'all
gonna buy
like
me some more?
variety.
Is you gonna buy me some more?
Because
Damn.
y'all like
I love
variety.
y'all.
And that
First of all,
includes
shout
dick.
out.
Niggas
Shout
is in
out
the
to the
Dick.
butterflies.
Look
Thank
how
you,
many simple
babies.
niggas
To
is
the
in the chat.
butterflies. Shout out. Huh.
Hey,
Them niggas paid
$220 in
almost
credit.
$400 to hear
Angry
Raw B
man.
yell at
Hey,
Angry Man.
hey, Raw B.
Angry man.
Hey, Raw
Angry
B.
man.
The
I
reason
love you
why
too, boo.
y'all
I'll
got
teach you
so
how to
many,
keep a
the
woman.
reason why y'all
Did you
got so
propose
many
yet?
shoes,
Did you go get
reason why
married
y'all
yet?
got so
Did
many
you go get
shoes,
married yet?
the reason
Did
why,
y'all go to Turtle Island? Y'all
y'all
going to San Tropez for
the
the
reason
honeymoon?
why,
Is you going to Ibiza?
the reason why, the
When you
reason
going to
why,
Ibiza?
the
When you
reason
taking her
why,
to Ibiza?
the reason
When?
why, the reason
When?
why
Have you ever been
y'all got
married? So how
so
would you
many.
know?
The reason why y'all got so many shoes and bags is because you
Drink
like
a cranberry.
variety. You like
Drink a cranberry.
you
I
like
think you're
variety.
PMSing.
You
Is this
like
your week? Are you
variety.
going through the
You
cycle? Are you
like
being emotional?
variety.
No, we
And that
don't. We don't like
includes
variety.
that
We
includes
don't
dick.
like variety. We
That
don't like
includes
variety.
dick.
We can have all the stuff that we
Yeah.
want. We got one dick that
Yeah.
we go ride. We got one pair of shoes we wear all the time. We have our favorite purse, our
Sure you
favorite
do.
coat, and our favorite
Sure
perfume.
you do.
Don't ever get it fucked
Sure
up,
you do.
angry man.
Sure you
Okay?
do.
You
Sure
like
you
spice.
do.
This
Just
how we
because
think
y'all
women
like
gonna use
variety,
shoes.
y'all want to act like
Fuck
women is
it.
hoes. Y'all got the game fucked up.
Hey, don't get mad because I called it out.
You called out what?
Don't get
Your
mad because I told
insecurities?
y'all secret.
Your insecurities? Because y'all be insecure?
Y'all
Why
like
you
a
gotta
variety
be
of
so
Johnson.
insecure?
Y'all like a
Y'all niggas is
variety of
insecure.
Johnson.
You niggas is insecure.
Y'all
Who
like
likes
a
a variety of
Johnson.
Johnsons? That's because y'all be fucking hoes.
Y'all like
That's because y'all be
multiple
fucking bitches that got loose pussies.
tell the
That's
truth.
because y'all be fucking bitches
Just
that
tell
got
the
baby
truth.
powder in between their
Just
legs.
tell
That's because
the
y'all be
truth.
fucking bitches that can never get
Just tell
some
the truth.
motherfucking throat. That's because y'all be fucking bitches that be like, oh my God, I got a headache. That's why y'all think that women want variety. Get the fuck out of here. You better get you a bitch that will always give you the hot juice. Yeah, the throat. Please,
Just
that's
keep it
not my
real,
truth.
B.
That's not my reality.
Just
I
keep
don't know
it
women
real,
like that.
B.
No, I don't know women like that.
Just
I
keep
know
it
Callie
real,
got her
Y'all
one
like
that
the
she liked
variety
and
of
she
raw
stayed
D.
with. I
Just
got
keep
my
it
one that
real.
I like and I stay with. Women not like that. Y'all nasty. We don't want our kids to be
Just
stinking
keep it
and
real.
being all out of shape. Just because y'all fuck with them
Just
loose
keep
and
it
easy bitches.
real.
Fuck with them loose and easy bitches.
Just
Stop putting that
keep
on
it
all
real.
women. Make better decisions. Make
Keep
better
it
choices
real.
with your dick. Grow your dick up. Put some
Just
purple
keep it
labels on your
real.
dick. Put some gold bows on
It's
your
just
dick.
what it
Make
takes.
sure you get that good KY. Make sure you do it something valuable. Pick a woman that's gonna help you build an empire. Pick a woman that's gonna get money team. Pick a woman that's gonna be
Cite
faithful
the
to your
source on that
I know
statistic.
y'all got chocolate stains in your drawers because y'all nasty niggas don't even go.
Cite the source on that statistic.
Y'all is nasty.
Cite
Nasty,
the source on that statistic.
attitude. Oh, please.
Cite
That
the
wasn't my
source on that
statistic.
statistic.
That was your boy Jim. That's not my statistic, and that's the problem. Y'all be talking shit to women
Why you
all
quoting
well,
statistics
no
you
women,
don't got the
no
source
women come
on?
up here and give y'all this motherfucking
Why you quoting statistics you ain't got the source on?
You acting, every man is right.
Cite
you
the
acting,
source.
all of us are right.
Cite your source.
Fucked up. Jim, cite your source.
The way you
Talking
acting,
to you.
we all right.
That was Jim's source. Cite your
Talking to
source.
you.
Where'd you get your source from?
Talking to
Where
Raw
you
B.
get your source from?
Cite your source, Raw B.
That was
Has anyone ever looked into the reasons behind the irreconcilable difference filing?
You said what?
I said, has anyone looked into the reason behind the irreconcilable differences filing?
It's unhappiness.
No, it's just the woman's fault.
It's unhappiness.
Well, okay. So they're unhappy because why?
Because
that's what I'm saying.
legally you can't, for whatever reason, but legally you can't cite unhappiness on fucking divorce. So you have to put like a legal term, which is irreconcilable differences or some goofy shit like that. You feel what I'm saying? But most women, whenever they did studies, before it was always financial. But then it changed recently. Now women are like, oh, well, I wasn't happy. I wasn't being fulfilled. I wasn't whatever the fuck. You know, some goofy shit like Raw B would say.
Listen, make him a sweet potato pie. Don't leave him. Don't leave him. Get a $300,000 to $1 million life insurance policy. Feed his ass a sweet potato pie. Don't you dare divorce him and be in the fucking struggle taking half. Bitch, take it all. Now that's some G shit right there. Fuck is you talking about? Like, stop playing. Y'all wanted these back in the day, like your grandmother, your great grandmother, your great grandmother would feed your fucking grandfather a sweet potato pie and walk away with the fucking insurance money. So y'all keep wanting to make women think with y'all funky ass.
Hey, Raw B, I got a serious question for you. I got a serious question for you, Raw B. What, you going to see the New Color Purple movie?
No, I'm not. Are you? I know you'll be there doing the review.
You know you going. You know you
no,
going.
I'm not. Sorry, I don't have a mister. I have a him. I have a him.
You ain't shit. You gonna go and you gonna celebrate all that man bash.
Because y'all won't
already know.
Whatever, angry man. I know you missed me. I missed you too. Shut your ass up. Smoke a cigar.
I can't believe you New Yorkers. Y'all something else. Robert Platter says, if you leave a person for inability to have kids, you never love that person. True love is never unconditional. Well, I'd argue about that love stuff again. Sex increases infatuation, not love. A mother loves her children, and it does not require that. We don't know if she really loves her children. They do throw kids in the garbage.
They do not love their children.
A mother's love is the purest form of unconditional love. They be
bullshit.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. Go look at them Planned Parenthood statistics and tell me that shit again.
Dudes kill their baby.
Stop. Let me read the super chat. Y'all about to chill, man.
You know you don't love a kid when you take him out before he even get a chance to breathe air. You know you don't love a kid when you don't even give him the opportunity to see daylight.
Chill, man. You gotta chill. Lee looking a little froggy. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I mean, froggy? Buy her one of those toys you stick on the wall. I'm not gonna even want to read into that one at all. Nope. Not going to even read into sticking a nope. Love is a selfless commitment to do what is necessary for the ultimate well-being of the subjects of love. That's his personal definition, so we don't have to go by that because I don't know none of that love stuff. Monica, Keisha Cole, and Beyonce have other reasons. They all got breakup songs. What other reason they got besides breaking up songs? I don't know. I don't really listen to them like that anyway. Look at the Angry Bird brain. Somebody get a violin.
Yay! Angry Bird is back.
You was doofy. You was real fucking doofy. Stop acting like a
Angry Bird is back, baby.
You acting like the gentleman. Stupid ass.
Y'all need help, man. The men that cheat aren't going to leave their wives. They want their cake and eat it too. If they were getting what they want, why would they leave? That might be true. That might be
All
true.
facts.
As far as wanting their cake and eating it too. Although that's not a one-sided way of wanting it. The majority of women not getting married though. All right, that's another truth that's been told. That's another. I mean, the majority of women are not being definitely not being married. These how New Yorkers flirt. AM versus Raw B with the 10.
No,
Is that the 10? Is that the Tims?
With the Tims and the Statue of Liberty. Y'all is
That's a little bit true right
assholes.
there.
Y'all is assholes. I can't stand y'all. First of all, unlikely. Use $20 from my 70 and drop unlikely for that dumb shit. Real quick. Drop his ass. The fuck you talking about?
Lee can't help it. Lee can't help it. This is why we say Jersey better than New York. Okay, I didn't even read it yet. Now I know why he had to get the boot. All right.
The Tims.
These amount of money given put ski mask on. Yeah, that's why AM said I gotta move out the hood, but I ain't never leave.
Yes, sir. And don't look back.
The hood. I ain't
Don't
never
look back.
leave.
No.
I love it stuff.
Don't look back.
Raw B, my drawers got chocolate train tracks. Want to see?
Wow.
What's wrong with the chat? What's wrong with the chat?
What is wrong with you, my God?
Wow.
These people, man. The color purple is a sequel to Purple Rain. Man, y'all know how
Really?
he used to get it up. I don't know. The majority of women not even get married though anyway. So I will say Raw B just bullied Lee off the chat because he's from Jersey. That's not right.
And Raw
That's
B,
right.
I need you to get rid of that goddess picture you got in the background. That shit need to look more evil.
Why? I'm super nice, just not to you.
Get the fuck out of here.
I am. I'm super nice.
About as
like
nice
every
as a cactus.
Whatever.
Who woke up the crowd?
You know what? That was real nice when I was at that damn cabin. Matter of fact, let me transport my
Man, who woke this black ass nigga?
Shout out to Grizz Trees. He says Jersey over New York. Double it on that bump. Y'all is a New York junior at best. Don't ever lie if you like.
Damn.
Yeah, motherfucking light.
I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that, Lee. I was not expecting that for you to get.
Shit.
I was not expecting that at all.
Hey, Aaron, just want to appreciate whoever put credit on my name. I didn't expect that, but
yeah,
totally
you
did it.
know, I can't tell you
Appreciate
who did it, but somebody's a big fan of Power. I think it's the voice. Yeah, it's the voice. I don't know. Can you get? I gotta get one of those voice changes.
It's the mole.
Holy shit. Wait.
I think so, Roby. I think so. There's a lot of masculine energy in that mole.
Yo,
I'm
I
with you on
thought that was a picture of podcast. Nigga, you gotta stop doing that, bro. I thought that was a fucking photo of your ass. That's actually you.
Fuck shit.
The fuck?
He's allowed to come on his own camera and smile at you in your face. Shoot. Podcast, don't let him do you like that. Don't let him talk to you like that. He ain't the boss of you.
Green screen is showing. It's hanging down at the top. Right there. Look. Right
So
up there.
it's 1:38 in the morning. It's 2:38 your time.
Look, right there at the top.
And
trying to help you out.
Byron. I
Don't do
give
that.
a shit.
Do not do that
Byron.
shit. Do not do that shit.
Hey man, shut your ass up. You're not the boss of nobody.
Don't do that shit.
All right.
You heard what I said.
So all right. So I want to
It's
ask
these yams. That's what you do.
You heard what I said, raw biscuits. You heard what I said.
Shut your ass up. I know that's you with that troll account. I'm gonna fuck your ass up.
Oh, yo, actually, I missed this one. Hold on, I missed this one. It said, AM, I sent you a package. You should receive it yesterday.
Wow. What'd you send?
I hope it's some beard oil.
I hope it's some cigars and shit.
You don't need no more cigars, Dizzy Gillespie ass.
Everybody needs
Oh,
more.
shut your ass up over there. Shouldn't you be baking a cake or something?
I already baked one. You want some? It's tasty.
Hell no, I don't want none.
What it tastes like?
Whatever.
What it tastes like?
Tastes like butter pecans and pralines, okay, and honey.
Forget that.
Okay.
Sparkles and
All right. So just to be clear, because Robbie said when a man has got his girl and everything's going well, she don't see nobody else in that relationship.
Nobody.
You said, right?
Nobody but him.
Now, Callie Bev, do you agree with that, or is that cap?
It depends on what we're talking about. See, because all throughout the conversation, it kept on bouncing to whether or not you think somebody fine, to all the way to you having to open invites for flirts and you just might fuck them. So it like seeing another man went from one extreme all the way to the other. So I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
Okay, I'll bring it back to reality. You know how women like to say, when I'm with a man, I don't even be seeing no other man. What does that mean when they say that?
That means there ain't nobody else but him. She ain't worried about nobody else taking her, going, coming through, eating no food with it, going no movies, going no adventures, expenditures on no trips, no vacations. She don't want nobody else touching her, can't nobody else do it like him. It's over with. Got to go.
Well, how I see it, how I interpreted it was that you don't entertain the advances of other men. Like, I don't even see you. Now, whether or not I think somebody else is fine, like just off sight, then yeah, I can see that. You know, I'm not blind or anything like that. But as far as like somebody being able to take me from my man type shit, it wouldn't even. No, I don't see you.
You're on mute.
You on mute, A.
Okay, so but it's still possible a woman could see another man and go, man, I would like to sleep with him, but I can't do it because I'm married.
Yes, it's possible.
I don't think. I mean, I hear you, Kelly, but I don't agree. I feel like if somebody is handling their business sexually, right? They're tearing it down. You know, you kind of spent all the time. You're not even really turned. You wouldn't even be turned on by somebody else.
Wait,
I think when women be saying that be pure game.
Wait, can I say, because I came back, Aaron, because I forgot. I wanted to speak on that point earlier, right? When they're referring to the women who they say they think are happily married or in happy relationships, right? Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. And they're flirting and they're doing this. Women love attention and all this shit, right? The only time that can work on your woman is if there's a void there already, right? If you're giving her adequate attention and adequate affection, she won't be looking for it from somebody else. And I'm not saying she should be just because you're not, but what I'm saying is when you're giving her that, that's what that means to me. I don't have eyes for anyone else because I'm sufficient where I am. I'm getting adequate.
But who
I'm getting
determines
adequate
that
attention.
way?
But who determines what adequate attention is?
All right, yeah.
I was getting into
It's the vibes. Go ahead,
Right.
Venus.
Not the vibes, please. No.
I'm not trolling. That's a serious question. Who
No, it is a
determines
serious
who
question.
determines what's adequate attention?
The woman does.
But that's
great.
subjective.
It's the man.
Right. So that's going to be
subjective.
subjective to each relationship. What Roy B require, I might not require, right? If Roy B is with you and I'm with Aaron, what Roy B requires of you might be sufficient for whatever that is, and what I require of Aaron might be a different level, but it might be sufficient for me.
Wouldn't that be an issue with her? If a dude gives attention, but the woman he's with doesn't feel like it's enough attention, and they break up, but then he gets with another woman and the attention he's given is adequate for her, how is that his issue?
Well, here's what I'll say. I don't think it's anyone's issue. I think it's a matter of communication, right? If I get with you and you don't necessarily understand what I need, then that might be on me because maybe I didn't communicate or maybe you didn't pay enough attention to me to figure it out. But you've had more than one relationship, right? So you know each woman is going to have a different set of requirements for things that, like, right? That's why they have like the 5 love languages, right? Your love language might be physical touch. Mine might be words of affirmation, right? So I might be giving you words of affirmation thinking I'm doing something great, but that's not your love language. Your love language might be quality time or physical touch. So it would be like, we need to understand the individual we are
That's
with.
bullshit.
But you just said the key in your statement. You said the communication. Oftentimes in relationships, women, y'all expect men to be mind readers.
That's
that
not
could
true.
be true to an extent, but also,
Oh,
what
Raw
about
B, are
just
you
paying attention?
serious?
Wait, but what about paying attention to your partner, right? If I'm with you, you may not need to tell me. You got to tell me some things, but some of your behavior I can just watch and I can see.
But
okay, he responds positively to this. He likes this. He doesn't
but
respond positively to that. Like sometimes you
but
gotta just pay attention.
but here's the issue. Here's the issue, right? There is a men and women speak different languages when it comes to relationships, right?
1000%.
Men are literal. You feel me? So oftentimes a woman will be in a relationship with a man and she might want him to do something romantic. But most guys are not in that zone. Most guys have so much other shit going on. They're not thinking about shit like that. So what women have to do is you have to say to him, can we do this? It would be nice if we do this, because oftentimes the dude's not doing it because he doesn't think you want it.
So this
I
is
don't
the thing,
disagree
right?
about the communication. Oh, I'm gonna
This is the thing. So you said what I said was nonsense, right? But at the end of the
Everything you say is
day,
nonsense.
I know, Angry Man, that's why you love me so much. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to relationships, no, women don't expect men to be mind readers. I could say that men expect women to be mind readers because we'll ask a man what is wrong, and men will be like, well, you should know. Or men won't say anything at all. Y'all keep, and if you sit there with that damn face acting like y'all don't keep y'all emotions and your thoughts to yourself, and somebody doesn't have to do a deep dive to get information out of you, then you're being disingenuous. And it's okay. I mean, I wouldn't want to admit that either if I had problems communicating and telling somebody what I needed from them or what was on my mind. But at the end of the day, though, right? There are some men that will do something as simple as pick a flower and be like, you know what? I was thinking about you. Here's a flower. And that's cute. Some women like that. But y'all don't think that women like that because y'all think that every woman is about money.
So all it took was for a dude to pick a little raggedy ass dandelion for you to be happy.
You know what
A little
mine is,
raggedy
Robbie?
ass. Wait a go ahead, Callie.
Mine is a pint of mint chip ice cream. He bring me home my favorite ice cream.
Can I ask you something?
Right, it's
That'll
the
hold
little
that shit over with.
thing.
Wait. Hold on.
You just eat the ice cream if you
Wait
buy it.
a minute. Did you tell him, Callie Bev, that was your favorite ice cream?
No.
You never told him that. He just happened to. He just one day just randomly got it from the grocery store.
No, he probably paid attention.
Yeah, he noticed that I buy it all the time. He noticed that I buy the same brand all the time.
So since you said that, right? Don't most women use men's feelings against them, or things?
No,
that
bad women.
Nah,
bad women do that.
Prove to me that bad women do that.
Bad women do that, but all men can't do paperwork.
Why?
Hey, I didn't say all men couldn't do paperwork. Oh my God, Angry Man, we're not going back and forth to this because that's not what I said. And when you review the video talking all your shit, you'll be like, oh damn, that's not what Roby said. And then we'll be friends again because you'll be angry tomorrow. But it's okay. I'm used to okay, but you know how you do. You go, but you may not do it publicly, but you'll watch it privately. I know you. You'll watch it privately. I know how you do. And you'll be like, damn, I was wrong. But I can't communicate to Robbie that I was wrong. And it's okay because I'll forgive you anyway. Because I'm a good woman. I'm going to forgive you.
Robbie, no. See, you coming for my character again. And you know damn
I'm not coming for your character.
Damn well, wait a minute. You know damn well that if I go back and review the video and see that I did something incorrectly, I will say it. So stop it.
You're right. You will say it and you'll be like, but I don't like her anyway. That's what you'll do. Now, asshole.
Robbie, honestly speaking, do you think it's easy for men and women to communicate?
Absolutely.
It should be easy.
It could
be. It's easy if they put forth the effort.
I'm not asking if it could be or should be. I'm asking what you see. Do you think it's easy for men and women to communicate?
Yes. What you're asking me, my anecdotal experience. I don't have it.
Let me ask you this. Do you see women and men communicating logically?
Yes.
What do you mean logically?
I'm done.
No,
because Jay said Jim Savage is over here trying to play in my face. Yes, I see people communicating logically.
I'm not trying to play you, Robbie. I'm asking
question
you,
ain't
Robbie,
gonna
as a question
That
because
question ain't gonna hit,
it's
bro.
not about you personally. It's about the majority. Because everybody keeps forgetting the majority is what speaks for what goes on in society.
Guess what, though, right? This is where I defer from the majority of people on these goddamn panels.
But you're
Jim,
no.
Take a page, because if you take a page in the book, you might be all right. A lot of people run around and they're worried about what the majority of people are thinking and saying and doing. Me personally, I don't give a fuck. I don't fuck with you. I don't care what you think about what my relationship is. I don't care if you think a raggedy ass dandelion is something that shouldn't cause somebody to be happy. I don't care if you feel like communication is something that can't be had logically. That's your life experience. And if you choose to do that,
Wait, Aaron, I got it. All right, Aaron. Robbie, do you have kids?
I do.
All right. So what speaks in majority for your kids? You or social media?
Me? What the fuck? Oh,
are you sure?
My bad. You almost took me someplace.
No. I'm not trying to take any place, but the majority of people in life, social media speaks for more of their kids. And if you
because the majority of people are fucking idiots and they let their kids have devices. You're right. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
And if you don't agree with that, our kids go to school with people we barely even know. So the majority of our school people that teach our kids are influence on our kids. So that means we are not the biggest influence on our kids. So we have to look at what our kids are being taught. And it's not about us, really. It's about the people who are growing up to learn what we know that is fucked up in life.
Can I ask you a question, Savage? Because I can't take it.
Can I respond to him real quick first, please? This is the thing, right? People nowadays always saying that, oh my God, the outside has so much influence on my children. Are you having conversations with your children? Are you brushing your children's hair? Are you giving them baths? Are you talking to them? Are you living a life worth emulating? Are you instilling principles into your child? If you're doing that, then you have the most influence. But if you're a piece of shit, scuzzball, nothing ass motherfucking parent that's not there, that's not present, that's not living a life worth emulating, that you're teaching your kids bad behaviors, then of course whatever they learn in the street is going to show that up. If you give it fucking 10-year-olds cell phones, well then yeah, guess what? They're going to sneak their ass on TikTok and Facebook. Be responsible. Be adults. Children should not have fucking social media period until they're fucking teenagers and have a goddamn job. What the fuck?
Robbie, I do agree with you, but that's not what life is, because most of us don't have control of some of the decisions that
if you don't have
situations that happen in our lives. Some people,
if you don't have control of situations, concerning your children, then you're a fucking fool, and your children need to be taken away from you. You should have control over your fucking kids, if nothing else.
You can say that. There's fathers out there that were raised a certain way and deal with certain situations. So they're put in situations to the point where they can handle other situations that they're supposed to. So they
you mean the victim excuse?
You can say that.
The victim excuse? Because at the end of the day, you have control over yourself. You have sovereignty over yourself. You had a fucked up childhood. Hold tight. You had a fucked up childhood. Go to therapy. Fix yourself.
Who has the biggest safety net in the world? Women or men?
This is my question. Why is everything that comes
I'm not
out of your
answering
mouth
that
so
question.
Men.
Men
do.
Because everything's about the gender.
It's a fucking ridiculous. It's the fucking victim mentality. 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 Who has the most to lose but be still fucking all the women in the world to have a whole bunch of kids? It's men. Who? Yes, like it's stupid. Like we could go back and forth and see both topics. We could go back and forth, pointing the finger of blame at each other gender, and guess the fuck what? What is that gonna change? It is about personal accountability. If your life is shitty, it's because you've made a bad decision. If you can't handle children because of whatever if you cannot handle children, then you should not have had fucking children, and you should have made better decisions to not have
Are you
children.
Raw
Yo,
B?
are you crazy? Are you crazy?
I want to
Raw
ask
B.
Savage a goddamn question.
Are you Raw B? I thought me and Robbie was talking.
I want to talk to Savage. I need to.
Raw
I
B.
can't
Are
take
you Raw
Venus.
B?
Go ahead, Venus.
Are you where you
Touch
need
my
to be?
ears.
Savage,
Raw B.
I'm taking my ears off. Go ahead, Venus.
Raw
I have
B. Are
taken
you
my
where
ears
you
off
need to
because
be
I
in
can't
life
even
right
hear the
now?
bullshit. Go ahead, boo.
Raw B. Are you where you need to be?
I'm not even listening. I promise you. My headsets, I took them shits out. I'm not listening because you wilding the fuck out. I'm not doing it. I am good at lip reading, but I'm not really listening to you.
Hey, Savage.
Venus,
I want to ask
Check this
this
out.
man a
Savage,
question.
don't you find it interesting?
No, I want to ask him a
Don't
question.
you find it interesting?
Shut up, fat ass. No.
Don't you find it interesting that these motherfuckers pointed their finger at black men for 70 fucking years, and now when it's their turn, all of a sudden it's on both sides, it's equal.
Whatever.
I want to ask you a question.
I see it every day. I see it every day.
Can I ask you a question?
And you know what? That's why I asked the questions I asked, because I already know the answer.
Can I ask you a question?
I just want to see who's who.
Savage,
You know
can I
what I'm
ask you a
saying?
question?
I already know the answer.
Nah, I told you I'm broke. I'm in food stamps and Section 8. I ain't got no money. You
That's why
understand
I
what I'm
asked you.
saying?
That's why
I got
I asked you.
100 kids.
Raw
I got
B.
100 kids and 200 baby daddies. You understand what I'm saying? I live in a struggle. With the Cash App, $, butterfly, progressive.
Right, I feel sorry for you.
Are you going to let me ask
That's
my
why I
question,
asked
or
you.
am I going to keep talking over you? Or
No, because you wanted to ask the question while I was
I
talking about
do.
Raw B.
She don't
That's
want to
why I
talk to you.
asked
She
you.
took
That's
her
why
earbuds out.
Fuck, do you keep asking her?
She don't want to
because I want to hear the question.
out.
Are you where you need to be in life right now?
God damn, man.
Right, you gotta be the real.
Man, I fucking hate you, bro.
I told you, Jim. Wait, hold on, guys. I'm going to tell you the blanket addendum that we give all inquirers on social media. I am a project bitch. I am a hood rat chick, one that don't give a fuck. And let me stop that part. But I am on Section 8 food stamps. What is it? 10, I guess. I get a stipend for my children's daycare provider. I'm poor. I don't got it.
Hold on,
Pokemon.
Robbie, can you use your hood rat voice to read these super chats for me?
Yes. I bet Issa wearing Levi's or some Carhartts right now. LOL. Look at that bum slow Prince. He left his show to come to Aaron's show, laughing my ass off. Like, what a loser. L7. Go back to your show, Slow Prince. Nightish needs help hosting in the Crackheads.
Damn.
I just want Aaron to say Slow Prince one time. Aaron, are you going to say Slow Prince?
No.
Okay. Mother, Kelly Bev is a woman femme, voice just deep. LOL. Adequate attention is not a viable metric. Requirements should always be measurable. How can any relationship work based off subjective measures? It can't. All of y'all are doomed.
Dumbass question, please.
Vibes need to be
Can you
an
measure
eligible
emotion?
filing
What are you talking about?
for divorce.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, since it's the little things, what's your man's favorite sports team and who's the coach? I'm assuming that's directed towards me. I don't date men that like sports, actually.
Wow.
We like other things. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Wow.
Robbie wants flowers with bacon, egg, and cheese. That's right. Make sure it has the salt and pepper and the ketchup. Make sure the egg is fried extra hard.
Okay, Venus, you can answer the question. this one's for Venus. She wanted to answer this question, so we'll go back to it. Go ahead, Venus.
Sorry, don't come for New Yorkers just because we like bacon, egg, and cheese. But anyway, adequate attention is not a viable metric. Yeah. Can you measure emotion? Can you measure anger? Like, there's so many things about humans that you cannot measure. Y'all sound stupid. How
But
can you
Venus,
measure
but Venus, you gotta say bacon, egg, and cheese. You gotta say it like it's one word.
bacon, egg, and cheese?
Bacon, egg, and cheese.
Yo, let me get a chopped cheese before I slap the shit out of you.
That way.
Can I please, Savage? It's dying is please. I can't go to bed until you answer this question. Is there anything in your life that you have control over? Can you please tell me?
The only thing I ever have control over is myself.
Sorry?
The only thing I can ever have control over.
So do you have control over your financial situation?
Myself.
That's it.
I'm asking, do you have control over your financial situation?
So it's just emotion.
Okay, so this is why you have defeated mindset, because you don't believe you control shit. Everybody, everything controls you.
Stop showing out, Raw B.
Boy, I didn't even say
Every time
nothing.
you get a new wig, you show out.
Hold on.
It's a hot girl summer. I got a whole closet full like my shoes and my handbags.
If I'm in the control of myself, what does anybody else matter? That means I don't care about anybody controlling anything.
About today, you have a defeated mind, and
if I'm defeated,
it's a lot of them.
Hold on, how am I defeated if what I'm worried about is just controlling myself? I don't worry about anybody because nobody controls me. But myself.
Every conversation we had tonight,
I will never
not
be
about
defeated
yourself.
because I'm about controlling me. And what I control is what I control on the outside also, because I have control of myself.
What?
I hate y'all.
Yeah, he right. Venus. No, he got it. Venus.
You're right.
Venus. He got it.
Right. Yeah,
he got it. He right. Yeah. What he said. Amen. Hallelujah.
But I thought a man was a god, one with force and power, and he had the ability to control and influence his community and his direct family.
That's what I just said. That's what I just said.
Hey, a black beauty, sexy girl.
That's what I said.
One answer, yourself.
If you're a God within yourself, you take control of yourself so you control the outside world within yourself.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, well,
you don't listen.
Okay.
Y'all know what it's giving, ladies.
I don't expect y'all women to listen.
Ladies, y'all know what it's giving. Some men.
First of all,
some men got it. Some men is him. Yes,
that's why y'all in the same position y'all in now.
What position is that? What position is that? What position is that? I'm in a position. You know what? Let me show you about positions, honey.
Myself.
Let me show you how to make yoga. Let me show you this again. I'm in these type of positions. What's up? What's up? I'm in these type of positions.
He said she gonna show you her positions, bro.
We in these type of positions. You feel me? Pay attention. Pay attention. Watch closely. Watch closely. No, it doesn't. He only likes one. He only likes one. He only likes one. It's the same one every day. He only likes one. It's the same one every day. Don't get it fucked up.
You just said you don't control nothing in your life. You just admitted that you don't control shit. So you didn't
actually,
you can't even control the woman. You can't control the
You see that? You see that, Jim? You see that, Jim? You see that, Jim? You paying attention? You paying attention? You see that's them type of position. You put your woman in that type of position. If you put your woman in that type of position,
you don't got no doubt.
You put your woman in that type of position. I just want to know, is you putting your woman? Is you putting your woman in that type of position? Is you putting your woman in that type of position? But is you putting your woman in this type of position? Is you controlling your woman so that she bringing her ass to this type of position? I just want to know real quick. I just want to know real quick.
You're defeated.
I just want to know real quick. And within a week, watch her wrist freeze up. Brazilian tight into a B cup from her past cottage life. What's poppin' though?
You've been controlled.
What's poppin' though?
We make you
put your woman in these type. You put your woman in these type of positions. I like that, B. Shit on them. Shit on them, B. Let her know. You putting your woman in this type of positions. You see that? That's a walk-in shower, baby. That shower is bigger than your bedroom, baby.
But you want to be that way. That's your
Bulgari. Black Barbie dressed in Bulgari. Washing ass in Bulgari. What's up? Wow. Wait. I'm just saying real quick. Let's go back in there again. Damn, sit on the bench taking a shower like this.
Hey, Raw B. Hey, Raw B. Raw B. If them hand towels ain't monogrammed, I don't want to hear shit.
You see how the robe was? What you think you get? I'm a bitch, not your bitch. That way, motherfuckers got the game fucked up.
Just saying.
Beaver Lakefront cabins. Beaver Lakefront cabins. Holla at it. Fuck out of here. Put yourself in that type of position. Don't you ever talk shit to me. The fuck you think this is?
You know you need attention.
I'm from New York City. You about to get fucked up. What you thought? What you thought? What you thought?
Okay, say it again for the bitches in the back. New York.
Raw B.
Shout out to Harlem. Shout out to Brooklyn. Shout out to the Bronx. Shout out to Queens. Shout out to Staten Island.
I need you to
Shout out
calm
to the
down,
845 Midtown and all the other fucking
I
Hudson
need you
Valley
to calm
too.
down,
What's really
Raw B.
good?
Look at her. You see?
I need you to
Shout
calm
out to the
down.
Caskets.
I
am
Hey, shout out to Buffalo too. Hell the
Shout
record.
out to Buffalo. Shout out to
ratchetly.
We don't go by Buffalo, nigga. No.
Calm down, Raw B. You hanging out with Sasquatch. We get it. Calm
with it.
What the fuck?
Who going out with I am? Yep, I am.
This is a representation of what's wrong with the
Expose the ratchet. We know how to expose the weak nigga. You don't control nothing.
Listen, that's exactly what you would say.
You know how to expose
Because
the
if you had control of yourself, my words.
Nothing.
Is y'all done beefing?
If you had control of yourself, my words wouldn't bother you, but your words are bothering me.
I'm explaining to you. I'm explaining to you.
Beefing?
If you didn't care about what I said, you would be quiet and know who you are. I expose the ratchetness. That's why you keep talking.
Oh nah, I'm braggadocious. That's what you. I'm always bragging, baby. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm
Stop. All right.
Wait.
Let me mute myself because I love that.
Mute yourself. Shut your ass up.
Now I want to ask Angry Man this because I want to know if it is true, and he does a lot more research than I do. Robbie said that men don't like to fill out paperwork. Is that a legitimate reason why men don't? No, I'm just want to know. Is that
That is the only time that a chick got to worry about a dude not filling out paperwork is if the nigga is the type of dude where his mama still got his birth certificate and his social security card.
Most black men.
The only time y'all got to
That
worry about a
y'all
woman
need to
being a
stop
hoe is
dating
when
them
you
type
know
of
she already
niggas.
fucking the whole hood.
Stop
And y'all need to stop
My
dating them
grandma
type of
had my
women.
uncles. My grandma had my
Stop
uncles
dating them
shit
type
even
of
when he
women.
was married.
Stop
My
dating
grandma
them
had my
type of
uncles shit even
niggas.
when he was married.
Stop fucking them type of women and giving them
Stop
babies.
dating them type of niggas.
Stop fucking them type of bitches and giving them babies and then
Stop
crying about
dating them
themselves.
type
My
of
grandma
niggas.
had my
Keep your
uncles
dick
shit
to
even
yourself.
when he was married. He had to come to my grandma to get his birth certificate as a married man. That's what black
Right.
men do.
I need y'all men. I need y'all men,
Yeah,
especially
men
y'all
gotta
black men.
men gotta have better
Don't y'all
relationships
value
with
your
their baby
people?
mamas.
Wait a second. Let me ask a
Why?
question. Whoa.
Ain't no
Let me ask a
campaign
question.
mama.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask
The
a
black
question.
woman God.
Let me ask a question. Let me go down the line.
That
That's
way.
right.
Let me go down the line. Aaron O, you got your birth certificate in the social, right?
Yes, sir.
What about you, Beans?
Fuck. He got to call.
What
his
about
mom.
you,
Daryl? Be honest, Beans.
What about you,
He got to
Daryl?
call his mom.
No, yeah, I definitely got my shit.
What about you, Savage?
Been there since I was 16 years old.
Hell no.
What about you, Paul?
Nigga got-
What about you,
His
Paul?
grandma got his.
I control all the paperwork within my household.
Thank you. So every black man up here has no problem with paperwork. So let's
Y'all
stop.
done learned in the last 3 years. Y'all done learned in the last 3 years.
Ooh, but see, wait, hold on. And at the end of the day, with your high yellow, ignorant, half Mexican
That's
ass,
right.
I said I was on troll time. I said what the fuck I said.
We black.
Trolling,
Yeah.
trolling, live in your face and live in color. The
Oh, we
fuck?
on that
I
type
told
of
you.
time, Raw B?
I told
We
you.
on that type of
I
time?
told you.
Okay.
I'm gonna come where you are. We're gonna have a fight.
She meant that too.
Okay.
She meant that.
Okay.
She meant it. She was like,
Okay.
they don't want to fill out their own paperwork. She meant that.
Yes, you meant
I
that
was
shit.
trolling. You know
No,
what?
you meant that shit.
You know what? Whatever.
You know
Just
how
like
I
y'all
meant
be meaning all the stuff y'all be saying about it.
Hey,
I
angry
didn't
man.
You meant that shit. What up?
Angry man. Remember in the
How'd you
Boondocks
know?
when Uncle Ruckus was like, the worst thing, the most scariest thing for a nigga is a job application. I think Rob B right.
Hey, angry man, I got a challenge for you.
For a nigga, not a black man.
That's
Wait.
it.
For a
That's
nigga, not a black man.
Hey, angry man, I got a challenge for you. I got a challenge for you, man.
Look,
y'all new niggas over there.
I got Paolo laughing. Paolo
What up?
laughing.
He's on site with us, bro.
Hold on, I got a challenge for AM. One full, not one show, one full 7-day cycle, not one show about a black woman. Can you do it?
I've done it plenty of times.
Let's do it. Let's see it.
I've done it plenty of times.
Take us through the end of the
But
year.
it's drag bashing season.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
I'm gonna say it is.
You know what?
Because you know what? Hold on, Black Beauty. You don't show up. You don't show up in the chat room when I'm not talking about black women. What's up with that?
I do. I came to your.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I prefer the show.
No, you don't.
Bashing women that look like me. I do prefer that.
I think drags have value too.
If I do a show about anything other than black women, you don't show up. You don't even be there.
7 days from now is gonna be what? Like the 1st of June? Can you go till the 1st of June without no black women shows?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I knew you couldn't.
Yeah.
No.
So, Angry Man, I got a question for you. Where y'all go? Where are y'all all at?
Off our backs, though. You're welcome.
You said what? You said what, Black Beauty? You said what?
Black Beauty. Black. She.
You said what, Black Beauty?
But you're welcome though for making money off our backs, though.
Oh, y'all made money off of us for over 50 years.
I mean, that's what we supposed
Mary J. Blige made a whole career out of talking about black men.
Bishop Magic Don Juan Johnson made a whole bunch of money.
No.
Uncle Luke made a whole bunch of money off of.
That was a trash.
Wait a minute.
Dick made a whole bunch of money off
One
of
mic, guys. One mic.
Wait a minute. Time out. As a child, I watched countless movies, television shows, music. All it did was bash black men.
After the 70s, and the 80s, and the black exploitation movies that depicted black men skipping out on women. Get the fuck out of here.
The women are
right or wrong.
So the women, so we follow women.
Men built the world. They've been making money off us.
No, Savage, you wrong. Look at the color purple. Look at the color purple.
That one movie. It broke the world.
Look.
Savage, show me the bridge that you built. Where's the bridge? Where's the building? Where's the
house
that
you
you built? What did you build?
Let me ask you a question. Did a woman build it?
A canoe? No, let me ask you a question. Have you built a bench? Let me ask you a question. Have you built a table?
No,
why you over here asking people questions? That's personal.
A table, a dresser. What
did
have you built?
Aaron,
men run
funny
the
for
world?
Savage.
Have you built some shoulders?
Men run the world.
You said you built this shit. Can you show me a dresser, a table, a fucking armrest, a bench?
And more women volunteer for FEMA, so more women help with national disasters.
We're always the ones doing
but Daryl, you already know that premise. You already know that that's not an intellectually honest premise, because black men helped build this damn country for 400 years for free.
And y'all still didn't make them niggas make you.
Only black men.
You still didn't make them niggas pay.
How long have you guys been waiting?
So are you
still in change?
I didn't say only black men.
Oh, okay. Because
black men.
Insinuated like it was only them.
I didn't insinuate nothing.
It was all of us for the past 4 years.
And I can build a table, raw beef.
You to stay in this character.
Let me see.
I can build a motherfucking table. God damn
Let me see. Let me
I
see.
know niggas that build tables for a living. You couldn't do that. That's not
Yes,
you.
I can. I used to work at a
You don't know nothing about no epoxy resin.
He hasn't done any physical labor in over 20
Black
years.
beauty,
West Indian men.
black
That's
beauty,
big trade.
black beauty, 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 black beauty. Okay. Okay.
That's not for you.
You
That's
still
not
salty because you lost your wrench, but I got
I
you.
don't give a fuck about a wrench. I never did. I'm a real person
you
in
do.
real life with real talent.
Yeah, you do.
I beg, please.
Yeah, you do.
All right. Y'all be humble now. Be humble.
Yeah, you do. Like I said.
Savage talks over everybody.
Like I said. Like I said. AM is not demonetized. Why is y'all spreading false rumors?
Because when I came back up there, I wanted to send a little super chat because I was, feeling nice, and I was like, "Hey, I want to send a little super chat," and there was no super chat button. So I said, "What happened?" But then he gave me a wrench back, and then I dropped a little cash app, and I do nothing but.
Like I was saying, I actually worked at a furniture factory, so I can build shit. Sorry.
What did
Sorry,
you build?
Black Beauty.
What did you build?
You said what?
Anchor Man channel is monetized. I'm looking at it now.
I used to build cabinets and all kinds of shit.
I was getting
about epoxy
but when you say the world, I want to see something that benefits the society. What was built by y'all? Y'all built everything.
You said what? You said what,
Venus?
Venus?
Staying in character this long, bro.
Wait, hold on.
What'd you say, Venus?
I said when I was joking about the house furniture, I'm talking about things that benefit society. When y'all say we built this, that's just talking about right bridges, buildings.
Well, there are countless Black inventors that built a lot of shit that has been key to this civilization.
Agree, but when y'all present day say we built this shit, show us what you built.
B, I love you, but that's a bullshit premise because y'all celebrate every time any Black woman do any fucking thing and accept it as a we victory. So get the fuck out of here.
No, I don't.
We can
That's true.
No, we don't.
That's true.
That's
true.
Y'all. Ain't no
If
damn
that nigga
sisterhood.
girl right
Everybody's
now
an
just said,
individual.
hey, I know a Black lady who's a senator of Washington. That motherfucker is going to everybody, all the women. Yeah, that's right, girl. Come on, man.
No, when Kamala Harris became vice president, many Black women spoke against her, and because she really only spoke against. No, she is. I mean, her father is Jamaican.
No, she's not.
She's not Black, Daryl.
Black. You could be Jamaican without being Black.
Rodney is Black. Flora is Black. That woman is not Black, bro.
You could be Jamaican without being Black.
But I thought if you had the one, I thought we were going by the one drop rule. Are we not going by the one drop rule?
No, that's why Black women went against
She
her.
originally identified as an Indian American.
Yeah. Her mom.
True.
Rachel Dolezal is more of a Black woman.
Well, no, that's fine. But hold on, wait. Let me ask you something. B, let me ask.
That's my bitch. I fucks with her.
Let me ask Beans this. So I haven't really talked about. I think some people have covered it, but I haven't really. Do you think Derek Jackson is vindicated?
No.
Vindicated.
Why would you be vindicated, Aaron?
Stop, y'all gotta relax a little.
Derek Jackson,
bit.
a piece of shit.
Okay, all right, hold on. Podcast. Let me give you some context to it, right? So, well, I'll let her tell you. That way, you ain't gotta assume I'm saying it.
We were still engaging sexually, even though we were off, right? And so it was in this time where there was a lineup of us. We was passing each other on the stairway in and out.
No, y'all wasn't. No, y'all was not passing
you think this is a game.
You were not passing each other on the stairway. No, y'all was.
We were passing each other on the stairway. Like, this is my shift from this time to this time. So, I was a willing participant in that. And this is like, I can laugh about it now, but it's really sad, to like, what space you have to be in to accept that. And so I dealt with it already, so I could laugh about it now. And it's funny,
that's what Hitler
looked
like.
Hitler,
you look back at your old self and laugh.
I'm just like, what? But yeah, no, seriously. It was, I'm coming over at this time. I know such and such is going to be rolling through about, an hour and a half later. Yeah. And sometimes we went a little bit longer. So literally passing each other on the stairs, like out the door. All right, have fun, your shift. Anyway, we were still engaged.
So she's talking about other women.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Yes. So when y'all watched the whole interview, they actually posted part 1 on Dear Future Wifey, right? Shout out to the OG. But she was talking about how they were engaged for 9 years. They met 3 weeks, according to her in that interview, after she was raped, right? 3 days after that, they was in love and engaged, right? So I think that she came into the relationship under a lot of mental trauma already. Then, right, she went and did the shit she talking about now. Nobody in their right mind is going to stay with a person that's cheating on them for 9 years and watching the porn on the fiance phone, rotating with the women. Like, no, bro, she was And ever since she left that marriage, she looked 1,000 times happier, 1,000 times better. I think she was just going through some mental shit, Aaron.
So that wasn't my question, but I know
it was all his fault. Why the marriage fucked up? Clearly,
that was not my question. And why do you have to simp every opportunity you get?
I don't understand. This is what I realize. But I think
you got to have a son too. You can't only have a daughter. You got to have a son.
And if he behaved like how Derek Jackson did, then I mean, shame. He's a disgrace to all black men.
You alone have proven to me. You alone
Correct.
have proven to me that I'm the same one, and you two is the sixth place, because you motherfuckers can come on here and front and stunt and pretend like you're this, you're that, you're lawyer, you're all this other shit, and it's like all day. I don't know how the fuck you do it, but I don't understand the line of the question. And to be honest with you, Aaron, when you say is he vindicated from what?
Well,
right.
I know you overly
accountability, like these bandits like to be
specific, right? What I mean is when everything broke out and they was like, "Oh, you just the worst thing since right," and he was holding his wife's hand, and we was like, "Man, you bad." This, that, right? Mm-hmm. Come to find out, because she know what type of man he is. She was no misleading, no nothing. He was already moving like this.
Where in that clip did she say she knew that before she married him?
It's there.
She said that she was passing other women.
She was a willing participant once she found out what was going on.
No, Flora, no, Flora. She said she knew that he was cheating. I'm sorry. In the interview with on Dear Future Wifey, she said that she knew he was
prior
cheating.
to her getting married.
You got
prior to her getting married.
She did not
prior to her.
That was college.
Married, she knew.
Yeah.
That was college. So she was passing other chicks on the hallway. It's like, you know what I'm saying? They went
and she was still giving him pussy.
10 o'clock class. Right. And then, you know what I'm saying? They'd be in class together in the room, you know, on the computer, whatever. Then she would leave. The next one would come. Then they would leave. Then the next one would come. What she just did was
that's the influence of a toxic man and toxic dick in a woman's life.
Exactly. She didn't willingly do anything. She just agreed with him.
Podcast. None of y'all named podcasts. Why is y'all doing this?
Sorry.
Jesus.
So based on the statement that she just made, which of course had to be pre-vows, right? Because like she said, she was leaving the house and another one was coming in. She wouldn't be doing that inside of the marriage, right? So does it vindicate him? Not necessarily, right? Does it take some of the sting off of the way we may have, or other people may have viewed him in his marriage? Maybe, but it still does not change the fact that he was telling all these women that there's certain things that they shouldn't put up with or tolerate, and obviously he was a part of that same lifestyle. So no, it doesn't vindicate him. So he was still doing the same thing, which was treating women like pieces of meat.
So I understand that. I'm talking about the part where everybody thought that he was just treating his wife some type of way, and she was just mind shocked, like she had, oh my God, I never knew this would be this type of guy. That now we know that's not the case. But outside from the lying part, because he's an influencer, a lot of them lie. Okay, like
all of them lie.
Okay, all right. And reasonably so. If you was making that kind of money, you probably just lied to. Now, I'm not saying you look, don't do this. Even if you ain't doing it, give me that check. Hey, don't do this, right? But when you look at it, just the situation where how everybody made it seem like she was the most innocent thing, and for me, he vindicated in that aspect.
Yeah,
but Aaron, at the end of the day,
that's why I said we might have to change. You know, people might, if people were looking specifically at their marriage, then yes, they might have to change how they view the marriage and the aspect of how he operated.
But Aaron,
he's still an asshole.
But it doesn't matter at the end of the day, because a lot of women are still following him. Like I was looking at the comment section, and they was making excuses. They was like, well, people shouldn't be judging him. He still gives good advice. They still over there.
That's a fact.
So this is the thing. What that interview that she did today was increase the value of Derek Jackson's, peen, because now all the women definitely gonna want to be in his face because they gonna want to understand what the hell type of situationship he got going on to make y'all hoes go in rotation and know about each other.
Now watch this. Now, Robbie, you be making mistakes when you do stuff like this. And you don't even realize you do.
I disagree. Let me just state that for the record, okay?
So that's the stuff women interested in?
Hell no.
That's the stuff that some women are interested in. Like how
one person can't speak for all women.
That's what y'all gonna do. That's how some women. That's how some women clearly are thinking, because, like Angry Man said, there's women in the comments section making excuses for him. His subscribers have not waxed nor waned. He's not lost a single follower. So by logical deduction, we have to say that there are some women that still believe that. Because what woman in her right mind is going to say that a man that has cheated on his wife, that has been like this whole entire time, still gives good advice? That's not a woman that's there for like the leadership or the advice. That's someone that is satiating their lusty thoughts with ingesting him visually and listening to what he has to say.
Bro, a lot of those women support like certain like manosphere type people too. Like they support exercising options and stuff like that. So they feel like he didn't even do anything wrong. That's who those women are most of the time.
Robbie,
but
question. So what is to you a great enough sample size where you're willing to say, okay, I'll accept that as a generality?
None of it, because at the end of the day, I told you, I don't live my life based on what other people do. So if y'all want to feel like, listen to what I'm saying to you, don't cut me off and just listen.
Robbie, but I'm saying,
is it possible for you to not cut me off and just listen?
But Robbie,
is it possible for you to not cut me off and just listen?
Now I see what's unfair. We've had conversations with you before.
No, listen. First of all, just because you had a conversation with me before, how you know it wasn't just a cosmetic conversation? I'm just talking my shit because I'm on a panel. No, I told y'all don't know my real life. I don't tell y'all what it really gives. But at the end of the day, like how I was saying,
I'm not gonna cut you off. I just want to say something. Robbie, you use statistics. I've seen you use them. I can pull videos up of you using them. So why are you sitting here now making it like you can't accept generalities?
First of all, like I said, and don't cut me off, when I use statistics in conversation, that's because that's the language that y'all most often understand easily. When in Rome, speak like the Romans do. But when it comes down to accepting generalities, if I believed all the things that most women believe, then I would be miserable. I would be lonely. I would assume that all men are toxic, that they're horrible, that they're cheaters, that they don't know how to protect and provide, that there's no good men in the world. Yes. And I would be crying. I don't listen to other bitches and I don't listen to other niggas either. The person that I'm fucking with, we have conversations, we communicate, I rock with them, they rock with me, and we're good. Everybody else can suck 10 bags of dick. I don't give a fuck.
I agree.
Well, now
you still, but that's still some bullshit though.
How many subscriptions?
One of the very first panels that I was on with you was when we was discussing the thing about the women having the vagina issues and shit, and a number of people that it referred to and all this and that. So I'm just saying, like, if you can't really minimize things that don't make women look favorable because you're a woman. That's like me saying, no. Oh, man, if somebody said, men are violent, and I was like, not all men, like, or no,
but you say that
some men, it's like, come on, bro, we know.
But you say that.
Huh?
But you say that. That's why you smiling.
No, because they are.
Not all men, but some men, blah, blah, blah. This is what we do when we having these conversations on the panel. These are cosmetic conversations.
But what I'm saying is this. Hold on. What I'm saying is this, Robbie. Even if what you say is unflattering towards men, and I know that at least 51% of that shit, it applies to at least 51% of men, I'm not gonna challenge you on it. It is what it is.
That's
So
you.
at the
It
end of
is
the
what
day,
it is, kid.
okay,
Thank
wait,
you.
so here's my question. The reason why I asked you that: how many subscribers does this dude have? Because you just said he ain't lost one. So how many does he have?
Enough that he hasn't lost one.
Do he have at least 250,000?
He has 700 some thousand.
Okay, he has more than 500,000 subscribers. What percentage of those subscribers do you think are women?
All of them. All of them.
So
all of them.
So 700. Let's just go with 500. Let's say 200,000 of the motherfuckers is bots. 500,000. 500,000 women is not a big enough sample size for you to say, yeah, this is just how women move.
So you think that everybody that
It's 'cause
watches
he's
every
handsome.
content, hold
I know
on,
y'all
you
wouldn't know
think
nothing about
that,
that.
right, Flo, you think that everybody that subscribes and watches to a channel is somebody that is standing in agreement or that likes the content creator? If you think that, then you're slipping. You have slipped and bumped your head. No, we're not talking about bots. We're talking about full ass subscribers. Y'all better understand that I'll say about 70% of the people that subscribe to you is your motherfucking haters. They ain't there because they support you. They watching to see the fucking train wreck and watching to see if you fail. So if you think that of that 700,000, all 700,000 of them women is just like, oh my God, it's Derek Jackson. I want to lick the chocolate off of his chest. No, there's some women looking back like, look at this nasty nigga. Look at this dumbass motherfucker. Girl, did you see what he said today, girl? Let me see you. Look at this dumb shit he said. You see what he did to Danae? Fuck that nigga.
Hold on, let me bring it home, Andrew, man. Let me bring it home real quick. So let me concede to that point. Great point. So if 70% of them, I took away 200,000. So 70% of 500,000 of those people are his haters. That means 30% are supporters. 10% of 500,000 is 50,000, which means 30% is 150,000. 150,000 is a great enough sample size to say this is how women move. Because
that's not the prevailing, like how you said. Hold on, like how you said.
I'm almost done.
Right,
I just got 3 more words. Because the average, and you can look this up, the average.
That's 3 words. Still haven't landed your plane.
1,500. The average.
So check it out. Check it out. Like how you said, right? You believe that 51% of a population is enough to be a sweeping generality. Now, of the 150,000 women that you spoke of, how many of them are Spanish? How many of them are white? How many of them are African American? See, that skews the statistics because I like talking to y'all in y'all language. Now, when we look at
how many are black?
Okay, well, let's just say we'll give them 15%.
Okay, 15% of the 150,000 are black, right? So that's 15,000 plus 7. So that's 22,500.
Okay, yeah, we'll say that 22,500. There are at least 20 million women, or that's 20 million is the total population. 10 million. No, because you said the prevailing majority.
Robbie,
majority. No, that's not it. You tried it. Robbie, but it was cute. Wow.
Robbie.
Angry man.
Derek Jackson has had numerous events, and he has filled the seats, and the overwhelming majority at those events were black women.
How you know they black?
Hold on, listen. He has had because he fucking filmed the events and he showed the shit. You know how people stand up there with the phone and they do like this, right? He was in the mall. He had a kiosk where he was selling his book and some other shit. There was black women in a line like they was waiting on a fucking iPhone.
You know how much 22,000 people look like in a stadium? In a venue. I mean, how many people can you actually hold in a venue? I mean, there are limitations based on fire safety. There's max capacity.
You got on rubber boots?
No, I don't.
You got on rubber boots. You need them.
I don't.
Because this shit is getting deep.
Why? Because you can't take the pushback. You can't take the pushback.
You know what it is, Robbie.
No, it's not the prevailing majority. I'm not saying that he doesn't have some followers, but it's not the prevailing majority. And black women is shady and petty as hell. we will get dressed up as a collective. We will go and pull up at an event just because we don't like the person, just so that we have the front row seat to see what the hell is talking about. So that when we talking about what we talking about, we know exactly what we talking about. Like y'all don't like hoes, but y'all be in the front row at the strip club.
Hey, Raw B, check this out.
I would never
check
do
this
no
out.
shit like that.
There are black women out here right now that are fighting like hell to get R. Kelly out of prison.
So what does that have to do with me?
These are just pathetic arguments.
Podcast.
No, they should be reserving their
I don't
energy.
understand your argument. If you're saying he has
should.
700,000 subscribers because his content speaks to empowering women and exposing men or men's mentality, how does that indicate to you they move the way his wife was moving, as in sleeping with, having rotation, and sleeping with like 6 girls in one? Like, how does that correlate? I don't understand.
No, what it correlate. This is what I'm saying. You're supporting that. So here's the thing. Now,
nobody knew about it before today.
Hold on. No, that's what they knew about his indiscretions before today. So that's enough, right? So that what he was doing when they wasn't married is not even as bad as what he did when they was. So because they weren't married. So what I'm saying is this, Venus. I'm gonna just please participate fairly, right? There's a guy, and he's saying 9 things that you love. The 10th thing that he's saying is he's for sex with children. Would you support him?
Fuck no.
Okay, so here's my point. When you support somebody besides certain shit that you don't rock with, you're supporting that thing that you don't rock with too. And that's exactly why you said fuck no, because you know you don't fuck with that. So if in general women don't fuck with men who cheat on their wives, they would not rock with him. I don't give a shit what he was saying.
That does not compare to all the women. That doesn't compare to
all
all women, though. You're taking a small fan base.
That's not. No, let me tell you why it wouldn't make sense. Let me tell you why it
People
wouldn't
drank
make sense.
Kool-Aid behind a religion and died. Like that has nothing to do with it.
In general, women act like men cheating on women is as bad as pedos. So that's what I'm saying. If it's really
I'm
that
not
bad,
going to even acknowledge that, but I'll say this.
Why does everything have to be a comparison to pedos?
Yeah, that's kind of
because I know you wouldn't.
You got pedo on the brain. And
because I know she wouldn't deflect from it. That's why. Because I know she wouldn't deflect from it. I know she's gonna just say nah.
Wait, but listen, no, I'm gonna tell you why. In my opinion, who better to listen to than the person who did all the fucked up shit?
Wow.
That's true.
It's a case study. It's a case study.
Wait, listen, his content is literally him telling you when a man does this, it really means this. When a man says that, it really means this. Because he's the nigga that does that. So he would know better than anybody. So yeah, I might actually listen to him.
Hey, Beans, that nigga Derek Jackson is magical, goddammit. I don't know what the fuck.
He must be because
he's not ugly. That's number. He's a buff black
but
man.
I'm saying if I'm gonna listen
That's
to
why he has
anybody
followers.
who's gonna spill the tea on the bad
Hard
behavior of
face
men,
people don't get that.
the man who did the bad behavior is probably the expert on the bad behavior of men. It's real simple to me.
No, I get that theory. Actually said it yesterday.
Respectfully, you know why what you're saying is so fucking naive to me?
No, it's not at all.
It's really naive, and let me explain to you why. So I remember one time, my lady had so many niggas in her inbox, and I was saying shit to her, and then one day she was like, "This shit like a script to y'all niggas." Now I'm her man, right? But the niggas in her inbox is saying the same shit I'm saying. Just like I'm texting Grand Rising Queen, Grand Rising Melanin Goddess. Them niggas was texting the same shit.
I'm glad you know the trivia.
Should step your cookies up a little bit.
So hold on, Venus. So here's my point. Them niggas was just trying to get laid. I was actually trying to make sure I participated in my woman's day. You see what I'm saying? So now you gonna listen to the niggas that's saying, yeah, niggas that text you Grand Rising is woo woo woo, and then the whole time you looking at your man like, damn, this must apply to you too. It's like, no, we don't all have the same script. It's niggas say shit that other niggas really mean. It's some niggas that tell you, I think you're the most beautiful woman in the world, and they really mean it. But you heard it so many times from these other niggas who was just trying to get laid that you want to dismiss the nigga who was really being honest with you. That nigga.
But doesn't it mean you guys have the same
That was a
script?
bad example.
That nigga is a piece of shit, Venus. And I'm
He
gonna tell you
is.
why.
Oh, 100%.
Because
100%.
if he was a real nigga, this what he would have been doing. He would have been saying, ladies, let me tell y'all why I know this shit is real. Because I'm doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll be like, that's a real nigga right there. But he didn't do that. So he a piece of shit, pussy ass content.
He is a piece of shit.
Hey, okay, all right.
All the rest of these motherfuckers.
Hey. All right. Let me read these super chats. You
Yeah,
ain't
there was a few.
You ain't gotta sell up his good name.
There was a few videos where he was telling women that if your man cheat on you, he's this, that, and the third, and blah, 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 right? You shouldn't tolerate that. But he was with a woman that he expected to tolerate that.
That part.
That's crazy.
Yo,
it's
fake.
not
We know that.
necessarily
He didn't
crazy.
care if she tolerated it. He ain't
Wait, hold on.
care.
It's not necessarily crazy. I'm gonna say why in just a second. Let me just run through these super chats real quick. Robbie wants flowers with a bacon, egg, and cheese. Yo, what is
Read
this
that
bacon,
before.
egg, and cheese stuff? What is this?
It's a New York
bacon, egg, and cheese.
Best New York sandwich ever.
That's the New York thing? Okay, I got it. Okay, I was trying to figure that out. Jim, I control me Venus. I control myself. Is that supposed to be like a deep thought or something?
That's what I'm reading this shit.
I have no idea. A wild floorman. What the hell is a floorman man?
Floramon, like
Floramon.
They're obsessed.
Gotta catch them all.
Wild Floramon appears.
Their
Throw
fools are watching
Pokeball.
me. They're not even
Oh my
watching the
God.
show. They're watching me at this
Somehow we had to drop Black Beauty, but then she reappeared. Somehow, some way, right?
Somehow.
Good morning, all, and blame the white man for this and not the beat up. Period.
Amen.
Period, Pooh.
First of all,
well, blame his ass too, because he the one trained y'all.
Oh my God.
And you look like him. Be quiet.
Who built that forehead Venus?
My mama. Now what?
Okay, that's good.
My mother. Okay? What's the problem? You gotta take it up with HR. Call my mother because it's not my fault.
Wow.
Not HR.
Yeah, she did it. I didn't do it. She did it. So
it says Daryl Long's son is gonna be 7 feet beating up his dad.
yeah.
I don't know. Most sons can't beat their dad. Most sons cannot beat their dad. That's what they say. Flora looks like Alfred Woodard. Who?
Nah, man.
Who is that?
Alfred Woodard?
I have no idea.
She's a famous actress. She
No,
do
no,
famous.
I have no clue.
She's an older black lady.
Is she black?
Yeah, she's black.
They're not even watching the show. They're just watching me like weirdos.
Alfred Woodard was the mama on the Family That Prays Together.
Oh, I don't watch.
Wasn't she in Crooklyn too?
Yeah.
No.
All right.
Listen. Where's that Jersey guy at? He must be gone. Flora coming up with the fresh shave. I see you, pimp. What does that
That's
mean?
so disrespectful.
What?
They think they're funny. They think they're funny.
I have no idea what that means.
They called me every name under the sun today.
They always got some shit to say from the chat with an avatar.
Huh?
Do you follow him? Are you subscribed to him?
No, I used to, but when the cheating thing happened, I was like, I can't.
He's gonna make me go beat his ass.
Leaving down there twerking too. I don't know why he left.
Derek Jackson so much.
I'm not hating on Derek Jackson. I'm hating on anybody that Venus shows any favoritism at this point. I'm done with this
a lot of people.
shit. Somebody said on the podcast the other day that black men are too comfortable with interracial shit. So interracial shit, Pookie shit, any of that shit. If you like me, I'm gonna have a problem with it.
Wait. Why is black? Wait. Why are black men too comfortable with interracial stuff? That don't make.
I mean, look, because we supposed to be leading and protected, and we too okay with this at this point. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said so. Okay, cool. Then from now,
Y'all say y'all don't want us. It's passport hoes and passport bros.
I'm okay with
Save
it.
yourself, black
I think you
women.
guys should
Save
keep
yourself, black
teaching
men.
Becky.
That's a fact.
Hey,
Raw B,
check.
The conservative douchebags, which is 30% of us. So they don't act like.
Hey, Raw B, that whole passport thing, y'all need to let that shit go.
Yeah, that shit on.
Oh no, I don't care. What I'm
Just
saying
let it go.
Just
let it go.
Too late.
Just let it go.
It's too late to act like you give a fuck. Y'all done
Just
told us y'all
let
don't
it
want
go.
us. Y'all don't like us. We stressed. We hyenas.
Niggas been
304s. We baby mamas.
Just
We
let
cause
it
all the
go.
divorce. We
Just let
single
it go.
mamas. We tear down the
Just let
community.
it go.
Don't worry about us.
Just
We
let
gonna
it
be all
go.
right.
Reputation fucked up
We
everything.
prove that we love y'all every time we put a baby in.
I'm team interracial. I'm team interracial. At this point,
Venus,
I
hey,
think
Venus,
black men and
hey,
black
Venus.
women need to just fucking
Cut it
separate. I'm
out.
sick of
Cut it
y'all.
out,
I don't
Venus.
want to hear this shit no
Stop.
more. Everybody separate now, immediately.
Hey, Venus, be cool.
Right now.
You gonna get somebody hurt.
Now,
Be cool.
Venus, I love you, but I'm sorry. We was Kangs. Got to love the Kangs because I can't. The Kangs. We was Kangs.
You're not getting that over here. That's only on Vice.
I don't want to get it over here. I just, you know what I'm saying? We got to stay true to the set. You know what I'm saying? We'll set the red chocolate. Like, I mean,
The
Wait,
kings have
wait,
spoken,
hold on,
and
Robbie.
the kings don't
Robbie,
want us. So
hold
we
on,
must
Robbie.
find our way.
Stop being so goddamn
Hold on. Chocolate Earth. I'm not familiar with Chocolate Earth. How are you?
She's good. She's good.
Hey, Black Beauty.
Yeah,
not
Robbie.
Black Beauty. Not Black Beauty. Raw B. King is what people name their dog, and Queens is a borough in New York. So cut it out.
First of all,
Ain't nobody
clearly.
Kings and Queens.
Is she African?
You clearly know I was being facetious and loquacious, okay?
Stop using big words with me. You know I don't know.
Stop it. You
A
ain't
lot of
dumb.
black
I'm
men
sorry.
can't
That's the
read.
narrative that we playing in the street. If anybody knows these big words, you for
I
damn
don't
sure
even know
do. But
facetious. I don't know what that means.
that's right. Yellow. We was yellow.
I'm definitely yellow.
Y'all need help.
Do you know how many?
Shout out to
Do you know how
Recession
many
Fever.
overweight black women I see with rings on their fingers? Y'all need to
Oh,
get the
come
fuck out
on,
of here with this
sir.
bullshit, bro.
Why y'all always got to bring it back to overweight black?
You know how many overweight black
Like, y'all
men
ain't
I
the
see
biggest man in
pulling all the
America.
baddies?
Because
I'm looking at
making
some
the fucking
overweight
point.
black men right now. Be quiet with that bullshit.
No,
You
no,
got a six
no,
pack?
no.
Stand up and strip.
No.
Take that damn hoodie off. Let us
You're
see the
missing
six
the
pack.
point. You're missing
Let us see
the
the six
fucking
pack.
point. You're missing
No, there is
the
no
fucking
goddamn
point.
point.
No,
We know
no,
fat ass
no,
black
no.
men running
You will
around
not
here sweating in
mischaracterize
the
me.
summertime. They
You
gotta
will
keep
not
a whole
mischaracterize
white
me.
rag that they put on their forehead like this. Cause they should be fucking sweat
You will
all
not
kinds of
mischaracterize
shit.
me.
Do that. Don't you talk about those men. Stop
You will not mischaracterize me.
What?
The whole point is that
Stop
niggas is out here
Fat
marrying
asses
black
trying
women.
to get Mr.
What you
Saucy
talking
ice cream
about?
right around here like this all day.
But guess what? Guess what, Raw B? Guess what? That same dude with the rag on his head be dancing his ass off at the cookout. So cut it out. Stop it.
But I'm saying though, the point is, if you're gonna be a fluffy pashmina, be happy. Stop bringing in weight, because there's far more fat black men than there are fat black women. And at the end of the day, if you fat or if you skinny, you still gonna find somebody that want to be with you. Y'all niggas be mad as shit. Shut your
You
asses
gotta
up.
lie in order to make a simple
Shut your
fucking
ass
point.
up.
I
This
think
is Paolo's fault.
let's use the panel as a sample size.
Why would we?
Stand up podcast. Take your hoodie off. Let us
It's
see that
only
six
one
pack.
skinny black woman on the panel right now. So why would we do that?
I think we can prove there's more than one of those, but we can also prove most of them are Karen,
Black Beauty
are
skinny.
obese.
Halle Berry skinny. Chocolate Earth is Chocolate Earth is
Girl,
thickness.
I'm
Hey,
thick,
thickness.
girl.
Hey, baby.
Oh shit, I forgot
so?
Black Beauty was right there.
Girl.
Okay, 2. So that's
Yeah, why would you lie like that,
1,
podcast?
2, 3, 4. So 2 out of 6.
I am fighting all the cholesterol, bitch. I'm insulin resistant
does
and
that
all of
mean?
that
So
shit.
what?
And I bet you what? I'm not out here lonely, ho. So guess what? Fat
Thank
bitches
you for
winning
making my point.
forever, bitch. Fat bitches winning forever. Cause fat
Thank you
women
for
finna
making my
feed your
point.
ass. A
Thank
lot
you
of
for making
other
my
women
point.
gonna leave
I
your
think
ass
if we
hungry,
did a
make you come to the
realistic
fucking
sample size
restaurant.
of this
Thank you for
panel,
making my point.
it would show
The
that
fuck?
you guys are fatter.
Yeah, whatever.
You're
Thank you for making my
bigger.
point,
Just
Robbie.
stand up. Just
You're
stand up.
heavier.
Stand
Thank
up,
you for making
podcast.
Your
my
blood
point,
pressure,
Robbie.
your blood
Stand
sugar.
up,
I'm not playing
podcast.
a game with you.
Stand
Thank you
up,
for making my point.
podcast.
One's an
Thank you for
orangutan,
Stand
making
up.
my
the other
point.
one
I'm
can't
trying to
show
make it
nothing
Stand
but
seem
his
up.
like
cup.
Look at
niggas
them
is out
cheeks,
here
podcast.
passporting.
Look at your
Niggas
cheeks.
ain't out here
Look at your
This one
passporting.
cheeks.
can't
You
show
know
Niggas
your
is out here
BMI
running
is
y'all
a
big
good
asses up.
32,
So
nigga.
stop lying.
You know your ass is fat. You
So
know if
stop
we
lying.
cut you real quick, you gonna bleed chocolate milk. Shut your
All
ass
that
up.
shit you talking about, but it don't make
Not
it.
chocolate
That
milk.
shit only funny to the women that you All
I
you
don't
do is
give a
help and make
shit.
my
It's
point.
funny to the men too. They just
You
don't want
help
to
and
laugh
make
at
my
shit.
point,
That's
Robbie.
all right.
Thank you
Nobody
so
give
much.
a shit podcast. The point is nobody give a shit
Yeah, you do.
podcast.
You do.
What's
No,
up,
I
actually,
Carlos?
always
I
get
don't.
triggered by the fact
I
shit.
You
What's
good,
your fucking
Carlos?
fact? You want me to
I'm
accept
not.
what
I'm
I'm
not
saying,
Good,
but you won't
triggered.
accept
Come
what
on,
you are.
podcast. We can't
I'm
even see
not
your
triggered.
neck. How you
Nigga,
gonna tell
please.
Okay
everybody
then.
that?
So
Wait
if I'm
a
so wait a
Show
minute.
your neck.
So
Show
if
us
you're
your
not
neck.
triggered,
Show us your neck.
so if you're not
Yeah.
triggered, if you're not triggered, and I'm sitting here saying that niggas is wiping you, what we talking
Women
about?
with no neck on the panel.
Why are you being combative?
Your beard makes that neck disappear.
Why are you being combative? At all.
I don't give a
Right?
fuck.
If
That
I'm
shit
literally sitting here
triggers
saying
you.
niggas is wiping
It don't
y'all.
trigger
So what are
me.
you talking
It
about?
don't trigger me. Y'all stupid. I don't give a fuck. Like y'all be mad about shit.
Exactly.
That
Niggas
don't
don't
fucking
either.
matter.
Niggas
It
don't
don't
either.
fucking
So stop pretending
matter.
like the passport
You right.
shit is a thing.
Because niggas
It's
eat
not.
up all of these
It's
yams
not.
like it's
It's
motherfucking
not. Why
Thanksgiving.
aren't you
Are you
addressing
all
what's
right?
coming
Are
out of
you
my
all
mouth?
right?
Why you
Is
only
you
addressing the shit
okay?
in your head?
Is you
Address
okay?
what's coming
Are you
out of
all
my mouth.
right?
Address what's
I
coming
told
out
you
of
to
my
stand
mouth.
up. Stand up.
Address what's coming out of
Stand
my
up.
mouth.
You just
supposed
tried
to
to
be a
call
man.
us
Go back and
fat.
forth
Stand
You
with
don't
up.
you.
even have a
Mute the
neck.
Right,
So
you
you
don't
like
have a
big
neck.
girls? That's what you're trying to say?
Yes, you don't have a neck. Your cheeks look like motherfucking Dale
whatever
and
it is that you
motherfucking
saying, all you got to do is address what's coming out of my
mother.
mouth.
You just said on the panel that
No,
we're
you're
big,
not.
and we
No,
can't
you're
see the
not.
neck.
Yes,
So
I did.
how you gonna talk
Hell,
about
if
big?
I'm literally sitting here,
You done
Robbie,
pissed
what am I
off Aaron.
saying?
You done pissed off Aaron. He about to end
What
the
am
show.
I saying?
He about to end the show.
Because of you. I'm literally sitting
of
here
you.
saying,
Because of
I'm
you.
literally sitting
Shut
here
up,
saying
Beans.
that we are
Shut up, Beans.
wiping
Shut
women
up,
up. We don't
chipmunk.
give a fuck about
Shut
no
up,
sizes
chipmunk.
and all.
Shut up, chipmunk. I love you, Aaron.
We have reached the conclusion of the Aaron O Show. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's just that time. It's just that time, okay? It's just that time. Everyone else has been saved, okay? We found out some phenomenal things today. Apparently, women don't see nobody else when a man is doing everything he's supposed to do. Whatever everything you're supposed to do means, we have not the slightest clue, okay? Not the slightest clue. We talked about the bounds of loyalty, what is too much, what is not enough, what is too far, holding on to the past and adaptation. A lot of things must be challenged today. Now, triggered podcast quite a few times, but that's necessary every show, okay? It's just a Chicago thing, okay? It's nothing personal. But I do appreciate everybody for tuning in to the show. In a minute, I've been taking some time off to get my thoughts right, okay? Feels good to be back, but I think I'm gonna go back in hibernation after this show, okay? I'm done, okay? I'm an old man, and I ain't doing this no more, okay? So we're gonna end with the squad. Robert Platinum says, Activator, this is an emergency Midnight Star. I don't know what the hell a Midnight Star is, okay? Only angry man can quote every damn movie ever made. He the only person I know that can quote every damn movie that was ever made. He like knowing off the back and said, remember that one movie that year? You know that? I'm going to have to talk to him how he do that because I don't know how he does it, but every single time he pull one every single time. Chalk Earth looked like Roger from American Dad. Who the hell is Roger from American Dad? Who is that? I only know the chin guy, the long chin guy. That's the only person I actually know, okay? Outside of that, I have no clue. Facetious when your face isn't genuine. I know it's genuine, but I say genuine. I have no clue. And then shout out to We Unlock Nation said, podcast got to go. But don't worry, I had the ejection on everybody because we all got to go. Shout out to We Unlock Nation. I appreciate you, fam. Thanks for rocking out with the show. We will see you on the next episode, which I don't know when that's going to be. So make sure y'all stay locked in, tuned in. Make sure y'all leave a like, a subscribe, a dislike, leave a comment that why you either like me or dislike me or both and what you enjoyed about the show so we can keep the conversation going.